Chapter 574. As the law of ice in Yi Shuang's body flowed, it was as though the sky was frozen. The cold breath flowed around and the demonic aura on the blood-refining demon god's body was frozen. What a strong control of the law of ice, as expected of the leader of the 9 primes in the heavenly palace. With such control of the law of ice, I'm afraid even the ice goddess who claimed to have mastered the law of ice to the extreme might not be as good as this. Looking at the scene, Tao God Reincarnation couldn't help but exclaim, "Eldest senior sister's law of ice is far above ice goddess." Hearing what Tao God Reincarnation said, Ning Tian couldn't help but crease his eyebrows. He looked at Yi Shuang's back in the sky and fell into deep thought. Above the sky, no matter how the blood-refining demon god blocked Yi Shuang's attack, the demonic aura would be frozen by the surrounding coldness before it could be unleashed. An ancient god-level demon god in the chaotic realm couldn't even unleash his demonic aura before Yi Shuang. One could imagine how powerful the eldest senior sister in the heavenly palace was. Frost spell, exterminate. Yi Shuang glanced at the blood-refining demon god indifferently and uttered a word from her red lips. The chilliness around her condensed and turned into sharp ice blades. As soon as she uttered those words, they instantly charged towards the blood-refining demon god. Boom! Boom boom! Countless sharp ice blades appeared with the coldness and charged at the blood-refining demon god with a piercing sound. Sacrifice my demon blood in exchange for my demonic aura. Looking at the scene, there was a flash of fear in the blood-refining demon god's eyes. He blasted his demon body with his palm and then spat out a mouthful of black blood. It seemed to be scorching hot and turned into essence blood and demonic aura to block in front of him. Boom! The demonic aura flowed and the ice followed closely. In an instant, there was a terrifying collision of energy. Even the demon sea below stirred up waves. The fire-sealing Lion King roared and blocked the power to protect the 2 people lying on its back. Frost dance. Yi Shuang didn't have any reaction when her attack was blocked and she still uttered faintly. She spoke again. The cold air in the surroundings condensed, and snowflakes fell from the sky. As they fell, they seemed to be dancing in the air, beautiful beyond compare. Has eldest senior sister already grasped the laws of ice to such an extent? She can change it at will, but its might is extremely powerful. She can use it at will. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a solemn light. Although he had grasped several types of natural laws, he had not grasped any of them to the same degree as Yi Shuang. He didn't even possess 1/10 of it. The 9 sovereigns of the heavenly palace are indeed powerful. Tao God Reincarnation couldn't help but sigh. However, although the 2 of them had witnessed Yi Shuang's strength, they were not discouraged. Instead, they became even more courageous and worked hard to become even stronger. What is this thing?" the blood-refining demon god exclaimed. He had a bad feeling the moment he saw the snowflakes drifting in the sky. However, when he struck his demonic body again and spat out pitch-black demonic blood, releasing his blood essence and demonic chi, however, a scene that made him despair appeared. His blood essence and demonic chi were not worth mentioning in front of the seemingly insignificant snowflakes. The tiny snowflakes easily dispersed the blood-refining demon god's demonic chi and drifted on his body. It's over. When the seemingly ordinary snowflakes fell on the blood-refining demon god's body, his eyes went blank for a moment. He knew that the seemingly ordinary snowflakes hid murderous intent. Before him, he was an ancient god, a sovereign. Avalanche. However, when the blood-refining demon god's eyes lost their brilliance, Yi Shuang's voice sounded faintly. In the sky, the snowflakes seemed to be falling even faster. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the snowflakes that fell on the blood-refining demon god's body seemed to have absorbed a great amount of energy. At that moment, they exploded. Along with the explosion of the snowflakes, was the gigantic demonic body. The demonic blood stained the snowflakes and disappeared in an instant like a flash in the pan. So beautiful. Seeing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but murmur. This beauty was not referring to Yi Shuang. This move was called avalanche. During an avalanche, not a single snowflake was innocent. Similarly, when the blood-refining demon god died tragically, not a single patriarch was innocent. Boom! The blood-refining demon god's demonic body shattered in an instant. The pitch-black demonic blood spilled into the demonic sea below, and the torrential demonic chi merged into the air. Seeing this, Ning Tian quickly activated the heart of 3 clans to absorb all the demonic chi of the blood-refining demon god. The demonic chi was good stuff. He couldn't waste it. A mere primal chaos ancient god actually used 3 moves. It seems like Wu You has to refine the technique of hiding the shadow in the Heavenly Palace's ancient tablet. Yi Shuang frowned slightly and murmured, Ning Tian, Tao God reincarnation, Ning Tian, do your parents follow you, or do you follow your parents? I don't know. Should they follow me? Shameless enough. I can see it. The 2 bloody figures lying on the flame-sealing Lion King were lamenting about life. At this moment, Yi Shuang's gaze fell on the 2 of them in the sky. She said faintly, little junior brother, are you all right? Hehe, I'm fine. I won't die yet. Ning Tian grinned. He was covered in blood, but he said he was fine. At this moment, he also saw Yi Shuang's current appearance. As she said, it was just a shadow that was stored in the Heavenly Palace's ancient tablet. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. Otherwise, the blood-refining demon god would have succeeded. Yi Shuang glanced over and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Then, her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. Little junior brother, although you have the Heavenly Palace behind you, you still need to be careful. We can't come every time, especially during this period of time. Yi Shuang's tone carried a hint of reminder. Ning Tian nodded. He felt warmth in his heart. This time, it could be considered a small accident. Originally, he had planned to just run away after destroying the Small Devil Realm. However, he did not expect that the Devil Clan in the Small Devil Realm would not call their parents according to martial ethics. Therefore, he could only be forced to call his parents and send them off. By the way, eldest senior sister. Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something and was about to verify his doubts. Yi Shuang looked over. Senior sister, have you heard of the 10,000 Spirits Demon Lair, or should I say, the Winter Spirit Forbidden Land? When Ning Tian said those words, he stared intently at Yi Shuang. To be honest, he suspected that the heavenly demon cult from the frozen divine region in the 10,000 Spirits Demon Lair might have something to do with Yi Shuang. Because the law of ice in the cave was too strong. That kind of ice, it was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Was it eldest senior sister Yi Shuang, or the mysterious ice goddess? Chapter 575. 10,000 Spirits Nest. Yi Shuang raised her eyebrows, but her expression didn't change much. She just shook her head slightly and said, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Hearing that, Ning Tian frowned and retracted his gaze. Although he heard Yi Shuang's answer, the doubts in his heart didn't disappear completely. Junior brother, at this moment. Yi Shuang spoke again. 2 months later, come to the Heavenly Palace. As for the specifics, we'll talk about it when you reach the Heavenly Palace. My shadow is about to dissipate. She looked at her body that was gradually becoming transparent and said, sure. I'll see you in the Heavenly Palace 2 months later, senior sister. Ning Tian didn't think too much about it and nodded. 2 months later, the 9 primes of the Heavenly Palace would definitely give him a trial of love. Since he didn't have a goal for the time being, he might as well go to the Heavenly Palace and improve his strength. Only with strength could he save Bai Liu. Oh yeah, remember to bring the 2 sisters-in-law too. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Shuang's shadow disappeared completely. Phew, after Yi Shuang's shadow disappeared, Ning Tian let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at the remaining demonic aura in the demonic sea and murmured, the demonic aura is a treasure. We can't waste it. Why? You still want to take away the demonic aura? We're both seriously injured now. Tao God Reincarnation looked at his injuries and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. The 2 of them had just taken a hit from the blood-refining demon god. It was already a miracle that they didn't die. No. Ning Tian shook his head and looked at Tao God Reincarnation seriously. You're the one who's seriously injured. I'm fine. After that, a wave of green spirit energy was emitted from her body, and the vigorous vitality spread out. After a period of healing, Ning Tian was alive and kicking again, as if nothing had happened to her. This was the power of the law of life. It's a pity, my face is too small. I can only take a little damage. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to use the law of life. Ning Tian touched his face and couldn't help but murmur. When the blood-refining demon god's palm came at him, he had used his face to take 100 million points of damage. That was why he was only severely injured. After all, a little bit of defense on his face was no joke. It would be great if there was a way to make his face bigger while still maintaining his handsomeness. System, give me some strength. The system, ? At the sight of that, Tao God reincarnation was dumbfounded. So, I'm the only one who is severely injured. Ning Tian. My back hurts. Do you want to? Tao God reincarnation let out a dry cough, hinting Ning Tian to give him a shot of life law energy. I can cure him, but you have to pay for it. Ning Tian looked at Tao God reincarnation with a smile. Tao God reincarnation's face darkened. Haha, I'm just lying to you. How could this ancestor be such a shameless person? What's our relationship? Why would he want your money? I'm not greedy. At most, you can give me a few deity-tier martial arts to send me off. Ning Tian laughed heartily as he spoke honestly. Tao God reincarnation's face darkened even more. After healing Tao God reincarnation, Ning Tian raised his hand. The demon's heart in his Dantian's small world was beating wildly, absorbing all the demon chi from the corpses of the demon clan experts in the demon sea. The hearts of the three clans were humans, demons, and demons. The energy needed for the heart of humans was faith, the heart of demons was bloodline, and the demon clan was the simplest and most violent demon chi. After a while, the remaining demon chi in the demon sea below was completely absorbed by Ning Tian. Demon's heart has been upgraded. Currently, it can provide host with more demon chi. Host's strength has broken through. Currently, your ancestor god realm 5 stars. In his mind, the system's upgrade notification sounded. Phew, I've finally broken through. Ning Tian let out a long breath. This trip was worth it. He destroyed small demon realm, strengthened the demon's heart, and his strength had broken through. Let's go back to Precept Domain. Ning Tian said and summoned the void ship. He then jumped on, Sho Tian, drive the void ship and take us back to Precept Domain. I need to consolidate my strength. Roar, Seal Flame Lion King roared. It seemed, the small demon realm in its stomach had not been digested. 3 days later. Demon Imperial Domain. There was heavy demon chi. A tower-like hall stood in the dark sky. It's been 3 days. Why hasn't any demon god reported to small demon realm? Above the endless hall, there was a black fog that was several hundred meters in size amidst the demonic chi, and the deep voice came from that black fog. My emperor, I've also sent someone to small demon realm to investigate. A demon god walked out of the hall. He bowed slightly, and there was a hint of fanatical reverence in his tone. The demon chi that should have been extremely strong in his demon body trembled and faded away because of the demon in front of him. Oh, any progress? In the black fog, the low voice sounded again. The demon god frowned and looked troubled. Just as he was about to speak, a demon chi suddenly rushed into his body and sent him a message. What? Small demon realm is gone. The demon god's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but cry out. Hearing this, several auras flickered in the darkness of the demon palace. Azure demon, what do you mean by this? In the black fog, the powerful existence's voice seemed to have turned cold. Demon god Azure demon could clearly feel an invisible pressure enveloping him. My emperor, it's, literally. Demon god Azure demon trembled all over, gritted his teeth, and said slowly. Not only are the demons in small demon realm gone, but the entire small demon realm is gone, even, the demon soul of the blood-refining demon god has shattered. As soon as the words came out. What? It's fine if the demons in small demon realm are gone, but the entire small demon realm is gone too? The blood-refining demon god is an ancient god with 3 chaotic stars. The entire demonic palace suddenly sank, and an extremely cold demonic chi spread from the top of the palace. The surrounding demonic gods were so shocked that their expressions changed drastically, and they looked somewhat horrified. Who did it? Do you have a clue? In the black fog, the unknown existence asked in a deep voice, with a hint of anger in his voice. Such behavior was completely provoking the entire demon race. As the saying goes, hit someone but not hit their face. Now, not only did someone destroy the entire small demon realm, but they even wiped out the entire small demon realm. This was simply a slap in the face. Could it be, those people did it? Those existences do have some grudges with our demon race, and they are capable of slaughtering their entire clan. However, they did not even let go of the small demon realm. This is somewhat unimaginable. The existence in the black fog murmured to himself. My emperor, this. I don't have a clue. Demon god Azure Demon shook his head with an ugly expression. What? You don't have a clue? You demon gods don't even know how to conduct demon chi? Do you need me to teach you how to see residual images through devil chi? A loud shout came from within the black fog. In an instant, demon god Azure Demon's body was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the demon stone in the main hall. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. However, he did not show the slightest dissatisfaction. He only said in an aggrieved tone, My emperor, it's not that I don't know how to do this. It's just that, the demons in small demon realm have been destroyed, and the entire small demon realm is gone, but, mother ***, there's not even a drop of demonic chi left. Chapter 576. The moment he said that, the hall fell into a dead silence. The expressions of the surrounding demon gods instantly became strange. Why did things seem to be getting weirder and weirder? First, all the demon clans above small demon domain were annihilated. Then, the entire small demon domain disappeared. Now, even the residual demon chi after the battle had been cleaned up. Your Majesty, it seems, the one who attacked small demon domain should be someone who knows our demon clan very well. Demon god Ching Mo got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at the hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that our demon clan can conduct demon chi from the residual demon chi and obtain information to annihilate the people in small demon domain. He must be very meticulous to think of this. Around them, the demon gods in the demon hall also nodded in agreement. However, the instigator of all this was completely unaware. What evil intentions could the ancestral master have? He just didn't want to waste any demon chi. After all, according to Ning Tian, wasting demon chi was shameful. A low voice came from the black fog. Could it be, was it really those people? To be able to wipe out all the demon chi, it was enough to show that the person who attacked small demon domain must be someone who knew the demon clan well. What are those fellows from the ancient god cloud atlas of heaven and earth trying to do? The demonic figure in the black fog seemed to frown. Could it be, just because he had rejected their cooperation, they wanted to take revenge? The ancient god cloud atlas of heaven and earth, if I find out that it's you, then this grudge will be completely formed. A soft voice came from the black fog. This matter, continue to investigate. Don't let go of any clues. The voice fell. The demon gods in the demon hall trembled and nodded heavily. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, how are the preparations for the Big Dipper star domain in 3 months? Your Majesty, everything is ready. We will definitely succeed. Demon god Ching Mo said very seriously. That thing can only fall into the hands of our demon clan. If we have that thing, our demon clan's first demon clan may be able to escape from that place of imprisonment. The voice in the black fog made the entire demon hall fall into a frenzy. The first demon clan's first demon. And within these few days, the news of the disappearance of the entire small devil region had also spread to the surroundings of the small devil region. When they saw that the entire small devil region was gone, many cultivators were dumbfounded. Did the entire small devil region move? Moving house was one thing, but even the land was taken away. After a long time had passed, a voice was heard saying that the little devil domain had been swallowed by an enormous lion monstrous beast. However, not a single person believed such absurd words. What a joke. That was a domain. How could a mere demonic lion swallow an entire region? The disappearance of the small demon realm had also become a mystery. Dao domain. The void ship tore through the void and appeared in this world. You're finally back. Ning Tian breathed a sigh of relief. After a few days of trekking, he had finally rushed back to the precept domain from the small demon realm. He looked at the flame-sealing Lion King, who was wearing a straw hat and burping, and ordered, "Shuo Tian, control the void ship and prepare to land." Roar, the flame-sealing Lion King roared. After swallowing the small demon realm, its burping had not stopped, and its body had also gained some demonic aura. It was very obvious that whatever it ate, it would nourish it. This made Ning Tian want to give it a few brains to nourish its brain. But after thinking about it, he decided that since it would be deducted by the system anyway, there was no need to do something so superfluous. The void ship broke through the void and slowly landed on the ground of the precept domain. After being ruled by the demon clan of the small demon realm for many years, the land of the precept domain had almost been eroded by the demonic aura, showing a kind of black color. After the last battle, the precept domain was even more in a mess. But no matter what, the precept domain had been taken back in the end. Husband. When Ning Tian came down from the void ship, he saw two beautiful figures walking over. And from the slightly stronger aura on their bodies, it could be seen that the two women had made a breakthrough. After all, in terms of talent, the two women were not necessarily inferior to Ning Tian. The small demon realm is gone. As for the precept domain, how is it? Ning Tian looked at Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro and asked. The people of the precept domain are still in a state of deep sleep. Although their souls were saved by Bai Liu, their vitality is still a little weak. The wolf blood demon god and the other two have already returned to the demon god domain. As for demon god 9 Phoenix, Luo Wuqing was halfway through her words when her beautiful eyes looked to the side. The others also looked over. They saw that demon god 9 Phoenix was already facing Dao god reincarnation. Seeing this, the three of them could not help but smile knowingly. By the way, wife, in 2 months, let's go to the heavenly palace. Ning Tian looked at the two women and briefly explained the matter. The heavenly palace? Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro were both taken aback. Yes. Does this count as meeting the parents? Ning Tian held the two women in his arms. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smirk. Hearing this, the two women, who did not feel anything at first, were at a loss. Haha, don't panic. As the saying goes, a stinky wife will meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. Ning Tian laughed. You're the ugly one. This sentence immediately made Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro roll their eyes. After going to the heavenly palace, it's time to improve my strength. Ning Tian chuckled, a glint flashing in his eyes, but his expression became calm. Hearing this, the two women seemed to understand and nodded quietly. As long as he improved his strength, he could fulfill the promise he made and bring Bai Liu back from the Earth Spirit domain. But fortunately, with the existence of the twig, Ning Tian still had a lot of time. By the way, how's the thing I asked you to do? Did you find anything in the precept domain? Ning Tian looked at the two women. Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. Haha, and it's not a small discovery. Su Yuyaro giggled and added. Oh. Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes flickered. Then let's go and take a look later. Then. He let go of the two women and walked toward the two figures who were hugging each other not far away. Ahem, there was a dry cough. Suddenly, Dao God Reincarnation and Demon God Ju Feng, who were hugging each other, immediately separated as if they had been electrocuted. Old Dao, you're not very thick-skinned. If you want to hug, just do it. Ning Tian looked at Dao God Reincarnation teasingly. Brat, do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Dao God Reincarnation blushed and glared at Ning Tian. No, I'm not being shameless. I'm just being shameless, Ning Tian said with a straight face. Dao God Reincarnation, Demon God Ju Feng, this was the first time they had seen someone use the word shameless so blatantly. Indeed, shameless. This is the core of life, condensed by the law of life. Put this at the center of the precept domain and activate the spirit chi for it. It can revive the vitality of the precept domain that has been corroded by the demonic qi. The people in your precept domain can also wake up sooner. Ning Tian didn't talk nonsense. He looked at the two of them and opened his palm. A ball of green energy that kept spinning appeared in his hand. Author's words, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Although it hasn't been 7 days, I'll update in advance. Thank you for your support. Now, silver notes are very important to me. I care about this result. Give me a few votes. Thank you. I'll update as usual. Chapter 577. This is the core of life. Looking at the green spinning energy in Ning Tian's hand and feeling the rich vitality in it, Tao God Reincarnation and Demon God Nine Phoenix couldn't help but be moved. A glimmer of light flashed in their eyes. Yes. With the core of life, your precept domain will return to its peak one day. Ning Tian nodded slightly and then handed the core of life over. Looking at the core of life in his hand, Tao God Reincarnation's expression was solemn. He didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, thousands of words were not as good as a thank you. Thank you, Ning Tian. It's okay. Ning Tian waved his hand slightly. Tao God Reincarnation was now on the same side as him. If his precept domain became stronger, it also meant that his force would become stronger. This was something he was happy to see. Thank you. My precept domain will never forget such a great kindness. Tao God Reincarnation didn't say too much and thanked him again. However, he naturally understood Ning Tian's intention, and his words also expressed his meaning. He would never forget it. Okay. Ning Tian chuckled. Smart people often didn't need to say too much to reach a consensus. Then, he patted Tao God Reincarnation's shoulder. Tao God Reincarnation, bury this core of life in the center of your precept domain. After activating the spirit energy, don't worry about him. Understood. Tao God Reincarnation put away the core of life. After that, you can enjoy some alone time with Senior 9 Phoenix. If your body can't take it, I still have some good medicine here. Since we know each other, I'll give you a discount on the original price of 30 million yuan. It's not expensive at all. Ning Tian's lips curled into a teasing smile as he looked at the two of them. Yes, I know. Brat, what are you talking about? Also, you brat, you sold it to me for 300 million for 30 million. Are you kidding me? Tao God Reincarnation nodded subconsciously, but he quickly reacted. His old face couldn't help but blush as he glared at Ning Tian. Demon God Nine Phoenix, who was beside him, was also a little embarrassed. Ahaha. How did you know? Ning Tian laughed and teased him again. Then, under the gaze of Ning Tian and the other two, Reincarnation Tao God brought Demon God Nine Phoenix to the center of Precept Dominion. This old man looks like a weakling. Ning Tian couldn't help but say as he watched the two leave. Oh, don't tell me you're not afraid, hubby. Su Yuyaro couldn't help but giggle and lick her red lips. Her coquettish eyes fell on Ning Tian, full of provocation. Provoking your husband is an additional crime. Ning Tian rubbed his chin and a smile appeared on his face as he silently noted it down. It seemed that this concubine needed to be disciplined. Let's go. Honey, lead the way. It's time for us to get down to business. Ning Tian stretched and looked at the two girls with a smile. Don't misunderstand, he was talking about the most serious matter. Luo Wuqing's expression was calm and her face was slightly cold as she nodded slightly. Hubby, come with me. Dozens of minutes later. In a canyon of Precept Dominion, the place was barren and filled with demonic fog. When the three of them stepped into the place, they could hear a strange whistling sound coming from the deepest part. Hubby, this is the strange place we found. Luo Wuqing pointed her finger and a flame spiritual energy tore the demonic fog in front of them apart. A path that led to the deepest part appeared. There are signs of excavation here. If I'm not mistaken, the entire canyon should have been excavated. Ning Tian frowned slightly as he looked around the canyon and said slowly. Haha, you guessed right. Su Yuyaro nodded with a smile. According to Wuqing and my deduction, this place should have been excavated by Demon God Scarlet Flame with the demon army. However, just as they dug out the canyon, Tao God reincarnation attacked before we could check it out. If that's the case, we're lucky. Let's go. Ning Tian chuckled and took the lead to walk towards the path. The two ladies followed closely behind. The three of them rushed into the canyon below and the demonic fog couldn't get close to the three of them. The path led directly to the core of the canyon. The deeper they went, the thicker the demonic fog. At first, the two ladies could still disperse the demonic fog with spiritual energy and demonic aura. However, in the deepest part, the density of the demonic aura exceeded the range that the two ladies could disperse. Fortunately, with Ning Tian around, the demonic aura couldn't hinder them too much. Soon, the three of them entered the core of the canyon. The surrounding dark demonic aura turned into a demonic sea and shrouded the surroundings with a terrifying demonic aura pressure. At the center, there was a piece of land. When Ning Tian and the two of them stepped in, the surrounding demonic sea instantly rioted and rushed towards Ning Tian and the two ladies. At the same time, the demonic aura on Ning Tian's body surged and he said faintly, "Get lost." Boom. At that moment, the surrounding demonic aura was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. It was frightened by the demonic aura on Ning Tian's body and fled in all directions. It seemed as fierce as a tiger, but it was actually a coward. After all, after absorbing the remaining demonic aura of the small demon domain a few days ago, the heart of the demon clan had been upgraded. Ordinary demonic aura pressure was ineffective against Ning Tian. Let's go. With one word, Ning Tian dispersed the surrounding demonic aura. After saying that casually, he led the two ladies towards the land in the middle of the demonic sea. It seemed as if all the mysteries were hidden there. Husband, look. When the three of them entered the core of the canyon, Luo Wuqing soon discovered something. Her beautiful eyes looked at a certain place with a dignified look in them. Hearing that, Ning Tian and Su Yuyaro also looked over. They saw, in front of the three of them, a black beam of light emerged. Upon closer inspection, one could see that there was an unknown object floating in the beam of light. Vaguely, the surrounding demonic aura seemed to be emanating from this unknown object. That is. Su Yuyaro frowned, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. Let's go over and take a look. Ning Tian raised his brows and casually said. After that, he walked towards the black beam of light. The two ladies followed closely behind. They walked to the front of the beam of light. Only then did the three of them see the general appearance of the unknown object in the beam of light. It was a fist-sized square demonic seal. The surrounding demonic aura was coming from this demonic seal. What a strong demonic aura. Even Ning Tian couldn't help but sigh at the demonic aura emanating from the demonic seal in the pitch-black beam of light. He didn't expect to find such a strong demonic aura in such a place. It seemed that this demonic seal was fated to be with him. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and a ball of demonic aura emerged from his arm. He reached out and grabbed the demonic seal. But at that moment. Chapter 578. Boom. There seemed to be a roar coming from his body, and a gust of demonic aura flowed out. Sensing the change, Ning Tian frowned and stopped what he was doing. That commotion just now was the pagoda demon tower. Soon after, with a trace of doubt, he flipped his hand and the palm-sized Buddha demon pagoda appeared on his palm. At this moment, the Buddha demon pagoda was emitting a pitch-black flickering luster that was somewhat different from before. Husband, look at the demonic seal. At this moment, Luo Wuqing's voice sounded. Ning Tian raised her eyes to look. He saw that the demonic seal, which had been motionless earlier, was also emitting a pitch-black glow, one bright and one dark, corresponding to the Buddha demon tower. This, at this moment, Ning Tian understood. The Buddha demon pagoda and the devil seal had an extremely deep relationship. Their bodies contained the power of the same origin. Phew, there is a great opportunity. Ning Tian heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, a glint flashed in his eyes. He activated the heart of the demon and used a large amount of demonic qi to control the Buddha demon pagoda. He controlled the pagoda to slowly move towards the demon seal. Buzz. Buzz buzz. There was an excited buzzing sound coming from the Buddha demon tower. Clearly, the tower spirit was moving. At first, Ning Tian thought that the Buddha Demon Tower was just a divine artifact. But now, he changed his mind. The Buddha Demon Tower was not just a divine artifact. It was a supra-divine artifact, or even more. The Buddha Demon Tower moved slowly, and the demonic seal in the pitch-black light beam was attracted to it. The light beam became wavering. The demonic aura in the surroundings became a sea of demonic aura, and it began to boil. The two women at the side also quietly circulated their spiritual energy, guarding Ning Tian. As time passed, the Buddha Demon Tower and the demonic seal were already stuck together. It's joined. Su Yueyao's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said something that made people daydream. Phew, seeing this, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief. He was even more certain of the connection between the Buddha Demon Tower and the demonic seal. At this moment, the demonic seal was almost stuck to the Buddha Demon Tower. Let me see what this demonic seal is. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to reach out his hand to check, a terrifying demonic aura from the Buddha Demon Tower exploded. Boom! The demonic aura suddenly. At this moment, the two women, who were already prepared, immediately, they circulated their spiritual energy and stood in front of Ning Tian. Boom! Even so, the three was the demonic aura was the demonic seal was the demonic seal. The moment they stabilized themselves, the three of them immediately looked at the terrifying demon chi in front of them. Husband, the seal to the demon tower, Luo the demon tower. Luo Wuqing's pretty face turned slightly cold. Her cold eyes looked at the chaotic demonic chi in front of her. When she saw it clearly, she could not help but frown. Yes, I see it. Ning Tian's gaze fell on the demonic aura, and the corners of his mouth curled up. I want to see what this demonic seal is up to. Honey, step back. Okay. The two women stepped back, but the spiritual energy on their bodies did not dissipate. As long as there was a trace of something wrong, the two women would make a move. Phew, you want to stop me with just this level of demonic aura? Ning Tian chuckled. The heart of the demon in his Dantian small world shook, and a huge amount of demonic aura flowed out of his body. The heart of the demon has provided an even more powerful demonic aura. Back off, for me. Demonic chi swirled around Ning Tian's arm. She lifted her hand and gently pressed it down. The originally frightening demonic chi in front of her slowly dissipated at this moment. The Buddha Demon Pagoda also returned to normal. However, the demonic seal was gone. Did he enter the Buddha Demon Tower? No, he actually went to the second level. Ning Tian frowned and checked. He saw that the demonic seal had entered the second level of the Buddha Demon Tower, which had just opened. Since the last time the second level was opened, he had not had time to check it out. I'll take this opportunity to check the second level. Ning Tian made up her mind. She looked at the two women beside her and instructed them. Honey, little wife, you two protect me. I'll go to the second level of the Buddha Demon Tower to check it out. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly with a calm expression. Hee, honey, don't worry. I promise to take good care of your body. Su Yuyaro giggled, and her beautiful eyes stared at Ning Tian. This was one of the disadvantages of the fox demon transformation. That was, unsatisfied desire. Okay, then I'll go. Ning Tian was not worried that Su Yuyaro would do anything. After all, his first wife was watching from the side. Even if she did, so be it. After all, it was not a loss to be taken advantage of by his little wife. At most, he would take it back when the time came. He sat cross-legged, and with a thought, he rushed into the Buddha Demon Tower. The Buddha Demon Tower. Ning Tian's consciousness came to the second level. The surroundings were not as dark as the first level. Instead, it was a simple space inside the tower. However, there were some ancient runes on the walls. This is... Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and was about to walk over. The demonic seal suddenly appeared in the middle of the second level. So it's here, Ning Tian murmured, then looked at the demonic seal and said indifferently, stand here and don't move. Let me think of a way to control you gracefully. Demonic seal. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying demonic aura came from the demonic seal and attacked Ning Tian. Slap. However, the moment the demonic seal appeared, a pair of giant hands made of demonic aura slapped it to the ground, directly suppressing it on the ground of the second level. The demonic seal was slapped back by Ning Tian. What was there to say? I told you to stay where you are and don't move. You want me to use violence? Ning Tian said helplessly, and the demonic aura around him firmly pressed the demonic seal to the ground. The ancestral master only wanted to use an elegant way to solve the problem. He liked to persuade people with reason. Now, he was forcing him to use violence. Oh, right. He forgot to mention it. He had just called the move to suppress the demonic seal reason. It was the true use of reason to persuade people. The ancestral master had always been honest. Let me see what you are. Ning Tian said indifferently, then walked toward the demonic seal. His consciousness quickly flowed over the demonic seal, and soon, he understood the origin of this demonic seal. An item on the second level of the Buddha Demon Tower, a fiend god seal, an unknown item. It was originally one with the Buddha Demon Tower. However, it was separated from the second level due to the dark turmoil. Wait, dark turmoil? When Ning Tian's consciousness flashed, he quickly learned some information. However, his expression soon became interesting. Dark turmoil. This Buddha Demon Tower was a product of that time. Author's words, there is still one more update in the afternoon. I will sleep first. Chapter 579. Is it, the dark turmoil again? A glint flashed across Ning Tian's eyes. She withdrew her divine sense from the celestial demon seal and looked at the Buddha Demon Pagoda. She said indifferently, Pagoda spirit, since we're working together, there must be some things that you have to drag out, right? Otherwise, then don't blame me for being merciless and tearing down this Buddha Demon Pagoda. After all, there must be someone who will help me with the tearing down of the word. As soon as he finished speaking, the second level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda was silent. After a long time, buzz buzz. A buzzing sound rang out. A consciousness flowed into Ning Tian's mind. This was the pagoda spirit of the Buddha Demon Pagoda. It was different from Bai Liu. It was a true weapon spirit. This also meant that the Buddha Demon Pagoda's level was definitely not low. Oh, I see. After absorbing the information transmitted by the pagoda spirit, Ning Tian understood a little. This Buddha Demon Pagoda was indeed something that existed during the dark turmoil. The 12 seals of the Buddha Demon Pagoda were also related to the dark turmoil. Every level was somehow related to the dark turmoil. No wonder, why do I feel that some of the incantations on the walls of the pagoda are familiar? Ning Tian muttered to himself as he looked at the strange incantations on the walls. He knew about them from the information transmitted by the pagoda spirit. These incantations could be activated by the fiend god seal. The incantations on the walls of the pagoda were the ancient incantations left on his body when he used the fiend god seal for the first time when he unlocked the first level. Chapter 332, Cold Poison Seal, Blazing Fire Seal. There are so many seal techniques carved on the walls of the pagoda. Looking at the second level of the pagoda, Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a glint. After unlocking the second level, he would obtain the fiend god seal and all kinds of seal techniques. There are 2 months left. Before I head to the Heavenly Palace, I should try to master a few of the stronger seal techniques. Ning Tian's consciousness moved. After making up his mind, he exited the second level of the Buddha Demon Pagoda. Outside, Luo Wuqing grabbed Su Yuiao's foxtail with one hand, not letting this woman get close to Ning Tian. This woman was too crazy, and Su Yuiao could only watch helplessly. What are you guys doing? When Ning Tian's consciousness returned to his body and saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Husband, are you done? Luo Wuqing didn't explain anything. He grabbed the soft foxtail with one hand and looked up at Ning Tian. Yes, it's settled. Ning Tian smiled and nodded. He then looked at the 2 women and said slowly, there are still 2 months before I go to the Heavenly Palace. I plan to cultivate well in these 2 months. What are your plans? 2 months. Luo Wuqing pondered for a moment and then said softly, then I will cultivate with my husband. Hihi, is this proper cultivation? Su Yuiao giggled. Her bell-like laughter was very seductive. Her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian and she giggled. Oh! The corners of Ning Tian's mouth lifted slightly. Then, he pulled her soft body into his embrace and lowered his head to look at her. He chuckled softly and said, "Little wife, you've been acting strange recently. You've been acting both serious and super serious. Do you want to come?" "Hee, come." Su Yuyaro winked at Ning Tian. She couldn't be blamed. She had a half-demon body and had the blood of seduction. It was inevitable that she would take the initiative in some things. Moreover, doing proper things would improve her and Ning Tian's cultivation a little. "Then let's go." Ning Tian laughed and then pulled the two women into the void. Just as he was about to step in, he suddenly thought of something. He looked at the surrounding demonic aura and murmured, "This demonic aura can't be wasted." Then, he waved his hand and all the demonic aura came to him. There was not a trace of demonic aura left in the entire canyon. It's shameful to waste it. Not a single drop can be left. After doing all this, Ning Tian clapped his hands in satisfaction. Oh! Not a single drop can be left. Su Yuyaro put her finger on her red lips. Her beautiful eyes sparkled and her pair of fox ears swayed. No driving. Luo Wuqing grabbed her fox tail and rolled his eyes at her. A burst of bell-like laughter resounded throughout the canyon. "Okay, everything is done. Let's go cultivate." Ning Tian grabbed the two women's hands again and stepped into the void in front of him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. This time, the cultivation would last for 2 months. Without the support of demonic aura, the canyon collapsed and turned into ruins. It was Ning Tian's spirit of not wasting that caused the canyon to collapse. It also stunned the people who came to investigate the Cloud Atlas of Heaven and Earth collection. The Divine Dominion. In an unknown place. The sky and earth were blood-red, and there was a high temperature. The spiritual energy here was extremely scarce, as if there was a terrifying pressure of heaven and earth. A few figures appeared in this world, as if they were attacking something. Boom! A rumbling sound rang out. Then, a strange creature with a strange shape was smashed into pieces by a punch. Huff! Why are there more and more of these void beasts? Yi Wuyo frowned and shook his fist. There was a trace of doubt in his words. "I think the seal has loosened." Wen Qing hugged her peeper. The sound god attack made the so-called void beasts in the surroundings not dare to approach at all. "Seal." Yi Wuyo sighed. "Ha ha ha. It's just a void beast. It's just right for me to practice my fists. If one comes, I'll destroy one. If two come, I'll destroy both." Pei Hu laughed. It was very difficult to have a chance to fight in the divine realm. Now that he was in an unknown place, he could do whatever he wanted without worrying about any consequences. The seal has loosened. Master seems to have gone to the Earth Spirit world to ask that person in the Earth Spirit world to take action. However, that person in the Earth Spirit world doesn't seem to plan on taking action, Mu Xianqing said softly with a frown. That's normal. The Earth Spirit world doesn't belong to the divine realm or the 9 regions. It's normal for them not to take action. In short, let's deal with these void beasts that have come out of the seal first. In 2 months, little junior brother and 2 sisters-in-law will come to the heavenly palace. As for the matter in 3 months, we still need little junior brother to do it. Yi Shuang looked at the people from the heavenly palace and said lightly, "Oh, in 3 months. I'm really looking forward to little junior brother's performance in 3 months. Will he amaze those mighty figures in the divine realm?" "Ha ha." Pei Hu laughed, his words full of anticipation. The 9 supremes of the heavenly palace were also looking forward to it. In anticipation, they faced those void beasts. Time flew. 2 months later. Precept domain. With the life force provided by the core of life, the entire precept domain had regained its vitality. Many of the people in the precept domain had gradually recovered. Everything was exuding vitality. At this moment, in the void ship hidden in the void of the precept domain, the 3 cultivators seemed to be nearing the end of their cultivation. Author's words, a reader pointed out a mistake earlier. Ning Tian has already broken through to 5-star ancestor god. That means he is now 6-star ancestor god. I made a mistake. Sorry, I have to clarify it. Chapter 580. The void ship stopped in the precept domain. In the room. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt a little tired. Today, the 2 months of bitter cultivation had finally come to an end. These 2 women are really ruthless. 9 out of 10 spiritual Cs have been drained. Feeling the weakness in his body, Ning Tian's mouth twitched. He sighed helplessly. Through these 2 months of cultivation, he had finally fed the 2 women. In these 2 months, he had been trying to open a new spiritual sea. Only by exhausting the old spiritual seas could he stimulate his potential and open a new spiritual sea. In these 2 months, he could only exhaust a little bit of his spiritual seas by fighting with the 2 women. Therefore, he had to find another way to transfer his spiritual seas to the 2 women. However, he did not expect the 2 women to be so ruthless. 9 out of 10 spiritual seas had been drained. However, finally, there was an opportunity. Phew, Ning Tian heaved a sigh of relief again and glanced at the 2 women beside him. At the side, Luo Wuqing had changed into the familiar blue and white dress. A ball of blazing heavenly flame covered her delicate body. Her aura was slowly rising. Beside him, although Su Yuyara was naked, her 9 furry fox tails covered her flawless body. While she was cultivating, her pair of playful fox ears swayed back and forth, making her look extremely adorable. Looking at the 2 women's irresistible aura, it was obvious that they were about to break through again. The 2 women were blessed by the heavens. It was not strange for them to break through 1 star in 2 months. On the other hand, Ning Tian did not show any signs of breaking through in these 2 months. He was still at the 6-star ancestor god realm. After all, although his physique was stronger than the 2 women and he had cheats, his cultivation speed was not as fast as the 2 women. Because, if he wanted to break through, he had to fill up his spiritual seas. One had to know, how big was the ancestral master's spiritual sea? What was even more ridiculous was, Ning Tian even wanted to open another spiritual sea. According to a certain saying, the more spiritual seas one had, the more possibilities one could have, and one could fight above one's level. That's right. Ning Tian didn't even think about beating up an opponent of the same level. He only wanted to beat up an opponent stronger than him. Let's begin then. The 11th Spirit Sea, or should I say, is there a Spirit Sea Dao among the 3,000 Great Daos? If not, can I create one myself? Ning Tian stroked his chin as a bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. Anyway, let's give it a try. Ning Tian's eyes gleamed as he activated the Heavenly God record and started cultivating. Maybe, there is a way, at this very moment. Dao Domain. Reincarnation Dao God stood at the peak of the precept domain and looked at the entire precept domain with satisfaction. He couldn't help but sigh. In these 2 months, with the existence of Ning Tian's core of life, the precept domain's spiritual chi has gradually recovered. Yes, the ancestral master's methods are very strong. Beside him, demon god 9 Phoenix smiled at Dao God reincarnation. 9 Phoenix, it's all thanks to you for gathering your clan members to help me rebuild my precept domain. Dao God reincarnation hugged demon god 9 Phoenix in his arms and chuckled. In these 2 months, his life force had also recovered. Although he couldn't recover his previous youthful appearance, he was at least middle-aged and no longer had a head of white hair. This is what I owe you. Demon god 9 Phoenix didn't say much and only shook his head slightly. Hearing that, Dao God reincarnation sighed. Clan leader, senior Dao God, the reconstruction of the precept domain is almost complete. At this moment, a beautiful figure flew over. It was Demon King Phoenix Feather who had appeared at the Peak of Demons previously. She bowed to the 2 of them. Yes, it's been hard on you, Phoenix Feather. Demon God 9 Phoenix nodded slightly. Clan leader, senior Dao God, where's the ancestral master? The beautiful eyes of the Phoenix Feather Demon King landed on the both of them, filled with curiosity. That day, the might of the Founder Master had truly piqued the curiosity of this Demon King. How could a human be able to control demonic chi and be so strong? Ancestral Master? Hearing that, the 2 of them raised their eyebrows. If it's Ning Tian, He should be cultivating somewhere in the precept domain. After all, his mascot is in the precept domain. Tao God Reincarnation pondered for a moment and then said with a hint of uncertainty in his tone, "Mascot? Is that a little lion? Where is it?" Demon King Phoenix Feather frowned. "Under your feet." Tao God Reincarnation said lightly. "Under your feet." Demon King Phoenix Feather was stunned. Then, as if she had thought of something, her pretty face instantly changed. Only then did she realize that she had been hearing a muffled sound like thunder. It turned out that the sound was the Lion King's snoring. The so-called peak of the precept domain was only the Lion King after it had enlarged. Ever since the Lion King swallowed the entire small demon region, it had fallen into a deep sleep and its body had undergone some changes. It can actually become so big. Wait, recently, there was a rumor that a little lion had swallowed the small demon region of the demon race. Could it be the ancestral master's mascot? Demon King Phoenix Feather's expression became a little rich. A pair of doubtful eyes landed on Tao God Reincarnation and Demon God 9 Phoenix. "You see through it but don't say it." Tao God Reincarnation chuckled. Hiss, at this moment, Demon King Phoenix Feather was in a mess. Haha, with this spiritual energy, it will be much easier to restore the precept domain. Tao God Reincarnation ignored Demon King Phoenix Feather. He looked at the entire precept domain and couldn't help but laugh in relief. Boom. But at this moment, there was a series of rumbles in the sky. Huh! Tao God Reincarnation and the others were stunned. Looking at the rumbles in the sky and the appearance of dark clouds, Tao God Reincarnation's gaze turned solemn. Could it be that some almighty existence was about to descend upon the precept domain? Boom. And at this moment, there seemed to be a huge suction force erupting in the sky. The spiritual energy that had just recovered in the precept domain was all sucked in at this moment. Tao God Reincarnation? Seeing this scene, old Tao was dumbfounded. He had just been relieved that the spiritual energy in the precept domain had recovered, but it was going to be taken away in the next second. "You're going too far. You're going too far." A hint of anger flashed in Tao God Reincarnation's eyes. An extremely huge aura appeared in his body at this moment. It seemed like he was going to attack if there was a disagreement. "Old Tao, let me borrow the spiritual energy in your precept domain." But at this moment, there was a hearty laugh in the sky. "Huh! Ning Tian, it's you." Tao God Reincarnation was stunned. The aura on his body dissipated and he immediately lost his temper. "Ning Tian, what are you doing?" "Nothing. I'm just borrowing some spiritual energy in your precept domain to open a new spirit sea." Ning Tian's casual voice sounded. "Spirit sea? Then you can use it." Hearing this, Tao God Reincarnation heaved a sigh of relief. It was just a spirit sea, how much spiritual energy could it use? Chapter 581. Alright, don't worry. I will only use 100 million points of spiritual energy. As soon as Tao God Reincarnation said that, Ning Tian's voice was heard from the void. Then, it reverberated throughout the entire precept domain. Instantly, many Gen family members who had recovered from the precept domain looked up. A little. Hearing that, Tao God Reincarnation nodded. He didn't realize the severity of the problem at all. But soon, he creased his eyebrows and noticed that something was wrong. When he was fighting with Fiery Demon God, there was no more spiritual energy. It seemed that Ning Tian had given him a spirit sea. The spirit sea was huge and he could use it freely. Moreover, it seemed that it was only this kid's smallest spirit sea. If that's the case, this kid didn't just use a little bit of spiritual energy to open his spirit sea, but 100 million points of spiritual energy. At that moment, Tao God Reincarnation finally realized the severity of the problem. Boom. At that very moment, there was a huge suction force. Then, all the spiritual energy above the precept domain was sucked over. What's going on? There's no more spiritual energy above the precept domain. Could it be the person who saved us that Tao God said did it? To be able to absorb such a huge amount of spiritual energy, what is he trying to do? At that moment, on the precept domain, The Gen family members who had just recovered from the precept domain were shocked. Although they hadn't seen Ning Tian before, they had heard from Tao God Reincarnation that Ning Tian had helped the precept domain. Naturally, they were grateful. At the sight of that, they were even more in awe of their savior whom they had never met before. This kid, Tao God Reincarnation's face darkened and the corner of his mouth twitched. He suddenly recalled that he had used Ning Tian's spiritual energy without restraint. Now, Ning Tian had taken away all the spiritual energy that had just recovered from the precept domain. This, you might have made a small profit, but Grandmaster would never make a loss. Boom. In the sky, all the spiritual energy gathered. The vigorous spiritual energy gathered into a spirit sea that was neither big nor small. At this very moment, on the void battleship, Ning Tian was sitting cross-legged on the deck, absorbing the spirit sea that was continuously gathering in his precept domain. What he needed to do was to absorb the spirit sea and transform it into his 11th spirit sea, absorbing spiritual energy, opening the 11th spirit sea. In his mind, the system's voice continued to ring out as Ning Tian's spiritual sea continued to expand. 10 minutes later, Tao God Reincarnation and the other members of the Tao domain watched as the spirit chi dissipated bit by bit. They couldn't help but smile helplessly. As expected of their ancestral master, he could absorb such a huge amount of spirit chi in less than 10 minutes. Although the precept domain spirit chi had just recovered, it was still a domain after all. The spirit chi was very impressive. However, it had only been 10 minutes, and Ning Tian had already absorbed all of it. This was truly a little inconceivable. What a pity, this amount of spiritual chi is not enough for me to open a spiritual sea. However, at this moment, a sigh sounded from the void and resounded throughout the entire precept domain. This bit of spiritual energy. Hearing this, the expressions of the people from the Tao domain were extremely interesting. The F***CK? This is also called a bit of spiritual energy. If anyone else were to absorb this amount of spirit chi, they might explode, right? The ancestral master actually said that this amount of spirit chi was not enough for him to open a spiritual sea. This kid, Tao God Reincarnation couldn't help but laugh bitterly. At this moment, on the deck of the void ship, Ning Tian was indeed telling the truth. This amount of spirit chi was really not enough for him to open a spiritual sea. Feeling the lack of spirit sea in his body, Ning Tian frowned and muttered, "It would be great if I could make a trip to the middle state region. The spirit chi there should be enough for me to open a spiritual sea." The middle state region was in danger. You shocked Tao God Reincarnation. You shocked Demon God 9 Phoenix. You shocked Demon God Phoenix. You shocked everyone in the Gen family of the Tao domain. Reward, Key of Spirit Chi. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Ning Tian's mind. Key of Spirit Chi? Hearing this, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and was a little curious. Key of Spirit Chi. After obtaining this item, the host can produce a huge amount of spirit chi on his own. In other words, it is the spirit sea path. Oh, spirit sea path? Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. The system knew him well. Cultivators could absorb spirit chi, but they couldn't produce spirit chi on their own. In that case, he didn't have to absorb spirit chi from other regions. The crisis of the middle state region was resolved. Let me see how much spirit chi the key of spirit chi can produce. Ning Tian muttered. Then, he silently activated the key of spirit chi in his body. Key of spirit chi, activate. Boom. Almost instantly, a loud explosion erupted from the void, followed by a huge amount of spirit chi erupting from the sky. All of a sudden, the entire Tao domain trembled. That aura swept through the entire Tao domain, and all the buildings that had just been built collapsed in an instant. Tao God Reincarnation was speechless. Demon God 9 Phoenix was speechless. Demon King Phoenix Feather was speechless. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't know what had happened. 9 Phoenix. I might have to ask your clansmen to help rebuild it again. I forgot that this kid's cultivation will cause real damage to the surrounding buildings. I miscalculated, Tao God Reincarnation said with a dark face. He remembered that it was in the tomb in the peaceful ocean. After Ning Tian finished his cultivation, the tomb was in a mess. Okay, Demon God 9 Phoenix nodded helplessly. Roar! As if sensing the aura of the house being demolished, a sleeping lion cub quietly woke up. Raw grass. Ancestral Master demolished the house and didn't call Master Lion. The reason for all of this was because Ning Tian had activated the key of Spirit Qi. The moment he activated it, the Spirit Qi in his body directly increased, turning into a huge aura that erupted from his body. System, isn't the speed of Spirit Qi production a little too fast? The corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. The huge burst of Spirit Qi just now was much more than the Spirit Qi of the entire precept domain that had just recovered. The speed at which the key of Spirit Qi produces Spirit Qi depends on the size of the host's Spirit Qi. In other words, the more Spirit Qi one has, the faster the speed of production. However, it will be limited by the host's strength. The system explained. Is there a limit? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. He did feel the limit now. If it depends on one's strength and Spirit Qi, then I still have to absorb more Spirit Qi. The middle state region was in danger again. Forget it. Let's condense the Spirit Qi first. Ning Tian condensed the Spirit Qi again. With the Spirit Qi just now, it was enough to condense the 11th Spirit Qi. Another 10 minutes later, the people of the precept domain only heard a roar above their heads. A huge Spirit Qi condensed above their heads. Phew, I've finally condensed the 11th Spirit Qi. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. A sigh sounded in everyone's ears. I at %yuan hash, hearing this, the people of the precept domain were speechless. Listen, is this human language? Unfortunately, they didn't know that Ning Tian hadn't been a human for a long time. Author's words, as usual, there's one more update. I'll write after I wake up. Chapter 582. In the Void, on the Void Ship. Phew, finally, the condensation is complete. Ning Tian stretched his back and slowly got up from the deck in satisfaction. He could feel the strong spiritual energy surging in his body. The 2 months of bitter cultivation was finally over. Not bad, I'm not weak in the ancestral god realm. I wonder how many stars I can surpass in the heavenly god realm. Forget it. Let's see if my wife and the others are done with their cultivation, Ning Tian muttered to himself as he stroked his chin. Then, he walked toward his room on the void ship. Calculating the time, it was time to head to the heavenly palace. Back in the room, he saw Luo Wuqing was still in the midst of cultivation. Heavenly fire surrounded her delicate body and her beautiful eyes were closed. It seemed that she would not come out of seclusion for a while. If that's the case, I can only let my wife cultivate first. Anyway, we're on the void ship. At worst, we can go directly to the heavenly palace. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian quickly came up with a plan. The first wife is not done yet. Where is the second wife? Ning Tian turned his head. Where is she? However, when he turned around, there was no one. Su Yuyaro, who was supposed to be sitting there, was nowhere to be seen. She was alive. Ning Tian frowned. Suddenly, a fragrant wind blew over. Then, a soft touch pressed against his back. A pair of jade-like hands wrapped around his waist. A soft voice rang in his ear. "Hubby, are you looking for me?" Ning Tian couldn't help but quiver when she heard the soft and numbing voice. "Little wife, are you done with your seclusion?" Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. "Yes, I'm at the ancestral god realm." Su Yuyaro hugged Ning Tian and nodded slightly. 7 stars. So fast. Then how should I give birth to this child? Ning Tian's brain had always been wired in a strange way. Haha. If I want to give birth, I should let Mr. Wuqing give birth first. Su Yuyaro giggled. So, after you finished cultivating, why are you hugging me? Ning Tian turned his head and looked at his little wife seriously. As a serious person, he was naturally very serious. Patriarch only wanted to figure out the thoughts of a concubine. Was that wrong? Yes. Su Yueyao's bell-like laughter carried a trace of ridicule. Ning Tian slowly typed a question mark. "Little wife, you're driving." "Oh, really?" Su Yuyaro giggled with a hint of provocation in her beautiful eyes. She mimicked Ning Tian's serious demeanor and said, I just want to do something more serious, such as communicating in the spirit sea. Communication in the spirit sea? I understand. Ning Tian chuckled and pulled Su Yuyaro into his arms. One day later. Old Dao, we're going to the Heavenly Palace. In the Precept Domain Hall, Ning Tian pulled Su Yuyaro to the side and said slowly to Dao God Reincarnation. As for his first wife, she was still in seclusion on the Void Ship. Okay, come back to the Precept Domain when you have time, or come to me if you need anything. Dao God Reincarnation nodded slightly. Okay, then we'll leave first. Ning Tian chuckled and pulled Su Yuyaro up, while the sealed flame Lion King turned into a small one and followed behind them. Wait. Dao God Reincarnation also got up and stopped him. Huh? What's wrong? Ning Tian frowned and looked at Dao God Reincarnation with a trace of doubt. Come with me, I'll show you something before we leave. Dao God Reincarnation smiled mysteriously and took the lead to walk out of the hall. Seeing the old man's mysterious look, Ning Tian had to follow with Su Yuyaro. He had no idea what the old man was up to. The group left the Precept Domain Hall. They came to a tall mountain. Ning Tian, look over there. Dao God Reincarnation chuckled and pointed at the center of the Precept Domain. The core of life that Ning Tian gave him was buried there. It was because of the core of life that he had the Precept Domain today in just 2 months. Huh? Ning Tian looked over with doubt. Soon, he realized that something was wrong. Hehe, is this my husband's stone statue? Su Yuyaro looked over too. Not far away, there was a 100-meter-tall stone statue standing in the center of the Precept Domain. Judging from its outline, it was not difficult to tell that the original form of the stone statue was Ning Tian himself. Although this stone statue is a little rough, it was only carved by some juniors in the Precept Domain. I hope you don't mind. Dao God Reincarnation chuckled. After he told the people who had awakened the Precept Domain about what Ning Tian had done for the Precept Domain, some juniors spontaneously carved such a stone statue for Ning Tian. It's already very good. Why would I mind? Ning Tian chuckled and shook his head. The juniors in the Precept Domain had just awakened and did not even have much spirit chi. It was already very impressive that they could carve a 100-meter-tall stone statue for him. Suddenly, Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something. Wait for me, he said to the few of them and then took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, he came in front of his stone statue. At that moment, Su Yuyaro, Dao God Reincarnation, and the others were looking at him in confusion. And this scene was witnessed by all the people who had awakened the Precept Domain. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Ning Tian with a trace of respect in their eyes. First of all, thank you for carving this stone statue for me. I quite like it. Ning Tian looked at the countless people in the Precept Domain and said slowly. Hearing this, the juniors who were carving the stone statue were very excited. But, I hope you remember what I'm going to say next. Ning Tian's tone became serious and dignified. Immediately, the breathing of the people in the Precept Domain below became heavier. Those eyes that were looking at Ning Tian became even more fixed. I saved the Precept Domain, but I didn't save you. The one who saved you is a lady named Bai Liu. 1 soul dies, and 10,000 souls live. I hope you won't forget. As soon as these words came out, the surroundings were as silent as death. On the mountain peak not far away, Su Yuyaro, Dao God Reincarnation, and the others also looked solemn. That's right, Ning Tian had only saved the Precept Domain. That was all. The one who saved the people in the Precept Domain was Bai Liu. Remember, you are always the strongest. Even if Old Man Dao is here, he can only protect you for a while, not forever. Looking at the faces of the people in the Precept Domain who rejoiced after surviving a disaster, Ning Tian frowned and said faintly. What appeared on their faces should not be rejoicing after surviving a disaster. Instead, introspection after surviving a disaster. Vigilance. Why was the Precept Domain destroyed previously? It was because they were weak. If they only rejoiced now and did not reflect, they could still be destroyed in the future because they were weak. Ning Tian, hearing this, Tao God reincarnation looked solemn. He naturally understood this principle, but he did not know how to say it. But now, Ning Tian warned the people in the precept domain before leaving. Around them, there was silence. After a long time, the awakened people in the precept domain digested these words. Their hearts trembled as they looked at Ning Tian's figure in the sky. At that moment, the figure seemed to be glowing. You have shocked the people in the precept domain. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Chapter 583. You have shocked the people of the precept domain. Heart of the human race has been activated. Accept faith. Reward host, light of faith. Light of faith, the human race has a trace of reverence for the host. The degree of reverence is affected by the host's strength. The power of faith has returned. When the heart of the human race has gathered all the faith energy, it can release a light of faith that can fight for the host. The duration of the battle is affected by the faith energy. Current level of accumulation of light of faith. 010000. In his mind, the system's voice kept ringing. In the small world of his Dantian, the heart of the human race that had been immersed in it for a long time finally started to beat violently. Countless golden lights that only Ning Tian could see emanated from the people of the precept domain and slowly rushed toward him. The heart of the human race shone with golden light. The heart of the demon race was the demonic aura, the heart of the demon race was the bloodline, and the heart of the human race was the faith. The demonic aura could be seized and the bloodline could be absorbed. However, faith was the most difficult. Faith required reverence from the heart. Coercion was ineffective. Heart of the human race is beating. Detected the power of faith. Light of faith +1. Detected the power of faith. Light of faith +3. Current, 500, 01000, 5000. Seeing the storage of the light of faith, Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. Looking at the awakened people of the precept domain below, he suddenly had an idea. He muttered in his heart, System, since I can regain the light of faith, I can finally use the array of faith that I have not used for a long time, right? Of course. The system's voice faded. Okay. Wait for me to improve it. Your array of faith is too rigid. Ning Tian chuckled and the power of the array appeared in his hands. The system was speechless. At this moment, the system suddenly felt that its host was even more heaven-defying than it was. This was because Ning Tian was modifying the plug-in. After a long time, a dazzling golden light appeared in Ning Tian's hands. It was a tiny array. Phew, I finally succeeded. System, your array of faith is quite easy to modify. I can tell with the array I. The system was speechless. Was he modifying the plug-in? Since the faith formation has been improved, I'll leave it here. Ning Tian looked around and fixed his gaze on the top of the statue's head. The golden light in his hand pressed down gently. Boom. In a split second. Golden light shone. The faith array formation that he had modified could be placed alone without him needing to rely on himself. It could also be used for the cultivation of faith. Even if he left the Tao domain, as long as the array formation remained, he could still absorb the light of faith. After all, there were still some people in the Tao domain that had yet to awaken. This was the energy of the light of faith. How could he let it go just like that? Wow. Patriarch has turned into light. That's not right, it's the stone statues of the patriarchs we carved. They turned into light. Upon seeing this scene of golden light, the awakened subjects of the Tao domain widened their eyes in excitement. Ning Tian stepped into the void and floated around the stone statue as he looked at the group of citizens of the precept domain. This is the faith array formation that I set up. Those who have faith in their hearts, within 1,000 feet of this stone statue, will receive the blessing of spiritual energy and increase their cultivation speed. Faith array formation? Is it really useful? The group of Tao domain children was puzzled. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, the mascot that had turned into a small one roared a few times and grew to a size of 100 meters. The demonic aura circulating around its body wrote 8 lion-shaped words in the air. Patriarch is awesome. Eternal God. A Dao Domain citizen looked at those 8 words and subconsciously read them out loud. Boom. At that moment, a mass of spiritual energy surged out of his body. Following that, his aura continued to soar. Damn it, damn it. I can't take it anymore. Quickly stop. I don't want to become stronger. If I become stronger, how can I restore my strength through dual cultivation? Damn it. Damn it. This was his last bit of stubbornness. The Dao Domain citizen was dumbfounded. His aura continued to break through. In almost the blink of an eye, his strength had recovered by half. The strength of these Dao Domain citizens was sealed because of their soul bodies. Now, with just one sentence of the 8 words, they had recovered half of their previous strength. Seeing this scene, the group of Dao Domain citizens was stunned. Their eyes flashed as they seemed to understand something. Next, countless citizens took a deep breath. Their faces were flushed with excitement as they roared out loud, "Patriarch is awesome! Eternal God!" There was a loud roar. Boom! Boom! They saw, from the golden stone statue, a huge amount of spiritual energy erupted. The aura of the Dao Domain citizens suddenly soared. Damn it, it actually worked. There's nothing more to say. Patriarch is awesome. Bathed in the golden spiritual energy, the Dao Domain citizens were extremely excited. They looked at Ning Tian, who was standing beside the stone statue, as if they were looking at a god. Their hearts trembled. It actually worked. Dao God Reincarnation and Demon God 9 Phoenix looked on and could not help but be shocked. Hihi, Senior Dao God, everything that hubby has done is naturally useful. At the side, Su Yuyaro giggled. Old Dao, do you want to shout a few words too? Maybe it really works. At this moment, Ning Tian's voice sounded in their ears. Everyone looked and found that he had unknowingly arrived beside them. That won't do. I want to save face. Dao God Reincarnation swallowed his saliva. To be honest, he was a little tempted, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Hearing that, Ning Tian spread his hands. What was face? Could it be eaten? You have shocked the Dao Domain citizens. You have shocked Dao God Reincarnation. You have shocked Demon God 9 Phoenix. Reward, Time Scissors. Time Scissors, effect unknown. Not to be told for now. In his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Hearing that, Ning Tian could not help but fall silent. The system was keeping him in suspense again. Forget it. Old Dao, it's about time. We'll be leaving. I look forward to the next time we meet. Your Dao Domain has returned to its peak. Ning Tian looked at Dao God Reincarnation and said sincerely, "Ha ha ha. Then I'll take advantage of your auspicious words, Ning Tian." Dao God Reincarnation chuckled. "It's a long journey. Let's part ways here." Now that the matter of the Dao Domain was settled, the next step was to head to Heaven Palace. As soon as he said that, the void ship appeared. Ning Tian pulled Su Yuyaro and stepped onto the void ship with the flame-sealing Lion King. Soon, under the gaze of the Dao Domain citizens, the void ship slowly disappeared. Phew, that kid is finally gone. Dao God Reincarnation heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the stone statue that was shining with golden light and was eager to try. Ancestral Master is awesome. You will always be a god. There was a loud shout. It came out from Dao God Reincarnation's mouth. Then, his old face turned red. He felt the flow of spirit energy in his body and could not help but feel excited. It's indeed useful. Ha ha, old Dao, of course it's useful. Ha ha ha. Then, at this moment, Ning Tian's teasing voice sounded. Dao God Reincarnation's old face turned red. He was instantly dumbfounded. F***CK. Ning Tian, you brat, why are you still here? If I'm not here, how can I hear you praising me? Haha, I'm leaving. With a loud laugh, the void ship that was hidden in the void finally disappeared. This brat. Dao God Reincarnation smiled helplessly. Then, he looked at the stone statue again. Soon. In the Dao Domain, the Ancestral Master's awesome voice sounded continuously. There are still 2 more updates. Sorry, there are too many things going on at home today. I have to help out. There are still 2 more updates. Readers, don't wait. Wait until tomorrow. Chapter 584. In the Void. A massive, pitch-black battleship streaked through the void. The Heaven Palace was located in the Heaven Domain, and the Heaven Domain was a few days' journey away from the Precept Domain. During these few days, Ning Tian could properly cultivate. Honey, what is the Celestial Domain like? Su Yuyaro sat on the deck while Ning Tian rested his head on her white legs. From time to time, he would touch the soft and fluffy fox tail. Hearing his little wife's question, he couldn't help but smile. The Celestial Domain. The Celestial Domain is about half the size of the Demon God Domain. According to Senior Sister, the Celestial Domain is the highest place in the entire God Domain. Other than a desert, there is nothing else. And the Celestial Palace is the only force in the entire Celestial Domain. There is no one there. No one there. Does that mean the Celestial Domain only has the 9 Supremes of the Celestial Palace? Hearing this, Su Yuyaro couldn't help but feel curious. Even if it was only half the size of the Demon God Domain, it was still a huge domain. How could there be less than 10 people in such a huge domain? Of course. With my senior brother and the others, who would dare to take half a step into the Celestial Domain? Ning Tian spread his hands, indicating that it was normal. What about the Celestial Palace? Su Yuyaro asked again. The Celestial Palace is built on top of a mountain. It is very majestic. It should be dozens of times bigger than the main hall of the Tianmo cult. Ning Tian moved his head to make himself more comfortable. As he spoke, he played with the fluffy fox tail. Haha, then I look forward to it. Su Yuyaro chuckled. Her seductive eyes fell on Ning Tian. Her voice was soft and charming. Honey, you have to know that the tail is a very important part of a fox demon. You can't touch it casually. Oh. So what if I touch it? Ning Tian's lips curled into a smile. He grabbed it with force in a provocative manner. Su Yuyaro subconsciously made a soft sound of acknowledgement. Then a blush appeared on her pretty face. She raised her eyes and looked seriously at Ning Tian. You will attract fire. Ning Tian was stunned, and then his body was entangled by the 9 soft fox tails. The F***CK? At this very moment. Ancient God Cloud Atlas, the collection of heaven and earth. Scarlet Flame is dead. Blood Demon is also dead. The 2 guys we planted in the small demon realm are both dead. The ancient God King frowned. After hearing the information from his subordinates, his expression turned ugly. He looked at the several figures in front of him and asked calmly, "Do you know who killed them?" Lord Ancient Heavenly God, Kai Yang was killed by Tao God reincarnation. As for Blood Demon, he was killed by a 300-meter-long demonic body. Furthermore, most importantly, the Devil Emperor of the Devil race seems to be searching for us. One of the divine shadows bowed to the Ancient Heavenly God and said slowly, "Oh." Hearing this, the Ancient God's eyes lit up. He looked at one of the godly shadows and said, "Azure Demon, is this true?" The Azure Demon he spoke of was none other than the Azure Demon who had reported the situation in the Great Hall of the Demon Race that day. Unexpectedly, he was also a pawn that the ancient God Cloud Atlas of heaven and earth had planted in the Devil Race. Lord Ancient Heavenly God, that is indeed the case. The Devil Emperor suspects that the disappearance of the small demon realm is related to the Cloud Atlas of heaven and earth. However, I suspect that the Devil Emperor has long known that Kai Yang and Blood Demon are pawns. The disappearance of the small demon realm is actually caused by the Devil Emperor. Otherwise, the small demon realm would not have disappeared so cleanly. The reason why he said that is probably to test whether there are other pawns in the Devil Race. Azure Demon bowed slightly and said slowly based on his own judgment, "Oh. The disappearance of the small demon realm is because the Devil Emperor has discovered the pawns, so he simply destroyed the small demon realm?" The ancient heavenly God frowned and said seriously, "Given the Devil Emperor's ruthlessness, it is indeed possible." Azure Demon, are you sure your deduction is correct? The ancient heavenly God frowned. Lord Ancient Heavenly God, don't worry. I am not good at other things, but my intelligence has always been good. My deduction is definitely correct. Azure Demon chuckled. His words were full of confidence. What a joke. He had won the Devil Race's Excellent Deduction Award before. Moreover, in the past few days, when I went to the place left behind by the dark turmoil in the Precept domain, I found that it had already been discovered by others. Even the original Devil Chi had disappeared. You should know that the thing left behind in that place is related to the Buddha Demon Pagoda. In the entire Devil Race, perhaps only the Devil Emperor can absorb all the Devil Chi. A glint flashed across the Azure Fiend's eyes as he uttered another heavy sentence. As soon as he said that, the surrounding divine shadows fell into silence. Lord Ancient Heavenly God, how should we deal with the Precept domain now? Azure Demon looked at the Ancient Heavenly God. The Precept domain, the Ancient Heavenly God pondered for a moment and shook his head. No need. The thing left behind by the dark turmoil must have been taken away by the Devil Race. There is no need to touch the Precept domain. Perhaps Ning Tian did not know that his action had not only pushed the boat with the current, but also saved the Precept domain. The Ancestral Master's action was probably in the atmosphere. That's right. Even if your forces participate in the matter 1 month later, don't involve the Cloud Atlas of heaven and earth. There is no need to fight with the Heavenly Palace for the time being. The Ancient Heavenly God looked at the divine shadows and said indifferently, "The Heavenly Palace? The Heavenly Palace also wants to participate. But those from the Heavenly Palace can't enter the secret realm." Hearing this, the godly shadows immediately panicked. The 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace can't enter, but the Heavenly Palace has a 10th person now. The Ancient Heavenly God said indifferently. In his mind, the figure he saw on the ancient road to godhood appeared. Yes, several days later. In the Heaven domain, a huge battleship sailed out of the void. At the same time, a ball of flames appeared. My wife finally came out of seclusion. Ning Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the enormous heavenly flame aura that appeared on the void ship. With such an aura, it seemed that his first wife was about to come out of seclusion after 2 months of seclusion. Hee. Look at Wu Qing's aura. I'm afraid his cultivation base has improved a lot. At the side, Su Yuiao's complexion was unusually good after a few days of cultivation. Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly. On the void battleship, the heavenly flame slowly dissipated. The door was pushed open. Luo Wuqing walked out slowly in a blue and white dress. Wife, how's your breakthrough? Ning Tian looked over with a smile. His gaze landed on the slim figure. Wife, you should be a 7-star ancestor god now, right? It was not difficult for Luo Wuqing to break through 1 star in 2 months. No. However, Luo Wuqing shook her head slightly. Then, 8 stars? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. No, 9 stars. Luo Wuqing looked indifferent and shook her head slightly. Ning Tian, ? Chapter 585. 9 star? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. His wife should have been a 6-star ancestor god previously. She had become a 9-star in just 2 months. Dear, is there something wrong with you? Let me check for you. Ning Tian walked over with a caring tone. Then, his hands moved around Luo Wuqing's body mischievously. Is this your so-called check? Luo Wuqing rolled her eyes at him and slapped his mischievous hands away. She said, is it very difficult to break through to 3-star in 2 months? Ning Tian was speechless. In the past 2 months, I feel that the heavenly fire law has been constantly strengthening. The strengthening of the heavenly fire law has directly led to the cultivation of the Holy Sun Constitution. Therefore, my cultivation has been very smooth in the past 2 months. Luo Wuqing said seriously. The strengthening of the heavenly fire law? Hearing this, Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something. He reached out and held Luo Wuqing's soft hands. The latter thought that this guy was going to take advantage of her again. She was about to break free when she saw Ning Tian's extremely serious face. She could only give up. Ning Tian sensed for a while and his expression instantly became interesting. Damn. How could this be? He had previously planted an array in the fire territory and the people of the fire territory would strengthen the heavenly fire law when they cultivated. He had also bound the heavenly fire with Luo Wuqing. However, his heavenly fire law had not made much progress. He had thought that the people of the fire territory were too stupid and did not know how to cultivate. Now that he looked at it, it turned out that all the strengthening had gone to his wife. System, what is going on? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. System, replying to the host, your wife has the Holy Sun constitution and is strengthened by the heavenly fire law. Since you have many laws, the strengthening naturally takes precedence over your wife. Ning Tian was speechless. Forget it. It did not matter. In any case, strengthening his wife was the same as strengthening him. Moreover, just as the system had said, he had grasped quite a lot of nomological laws. Even if the heavenly fire nomological laws were slightly weaker, it did not matter. Honey, it looks like we won't be able to have children for the time being. Ning Tian shrugged. Upon hearing this, Luo Wu Qing could not help but roll his eyes at him. What an evil, old, pervert, lecher, little wife, it seems like only you. Ning Tian looked at Su Yuyao. Haha. Honey, I can't give birth to a child either. After a few days of serious cultivation, I accidentally broke through. Su Yuyao mimicked Ning Tian and spread her hands with a giggle. Ning Tian fell into silence. System, am I the one who cheated, or are my wives the ones who cheated? Ning Tian questioned with his soul. The system replied, of course it's because you helped your wife cheat. I understand the logic, but why do I feel like you're tongue-twisting? Ning Tian couldn't help but roll his eyes. There was no doubt that the two women had a breakthrough because of him. The first wife's heavenly fire nomological laws were strengthened by the fire domain's formation of 10,000 people. The second wife's fox demon ultimate charm was strengthened when she did serious business. All of these had something to do with him. It looks like I can only live off women. Sigh, this is so annoying. I've never lived off women. Ning Tian rubbed his chin and said seriously. His words made the two women roll their eyes. Haha. Let's go. We've arrived at the heavenly domain. We'll see the heavenly palace soon. Ning Tian laughed and then asked one of the tall lions to speed up the void ship. 10 minutes later, the void ship stopped in front of a mountain range. The three of them stood on the deck and looked at the scene in front of them in confusion. Honey, is this the heavenly palace? Yes, honey, didn't you say, the heavenly palace is very grand? Yes, then why is it a ruin? Su Yuyao asked with her soul. That's right. In front of them, on top of the mountain range, there was a grand ruin. Maybe we came to the wrong place. Ning Tian coughed and his face darkened. He had only left the heavenly palace for half a year. How did it become a ruin? Was there really a force in the heavenly domain that dared to attack the heavenly palace? And they could even turn the heavenly palace into a ruin? Haha. Junior brother, you didn't come to the wrong place. This is the heavenly palace. At this moment, a familiar rough laughter sounded from the side. Seventh senior brother. Hearing this, Ning Tian turned around and saw the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace in the sky not far away. Oh, no, it should be 8 figures. Yi Wuyo was nowhere to be seen. Hey, where's 8th senior brother? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. 8th junior brother? Oh, I don't know where 8th junior brother got some word dismantling technique and said that he wanted to show it to us. Then the heavenly palace was gone, and so was 8th junior brother. He has been suppressed under the ice by eldest senior sister to reflect on his mistakes. Pei Hu said as he glanced at Yi Shuang. Now, eldest senior sister is preparing to find the guy who taught 8th junior brother the word dismantling technique and suppress him together. Wu, hearing this. A certain little lion's heart trembled. Haha, so that's how it is. I've never heard of the word splitting art. 8th senior brother, you're just courting death, Ning Tian said without blushing or skipping a beat. Then, she looked at the 8 people from the heavenly palace and chuckled. Senior brothers and sisters, long time no see. Little junior brother, long time no see. The 8 people of the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace smiled and greeted him. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It seemed that his senior brothers and sisters missed him very much. However, When the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace came over, they directly ignored the smiling Ning Tian and looked at the 2 women beside him. What little junior brother? Was he more important than sisters-in-law? Obviously not. The 2 sisters-in-law are so beautiful. Sigh, such beautiful cabbages have been taken by little junior brother, what a pity. 9th senior sister Mu Shenqing sighed with a hint of ridicule in her words. 9th senior sister, Ning Tian's old face darkened. Even if he is a pig, have you ever seen such a handsome pig? Phut, hearing this, the several women present couldn't help but laugh. After a conversation, Luo Wuqing bowed slightly to the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace and said slowly, "My husband is indebted to senior brothers and sisters for taking care of him." "Haha, we're all family, no need to be so polite." Pei Hu laughed and Wen Qing and the others nodded in agreement. The more they looked at Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao, the more satisfied they were. Whether it was the temperament, appearance, or talent, the 2 women were completely worthy of their little junior brother. I feel that little junior brother must have saved the world in his previous life. Otherwise, how could he have such good wives? Mu Shenqing looked at Ning Tian jokingly. 9th senior sister had always been mischievous. 9th senior sister, please spare me. The reason I have such good wives is entirely because of my outstanding personality and charm. Ning Tian said with a straight face. The 9 supremes of the heavenly palace cast a puzzled look. The plot may be a bit day-to-day, Well, it's a bit watery. It can't be helped, it's a transitional period. Chapter 586. It's still that familiar smell. As expected of little junior brother. He's still so shameless. Seeing how shameless little junior apprentice brother is, I'm relieved. It looks like the ways of the world outside the realm of the gods haven't changed little junior apprentice brother by much. Should we secretly hammer little junior apprentice brother and let him experience the ways of the world and the dangers of society? The 9 supremes of the heavenly palace discussed. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian's face darkened. This was plotting loudly. The 2 women beside him couldn't help but chuckle. There was a saying that was very good. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. Then, in front of Ning Tian, the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace loudly plotted all kinds of ways to educate little junior brother, but, in the end, no one was willing to do it. Ning Tian looked at them in annoyance. What are you after? So they discussed for a long time and couldn't bear to do it in the end. Then wouldn't he have thought of a way to deal with it in vain? Hihi, I don't know. Mu Shenqing giggled. Ning Tian was silent for a while and then looked at senior sister Yi Shuang. Among the senior brothers and sisters, eldest senior sister was the most serious. Even the gentle 3rd senior sister, Wen Qing, was occasionally naughty. Eldest senior sister, why did you ask us to come to the heavenly palace? Let's talk in the main hall. Yi Shuang said faintly. The main hall. Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and looked at the ruins. Then let me find the main hall of the heavenly palace. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Yi Shuang shook her head slightly. Then, under everyone's gaze, she slowly raised her hand and a touch of frost condensed in her hand. Then, the surrounding temperature dropped and frost appeared on the ruins of the heavenly palace below. Soon, an ice hall stood on the ruins. Controlling the laws to the extreme is simply a pleasure. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian couldn't help but sigh. Haha. Don't worry, little junior brother. You can also do it to eldest senior sister's level. Pei Hu patted Ning Tian's shoulder and laughed. It's difficult. Ning Tian shook his head slightly. Oh. Hearing this, the other members of the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace could not help but look over. Was this little demon finally planning to become a human? After all, I've grasped a lot of laws. It's still a little difficult for me to reach the level of 1st senior sister. Ning Tian shook his head and said seriously. Hearing this, the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace fell silent. Although little junior brother admitted that it would be very difficult for him to do it, why did it feel like he was just pretending? Why don't we chase little junior brother out? Pei Hu scratched his head. The last person who said he wanted to chase little junior brother out has already faced the wall in the ice to reflect on his actions. 7th junior brother, you have to think twice before you act. Wen Qing hugged the peeper and said with a light smile, "Cough. Pretend I didn't say anything." Pei Hu let out a dry cough. "Let's go. Follow me," Yi Shuang said indifferently. Then, she took the lead and walked towards the ice palace. Seeing this, Wen Qing and the others also followed. "Wife, little wife, let's go too," Ning Tian said. Then, he stretched out his big hand and held the soft and boneless hands of the two women generously. He followed the footsteps of the few people. However, there was a small lion that refused to leave even if it was beaten to death. It stayed on the void ship and refused to leave. Ning Tian could not do anything about the Lion King. He could only leave it on the void ship. After all, this fellow was afraid that it would accidentally destroy Yi Shuang's ice palace. Otherwise, it would also have to face the wall in the ice to reflect on its actions. "First senior sister, can you tell me what's going on now?" In the ice palace, Ning Tian looked at Yi Shuang curiously and asked. "Yes," Yi Shuang nodded slightly. She looked at Ning Tian and the other two and said slowly, "Little junior brother, have you heard of the Big Dipper secret realm?" "Big Dipper secret realm? I've never heard of it." Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. "I've heard my grandfather mention it, but I don't know the details." Luo Wuqing frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, she said in a cold voice. Among the three of them, she was the only one who had stayed in the deity plane. "Your grandfather, Saint Sun God, had also been to the Big Dipper secret realm. He was one of the top 3 in the Big Dipper boundary tablet. Although he did not leave his name, he was recognized by the old fossils of the fire domain and took control of the fire domain." Yi Shuang said lightly. If one did not look at her appearance, Yi Shuang's seniority was much higher than Saint Sun God's. Big Dipper secret realm. Big Dipper boundary tablet. Old fossils of the fire domain. Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. He could gather some information from Yi Shuang's words. This so-called Big Dipper secret realm seemed to have always existed in the deity plane. The fire domain was not as simple as he had imagined. Since the destruction of the small demon domain, he had been puzzled. The fire domain seemed to be very powerful, but his dear grandfather was only a peak divine realm expert. How could he maintain the fire domain as the strongest with such strength? But now, after hearing Yi Shuang's words, he finally understood. In fact, he had overlooked the hidden strength of the fire domain. Saint Sun God was only the strongest in the fire domain on the surface. The real deterrent of the forces of other domains was actually the old fossils of the fire domain. Then, what is this Big Dipper secret realm? Su Yuyaro could not help but ask. Ning Tian and Luo Wuqing also looked over. The Big Dipper secret realm is the treasure of the heavenly path. Yi Shuang said lightly. Treasure? Ning Tian's eyes lit up. What was this Big Dipper? It seemed to be fated with him. The Big Dipper secret realm is the treasure of the heavenly path. Every time the heavenly path opens the Big Dipper secret realm, although the treasures inside are unknown, they are extremely rare. There are transcendent divine artifacts, transcendent divine martial arts, and so on. But this time, the Big Dipper secret realm surprisingly revealed the treasure this time. Yi Shuang looked at Ning Tian. "Oh, what is it?" Ning Tian could not help but be curious. "It's an extremely rare law, space," Yi Shuang said word by word. "The law of space." Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes lit up. The law of space was indeed one of the rarest laws of heaven and earth. If he had this law of space, he would not need the void ship anymore. Void ship, so love will disappear, right? Phew, Ning Tian took a deep breath and looked at Yi Shuang. "Senior sister, why is it the treasure of the heavenly path?" "Because the Big Dipper secret realm is shrouded in the pressure of the heavenly path. Can ordinary people let the pressure of the heavenly path suppress a secret realm?" Yi Shuang said. "This is indeed impossible." Hearing this, Ning Tian nodded slightly. The heavenly path was not something that could be controlled by cultivators. Then, where is this Big Dipper secret realm? Big Dipper starfield, Big Dipper region. Big Dipper starfield? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. "Junior brother, It seems that you still don't understand the division of the divine territory. Yi Shuang looked at Ning Tian, and a faint light flashed in her hand. Recently, the house has been renovating, so I've been a little busy. The update will be slower, but it won't stop or decrease. There will be more updates. Chapter 587. This is the domain map scroll of the God Dominion. Little junior brother, you can take a look at it yourself. The scroll in Yi Shuang's hand glowed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was a glowing scroll. With a gentle push, the glowing scroll flew toward Ning Tian and the other two. The domain map of the God Dominion. Eldest senior sister, you actually have the complete domain map of the God Dominion. Hearing Yi Shuang's words and looking at the scroll in front of him, Ning Tian could not help but be surprised. The God Dominion basically did not have any domain maps. Even if there were, it would definitely not be complete. Because the God Dominion was huge, there were some places that were extremely mysterious and required great strength to explore. If one was not strong enough, they would only be courting death. Of course. Do you think there is any place in the God Dominion that I can't go to? Yi Shuang's expression didn't change at all. She only said indifferently. That seems to be the case. Hearing this, Ning Tian was speechless. All right, open it and you will know the division of the God Dominion. Yi Shuang waved her hand, gesturing for Ning Tian to open it. Okay. Ning Tian nodded. Then, he channeled his spirit energy and gently pointed at the scroll floating in front of him. In an instant, spirit energy surged out and covered the domain map scroll. Soon, a dazzling light appeared in front of them. Seeing this, Ning Tian and the other two could not help but be shocked. After the domain map scroll opened, a blue light screen appeared. It was like a small God Dominion made of spirit energy. Ning Tian looked over. The God Dominion was divided into 4 major regions. Big Dipper Starfield, Western Wilderness Starfield, Eastern Prison Starfield, and Southern Frost Starfield. Junior brother, open the starfield and you can see the small regions. At the side. Yi Shuang reminded him. Hearing this, Ning Tian gently tapped the Big Dipper starfield. Instantly, spirit energy spread out. Countless regions of various sizes appeared in his vision, such as the Heaven region, Fire region, Demon God region, Precept region, and so on. I see. The Heaven domain, the Fire domain, the Demon God domain, and so on all belong to the Big Dipper constellation. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian suddenly understood. This thing is a piece of advanced technology. Ning Tian stroked his chin and tapped on the map of the other starfields. More information about the various factions appeared on the map. What high-tech! This is just something 8th junior brother made when he was bored. Yi Shuang said with a calm expression. Ning Tian, the two girls, at this moment, the two women suddenly felt that it was precisely because the heavenly god physique had the word God in it that the descendants of the heavenly god physique were walking further and further down the path of not being human. However, at this moment, Ning Tian was thinking that if he could trick his dear 8th senior brother into making more copies of the domain map of the divine realm and set a wholesale price, wouldn't he make a fortune? Little junior brother, the Big Dipper constellation is here. Yi Shuang pointed at a location in the Big Dipper constellation and said slowly, the Big Dipper constellation is not big and there are no forces in it. There is only the Big Dipper secret realm. The Big Dipper constellation is suppressed by the heavenly Tao and cannot allow ancient gods to enter. So, in this secret realm, the strongest opponent you will face will only be a 9 stars heavenly god and not an ancient god. 9 stars heavenly god, Ning Tian frowned slightly. Little junior brother, with your current strength, you should not be able to kill a 9 stars heavenly god, right? Pei Hu could not help but ask. I can't fight head-on. Ning Tian nodded and said seriously, however, if I can trick them to death, it is still possible. The ancestral master said that if you can trick them to death, don't fight head-on. Trick them to death is also a method. Pei Hu paused and coughed dryly. The law of space is useful to the heavenly palace. Little junior brother, I hope you can master the law of space. There is still a month before the Big Dipper secret realm opens. In this month, we will personally train the 3 of you. Yi Shuang looked at the 3 with a rare kind smile on her face. Hearing this, Ning Tian could not remain calm. Then, thank you, senior sister. However, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro did not realize the seriousness of the matter and bowed slightly to Yi Shuang. Ahem, wife, why don't we take advantage of this and run? It is not too late. Ning Tian coughed dryly and whispered in Luo Wuqing's ear. Run? Why run? Luo Wuqing frowned slightly, puzzled. My senior sister and the others are too cruel, Ning Tian said quietly. However, at this moment, Yi Shuang's voice sounded. Little junior brother, don't worry. We will naturally use extremely gentle means to treat the two sisters-in-law. As for you, naturally, it will be hell. Ahem, Ning Tian coughed dryly and said, that. Senior sister, we are pursuing equality now. It is not good for you to do this. Oh, is that so? Yi Shuang said faintly, the two sisters-in-law will also use hell, then forget it. However, before Yi Shuang could finish, she was interrupted by Ning Tian. What a joke. How could he bear to let his wife suffer? That will do. Yi Shuang spread out her hands and then looked at Wen Qing and Mu Shenqing. She said to the two of them, third junior sister, ninth junior sister, take the two sisters-in-law to the Heavenly Palace's trial ground. Okay. Wen Qing and Mu Shenqing nodded slightly and walked towards the two women. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing cast a questioning look at Ning Tian. It's okay. Wife, you can go with third senior sister and the others. I will be fine. My senior brothers and senior sisters are old and kind. They will definitely not die. Ning Tian waved his hand. He signaled the two women not to worry. Okay. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. Haha, hubby, you can do it. Su Yuyaro waved her little fist at Ning Tian. After the two women left with Wen Qing and the others, Yi Shuang looked at Ning Tian again and said softly, little junior brother, the two sisters-in-law are very good. You must cherish them. Of course, I will. Ning Tian nodded slightly. He understood without Yi Shuang's reminder. Let's go, little junior brother. For the next month, you can rest assured and leave yourself to us. Yi Shuang stood up in the hall. Pei Hu and the others also smiled. This smile made Ning Tian's hair stand on end. Wait. Eldest senior sister, I have one more thing to ask. However, just as the group was about to leave, Ning Tian spoke again. Huh? Yi Shuang and the others looked over. What kind of strength do I need to enter the Earth Spirit domain? Ning Tian looked at Yi Shuang and the others seriously. Earth Spirit domain? Yi Shuang frowned and did not ask more. She just said lightly, at least the same strength as me. Chapter 588. The same strength as you, eldest senior sister? Hearing Yi Shuang's words, Ning Tian frowned slightly. She could not help but feel puzzled. She looked at Yi Shuang and asked, then, eldest senior sister, what is your current cultivation level? 5-star sovereign ancient god. Yi Shuang said. You are indeed a sovereign ancient god. Ning Tian was shocked. As the eldest senior sister of the Heavenly Palace, Yi Shuang indeed had the strength of a sovereign ancient god. But, what do you mean by sovereign ancient god? Ning Tian frowned. He looked at Yi Shuang and asked, senior sister, ancient gods are divided into sovereign ancient gods. There is a distinction between postnatal and innate. However, only the ancient gods at the sovereign level have such a distinction. Supremes and primal chaos do not have such qualifications. Yi Shuang explained, sovereign ancient gods break through to the sovereign ancient god through their own strength. As for sovereign ancient gods are existences at the birth of heaven and earth. These existences are much stronger than sovereign ancient gods. We call them sovereign ancient gods. Sovereign ancient gods. Ning Tian's expression was interesting. He did not expect there to be such a division between sovereign ancient gods. However, to enter the earth spirit world, one needed to be an ancient god. Moreover, one needed to be at least a sovereign ancient god. Little junior brother, the earth spirit world is not a place that anyone can enter. It is a place where life and death are at stake. Once you enter, you may not be able to return. Yi Shuang looked solemnly at Ning Tian and instructed. Therefore, you must be fully prepared before you enter the earth spirit world. Yes. I will. There is a soul in the earth spirit world that must be brought back no matter what. Ning Tian nodded. Oh. He, little junior brother. Could it be third sister-in-law? Pei Hu chuckled. Second senior brother Wu Chen and the others also looked at Yi Shuang curiously. If their little junior brother could enter the earth spirit world, it must be a man. Third sister-in-law? Ning Tian was stunned. He did not answer immediately. He did not have such feelings for Bai Liu. Bai Liu probably did not have any feelings for him either. He could not explain it clearly. All right. Junior brother, let's go. After answering Ning Tian's question, Yi Shuang glanced at him indifferently. Since it was someone that little junior brother wanted to bring back, it was better to let little junior brother handle this matter personally. Wait, senior sister. I have another question. Ning Tian coughed dryly. Yi Shuang was silent for a moment, then rolled her eyes at him. You little brat, do you have 100,000 whys? Hee. Ning Tian scratched his head. Senior sister, do you know, the ice god? The reason why Ning Tian asked this question was because he still had some doubts about the frozen Tianmo cult scene in the 10,000 Spirits Den. After all, that matter was related to Luo Wuqing's parents, and perhaps it had something to do with the dark turmoil. Ning Tian did not want to give up on even the slightest clue. Ice god. Yi Shuang frowned and shook her head. I've heard of him, but I don't know him. Reportedly, that ice god is very mysterious. Subtle? Why is he mysterious? Ning Tian was taken aback. You'll know when you see the ice god in the future. Yi Shuang did not say much and just shook her head. Where is the ice god? A faint light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. If it wasn't Yi Shuang who sealed the 10,000 spirits demon lair in ice, then it must have something to do with the ice god. If she had the chance in the future, she would definitely ask about it in detail. Southern Frost Star Sea, Ice Divine Domain, Yi Shuang said. Hearing this, Ning Tian made a mark on the domain map scroll. In the future, he would go to the Ice Divine Domain to find out what was going on. Hee. Senior sister, I'll scam you out of this domain map. Ning Tian didn't blush in the slightest as she silently stowed away the domain map scroll before stowing it away into her storage ring with practiced ease. Scam? This is for you. Why do you call it a scam? Yi Shuang frowned. I'm used to it. Ning Tian coughed dryly. So, little guy, do you have any more questions? No. Ning Tian scratched his head. Okay, then let's go. Yi Shuang nodded slightly and walked over. She put her hand on Ning Tian's shoulder and then looked at Pei Hu, Wu Chen, and the others. When little junior brother leaves, I'll tell him to come to you. Be prepared. Yes, senior sister. Pei Hu and the others nodded. Let's go, little junior brother. As soon as Yi Shuang finished speaking, she pulled Ning Tian and stepped into a cold void. Almost in the blink of an eye, the two came to a place covered in frost. Yi Shuang let go of Ning Tian, looked around, and explained, We're still in the Heaven Domain. This is the underground of the Heaven Palace, where I usually cultivate. The reason why it's covered in frost is because of the erosion of my spirit energy. Hearing this, Ning Tian could not help but sigh. She could cause changes in the surroundings just by cultivating casually. She was indeed the senior sister. Follow me. Yi Shuang turned and walked into the depths of the glacier. As they went deeper into the glacier, the surrounding temperature became colder and colder. Soon, Ning Tian saw a familiar figure in the ice walls around him. The figure was staring at him with wide eyes. Eighth. Senior brother? This familiar figure was Yi Wuyo, who was locked in here by Yi Shuang to reflect on his mistakes. Ning Tian walked over. Those with low EQ would definitely say, 8th senior brother, are you still reflecting on your mistakes? Those with high EQ would say, 8th senior brother, are you cultivating here? However, the one who walked over was the ancestral master. 8th senior brother, do you want to use the word disassembly technique again? Ning Tian looked at Yi Wuyo with a smile and asked with concern. Yi Wuyo, this brat. My star, because Yi Shuang was present, Yi Wuyo did not dare to say anything. He could only give Ning Tian a look. 8th senior brother, are your eyes uncomfortable? Ning Tian pretended to be stupid at this moment. Yi Wuyo, this stinking brat, how could he not understand my intentions? He clearly said that once he learned this move, he would be my wingman when we go to the Pavilion of Youth. The more Yi Wuyo thought about it, the angrier he became. Hence, he took out an essential secret manual for male cultivators and prepared to bribe Ning Tian. Oh, I understand. Ning Tian's expression immediately changed. Hence, the two of them exchanged glances with each other with ferocious expressions. The following was the meaning of their eye contact. Yi Wuyo, little junior brother, quickly plead for me and senior sister. This lousy place is freezing me to death. Senior sister dotes on you the most. Quickly save me. Ning Tian, cough. 8th senior brother, you're giving me an essential secret manual for male cultivators. It's very difficult for me to do anything for you. Yi Wuyo, you brat. Ning Tian, oh, my eyes are cramping. I can't communicate. Yi Wuyo, plus a collector's edition. Ning Tian, 2. Yi Wuyo, brat, you have a wife. Don't push your luck. Can't you show some love to a single person like me? Senior brother still wants to see it. Ning Tian, 3. Yi Wuyo, you. 3 it is. Quickly plead for me. But at this moment, there was a new message in their eye contact. Oh, an essential secret manual for male cultivators? And a collector's edition? Let me see. Don't cause trouble. This is between me and junior brother. Senior sister? F***CK. The two of them exclaimed through eye contact. Ning Tian suddenly looked at Yi Shuang. This senior sister actually knew how to make eye contact. Is it very difficult? Yi Shuang spread her hands and looked at the two of them as if she was looking at idiots. What were these two planning to do in front of her? Junior brother, don't think about pleading for this guy. At most, he will be locked up for a few days for destroying the Heavenly Palace. However, 8th junior brother is not focused on cultivation. I can only lock him up here and force him to cultivate. Facing the wall and reflecting on his mistakes is fake. Forcing him to cultivate is real. Yi Shuang looked at Ning Tian. Hearing this, Ning Tian could only look at Yi Wuyo helplessly. It was a pity that he would lose the 3 collector's edition secret manuals for male cultivators. In the ice, Yi Wuyo could only watch the two of them walk away. In the deepest part of the glacier. Senior sister, why did you bring me here? Even Ning Tian could no longer resist the chill in the surroundings. Yi Shuang also didn't allow him to use the heavenly fire laws. At this moment, Ning Tian could only shiver in the cold. I'll teach you the ice laws. Facing this cold temperature, Yi Shuang's expression was calm as she spoke. Ice laws. Ning Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his hand and a cold energy condensed in his hand. Is it this? The cold energy condensed in his hand was the ice laws. You have already mastered it. Seeing the cold energy in Ning Tian's hand, Yi Shuang's eyes flashed with shock. Ah, I've mastered it for a minute. Does that count as mastering it? Ning Tian asked tentatively. Of course not. However, I didn't expect you to be able to master the ice laws for a minute. In this case, teaching you will be much easier. Yi Shuang shook her head slightly. You have shocked Yi Shuang. Reward, when comprehending the ice laws, the speed of comprehension will increase. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Come on. Take off your clothes. Yi Shuang's voice sounded at this moment. Oh. Okay. At this moment, Ning Tian was still thinking about the system's voice in his mind and nodded subconsciously. However, when his hand grabbed his clothes, he immediately reacted and his expression changed. Take off my clothes. Ning Tian's expression suddenly became strange. Senior sister, I am a decent person. I can't do this. After all, my body and my heart belong to my wife. Before he could finish his words, Ning Tian let out a scream. A big bump appeared on his head and a wisp of white gas floated out. Little guy. You don't think that you will do anything to me, do you? Yi Shuang silently withdrew her fist and looked at Ning Tian indifferently. If you want to cultivate the ice laws, it is the easiest way to feel the cold energy through your body. Moreover, You have the ice laws as a foundation. It will be more convenient for you to comprehend it. If you don't want to use this method, I have other methods. However, they will be many times crueler. Yi Shuang's eyes fell on Ning Tian and said indifferently. At this moment, Ning Tian finally knew why his senior brothers and sisters were so afraid of Yi Shuang. Because, senior sister was really scary. I'll take it off. I'll take it off, okay? At this moment, Ning Tian felt a sense of helplessness. While he was removing his clothes, Yi Shuang quietly turned around and faintly said, "Little junior brother, while you are in seclusion, you can check the surrounding walls. If you have a strong aptitude, you should be able to see the difference." Ning Tian was naked at this moment. Although Yi Shuang had turned her back on him, he still felt a little uncomfortable. The surrounding walls. Hearing Yi Shuang's words, Ning Tian sat cross-legged and looked at the surrounding walls. The surrounding walls were covered with frost. Among the frost, there was a chill. The chill contains the comprehension of the ice laws. Ning Tian observed for a while and quickly came to a conclusion. "Oh, it seems that you are not bad, little guy." Yi Shuang's lips curled up slightly. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the surrounding walls. She muttered in her heart, "Little junior brother, even if you observe the comprehension of the ice laws, it is not easy to comprehend it. Let me see how you comprehend." Yi Shuang suddenly frowned. Because she saw the changes in the surrounding walls. Around her, among the frost, a blue light appeared. Then, all the surrounding walls were lit up. Among the frost, there were blue ancient talismans shining. These ancient talismans were Yi Shuang's comprehension of the ice laws. This little guy, seeing this scene. Yi Shuang was slightly moved. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. His talent is so high that it is far beyond our heavenly palace's 9 supremes. But, this is good. Yi Shuang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a rare smile. You have shocked Yi Shuang. Reward, divine level martial art, cold god technique. Cold god technique will be automatically unlocked when the host comprehends it. At this moment. In his mind, the system's voice sounded again. Phew, begin comprehension. Ning Tian took a deep breath as a glint flashed across his eyes. In an instant, the surrounding frost accompanied Ning Tian. Those blue ancient ice talismans rotated around him. The chill slowly condensed on his body. The comprehension of the ice laws. It began. 10 days later. In the underground ice palace. At this moment, Ning Tian was completely frozen in ice. Yi Shuang was guarding him by the side. In these 10 days, Yi Shuang could be said to have felt the monstrous talent of her junior brother. In these 10 days, the frost aura in Ning Tian's body continued to increase. This was very obvious. His comprehension of the ice laws was getting stronger and stronger. Crack. At this moment, a slight cracking sound could be heard. Oh, looks like junior brother is about to succeed. Hearing the cracking sound, Yi Shuang's eyebrows slightly raised. There was a trace of anticipation. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared on the ice that was freezing Ning Tian. Then, it gradually shattered. Congratulations to the host for successfully comprehending the ice laws. Divine level martial art, cold god technique has been automatically unlocked. Comprehending the cold god technique. Cold god technique successfully comprehended. When he successfully comprehended the law of ice, the unknown tree quietly sprouted a new branch. Phew, a glint flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He let out a long sigh of relief and ran out of the ice shards. Hee. Success. Eldest senior sister, look at my ice laws. Ning Tian held the ice laws in his hand and jumped in front of Yi Shuang. Hey, senior sister, why are you blushing? However, in the next moment, accompanied by a miserable cry, the naked Ning Tian was thrown out of the underground ice palace. In the next few days, Ning Tian completely activated his inhuman mode. As long as it was a martial art taught by his senior brothers and sisters, he could learn it in an hour. He definitely wouldn't drag it out for 2 hours. This couldn't be blamed on him. After all, he didn't have much time left. There wasn't much time left before the Big Dipper secret realm opened. This made Pei Hu and the others speechless. This little monster simply didn't treat himself as a human. Sky Palace's Ice Palace. Senior brothers, what else can you teach me? Can you teach me everything? Ning Tian looked at his senior brothers eagerly. However, Pei Hu and the others were speechless and shook their heads helplessly. Brat, come, I'll teach you another move. Wu Chen held a sword in his hand and looked at Ning Tian. Okay. Hey, wait. Ning Tian was about to take out the red cloud sword, but a huge wave of spirit energy came from his body. Junior brother, what are you doing? Wu Chen frowned slightly. Oh. Wait for me to break through. Ning Tian said. His body was like a hot knife through butter. After this period of cultivation, he could finally break through. Wu Chen and the others, congratulations to the host for breaking through to the 7-star ancestor god realm. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Phew, I can fight above my level again. Ning Tian stretched. Wu Chen and the others, Ning Tian looked at them speechlessly and touched his chin. He really wanted to ask, senior brothers, why are you looking at me like that? If I don't fight above my level, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the name of the heavenly god body? Fighting above my level. Is it very difficult? Wu Chen and the others were silent. For the heavenly god body, fighting above their level was a common occurrence. However, damn it. Who would be like a little monster like you, crossing realms to ascend the ancient god realm? Ever since they heard from Yi Shuang that their junior brother had killed a 1-star supreme ancient god with the strength of an ancestor god realm, they were a little uneasy and doubted if they had made a mistake. Even though Ning Tian explained that he had only used a small trick, they didn't listen. Phew, Wu Chen took a deep breath and then held the divine sword in his hand tightly. He looked at Ning Tian and said, Junior brother, come and draw the sword. Let's do a sword fight. Sword fight. Hearing this, Ning Tian looked a little strange and couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby, second senior brother. Hobby. Isn't sword fighting the most normal thing for a sword cultivator like me? Wu Chen felt very strange about this. Come on. Ning Tian spread his hands and then drew red cloud. Your sword is a good sword, but why is it so complicated? Wu Chen's eyes fell on red cloud and he frowned slightly. Oh, this. Ning Tian held red cloud and said casually, I just used it to cut pork, beast meat, and various kinds of sea beast meat, cut beast meat. This is a good sword. You actually used it to cut beast meat? Wu Chen was shocked. He was a sword fanatic to begin with. Seeing Ning Tian like this, he could not help but find it hard to accept. You shocked Wu Chen. Red Cloud Sword has evolved. The current Red Cloud Sword cuts meat faster, sharper, and better meat quality. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Oh. Hearing this, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows and murmured, it seems that I can use Red Cloud Sword to cut meat again. From then on, Red Cloud Sword went further and further on the road of cooking. Ah, you stinky boy, you actually used such a good sword to cut meat. The sword in Wu Chen's hand flashed and he kept waving it. He was a sword maniac. Now he couldn't think straight. He just wanted to kill this evil junior brother in front of him. Second senior brother, slow down. I can't learn it. Seeing Wu Chen's sword dance, Ning Tian wanted to learn. Slow down your head. I'm going to kill you, little bastard. Damn it. Junior brother is being murdered. There was a scream. This matter ended when Ning Tian was chased by Wu Chen and learned Wu Chen's swordsmanship. A few days later. It's finally over. After it's over, I feel relaxed. Ning Tian stretched lazily with a satisfied look on her face. However, the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace looked at him with resentment. Husband, husband. At this moment, 2 familiar voices came from the side. Ning Tian turned around and saw Wen Qing and Mu Xianqing walking over from the side with 2 women. When his eyes fell on the 2 women, even he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, the 2 women seemed to have become more beautiful. Moreover, the 2 women's aura seemed to have improved a lot. Wife, did you break through again? Ning Tian's expression was a little strange. Yes. Luo Wuqing nodded slightly. At this moment, she was already in the heavenly god realm, and Su Yuyaro had also stepped into the 9-star ancestor god realm. Ning Tian was confused. Hehe, husband, it seems that you have a long way to go if you want to have children. Su Yuyaro covered her mouth and chuckled. Little junior brother, I have to say that the two sisters-in-law are really talented. They don't lose to us at all. Wen Qing held the peeper and her beautiful eyes fell on the two women. Her eyes were full of amazement. Oh! Hearing this, Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this had something to do with him? Cough cough, I see. I knew it. There are benefits to doing serious things. Ning Tian blushed and coughed dryly. However, at this moment, Mu Shenqing came over and smiled at Ning Tian and said mysteriously, Little junior brother, are the two sisters-in-law more beautiful now? Yes, Ning Tian nodded subconsciously. Moreover, their figures have become more impressive. All of this is thanks to me. Senior sister knows you well, right? So, you little monster, don't you want to express your feelings? Mu Xuanqing's mouth curved slightly and her beautiful eyes fell on Ning Tian. Cough, Ning Tian coughed dryly. I'll be your guinea pig for free. Once. At least twice. Twice. Then I have to see if my little wife's chest is as big as my first wife's. Then you'll know when you test it later. Hearing the two serious people's serious discussion, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro couldn't help but blush and couldn't help but roll their eyes at their husband. Okay, you two be serious. Yi Shuang looked at the two indifferently. In an instant, Ning Tian and Mu Shenqing immediately became obedient. 3 in 1, 6,000 words. Chapter 589. The dignity of the eldest senior sister was still there. Seeing that Ning Tian and Mu Shenqing had calmed down, Yi Shuang looked at them and said, looking at the time, if you set off now, you'll still have some time after reaching the Big Dipper territory. It's best if you set off now. Yes, with the speed of the void ship, we'll arrive in about 2 to 3 days. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Oh right, little junior brother. Yi Shuang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Ning Tian. When you reach the Big Dipper territory, don't use your identity as the successor of the Heavenly Palace. Oh! Hearing this, Ning Tian raised her eyebrows. She pondered for a moment before her eyes lit up. I understand. Eldest senior sister, what you're saying is that I shouldn't reveal my identity so easily. That way, I'll let those fellows down and take them by surprise. Hearing this, Yi Shuang was silent for a while before she spoke slowly. If you really want to put it that way, it does make sense. However, the most important thing is that we've done something. If you enter the Big Dipper secret realm as the successor of the Heavenly Palace, it might not be peaceful. After all, in the Big Dipper secret realm, your identity can't suppress others. You guys. What did we do? Ning Tian scratched his head and looked at the 9 supremes of the Heavenly Palace. Cough cough. Cough. Wherever he looked, the 9 supremes of the Heavenly Palace coughed dryly, then whistled and shifted their gazes to the side. One look and one could tell that they were guilty. Seeing this, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. He looked at the most gentle second senior sister. Second senior sister. If I say that I'm from the Heavenly Palace, I'll definitely be beaten up, right? I'll definitely be beaten up, right? This. Which? Wen Qing hugged the peeper and said weakly, actually, little junior brother, it's not a big deal if you say that you're from the Heavenly Palace. However, based on common sense, there's no doubt that you'll be beaten up. The sense of immersion was very strong. Ning Tian was already thinking of how to scam him. Little junior brother, don't worry. You're not human anyway. At this moment, a weak voice rang out. Yi Wuyo crawled out from the ground covered in ice shards. He then laughed wildly, ha ha ha, I've been cultivating in eldest senior sister's ice palace for an entire month. I've finally made a tool to dig through eldest senior sister's ice wall. Everyone, did I ask you to cultivate so that you can forge tools? Yi Shuang frowned. Eldest senior sister, forging is also a form of cultivation. Yi Wuyo had a serious expression on his face. He was struggling on his deathbed. Oh, is that so? With another slap, she sent Yi Wuyo into the underground of the ice palace. When she was done, She clapped her hands and looked at Ning Tian and the others. All right, that's more or less done. When you've obtained the law of space, come back to the heavenly palace. All right. Then we'll take our leave first. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for your guidance during this period. Shall we continue next time? Ning Tian grinned at Wu Chen, Pei Hu, and the others. Wu Chen, Pei Hu, and the others' mouths twitched as they recalled the fear of being dominated by a certain monster. They hurriedly laughed and scolded, "Get lost, you little monster. Hurry up and go to the Big Dipper domain." Ha ha, all right. Ning Tian laughed and led the two women out of the heavenly palace. There was still a little lion outside that had been waiting for almost a month. Sho Tian, time to get to work. Let's go to the Big Dipper domain. The three of them boarded the void ship. Ning Tian took out the domain map scroll and locked onto the Big Dipper domain in the Big Dipper domain. Roar! Roar! Hearing this, the eyes of the sealed flame lion king, who was lying on the ground, lit up. It skillfully took out the straw hat that came from nowhere and put it on its head. Then, it started the void ship. Boom! With a burst of kinetic energy, the void ship headed toward the Big Dipper domain. Heavenly Palace. Yi Shuang and the others watched silently. When little junior brother grasps the law of space, perhaps it will be useful for the seal, Yi Shuang muttered. Behind her, Wen Qing and the others were also hopeful. Perhaps. 3 days later. Big Dipper domain, Big Dipper domain. The void ship slowly landed on the Big Dipper domain. 3 people and 1 lion jumped off the ship. In front of them was a huge city. This was the only city in the Big Dipper domain, and the Big Dipper secret realm was in it. Is this the Big Dipper domain? It is indeed much smaller than the other domains. Su Yuyaro stretched lazily, revealing her perfect curves. Her beautiful eyes looked at the city in front of her with a hint of curiosity. If you are curious, you can go in and take a look. After Ning Tian took back the void ship, he smiled at the 2 women. The 2 women nodded. Shall we go? Ning Tian smiled and extended his hand to the 2 women. Seeing this, the 2 women generously gave their hands to him. Haha, let's go. Ning Tian grabbed the 2 women's hands skillfully. Then, he led the sealed flame lion king, who was eagerly following behind him, towards the city in front of them. Big Dipper City. This was the only city in the Big Dipper domain, and it was a city without a master. When Ning Tian's group entered Big Dipper City, they saw that the city was already packed with people. It seemed like many powers had arrived at Big Dipper City, and most of them were at the universe-enlightened ancestral god realm to 9 stars of the heavenly god realm. Due to the presence of the heavenly Tao's suppression, experts at the heavenly god realm and above were unable to step into the city. In the city, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages, and the sound of hawking was incessant. Let's go and take a look. Quick, come and take a look at the Medicine Pavilion's latest soul-returning pill. 1 pill can bring the dead back to life, and 2 pills can enter the cycle of reincarnation. It's a bargain, and it only costs 990,000 spirit coins. If you have the strongest weapon, it's equivalent to having the entire divine domain in your hand. Looks like the Big Dipper City is actually quite lively. Su Yuyaro looked around and couldn't help but comment. What's so lively about it? It's nothing more than a bunch of profiteers who are taking advantage of the secret realm to make a fortune. Ning Tian waved his hand and pointed around. Look, that so-called divine medicine is actually the most ordinary of herbs. As for that weapon, it's just a pile of scrap metal. For Ning Tian, who was proficient in the art of alchemy and forging, he could tell the quality of these things at a glance. The group continued to stroll around the city. Husband, look over there. Suddenly, Luo Wuqing pointed at a place. Hearing this, Ning Tian and Su Yuyaro looked over. I'm too busy and didn't have time to write. I don't want to rush and it affects the quality. I'll make up for it tomorrow. I'll update with 10,000 words tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 590. A stone pillar that towered into the sky stood towering at the center of Big Dipper City. The stone pillar was completely pitch black and covered in crimson gold markings. The crimson gold markings extended from the bottom of the stone pillar all the way to the sky. Big Dipper Heavenly Stone. Is this the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone that eldest senior sister mentioned? When night falls and the 7 stars in the sky light up, the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone will also light up. The Big Dipper Secret Realm will also descend above Big Dipper City at that time. Ning Tian's gaze landed on the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this Big Dipper Heavenly Stone is very mysterious. The 2 women's gazes also landed on the towering stone pillar. Yes, it's mysterious. Ning Tian nodded. Looking at the reddish-gold patterns on the stone pillar, he suddenly had a bold idea. He couldn't help but murmur, could the reddish-gold patterns on the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone be a formation? If I can comprehend it, if others heard this, they would probably think that Ning Tian was a lunatic. The Big Dipper Secret Realm was said to be a heavenly Tao treasure. The Big Dipper Heavenly Stone was the key to opening the Big Dipper Secret Realm. Who would dare to mess around with something that was related to the heavenly Tao? However, Ning Tian dared. Sorry, but he could do whatever he wanted without destiny. Honey, wait for me. Ning Tian pulled the 2 women to a deserted alley. From here, he could see the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone in its entirety. After saying this to the 2 women, he immediately activated his divination technique in an attempt to pry into the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone's mystery. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro watched quietly from the side. They didn't ask or disturb him. Light of divination appeared in front of Ning Tian. He dragged one light after another onto the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone. Divination of divination. After a long time, a formation? Divination suddenly appeared. Ning Tian raised his brows slightly. Just as he was about to fully comprehend the formation, the light in front of him gradually dimmed. This damn fortune teller, his divination technique isn't good. It seems that I have to improve his divination technique after I reach the heavenly god realm. But fortunately, Ning Tian had memorized the general appearance of the array formation. Now, all we need to do is wait for night to fall and the secret realm will open. Ning Tian waved his hand and the dimming light before him dissipated. Then, he pulled the 2 women out of the alley and headed towards Big Dipper City. Originally, he wanted to find an inn in Big Dipper City and do some serious cultivation while there was still some time before nightfall. But, in next to no time, an ink-colored stone stele at the center of Big Dipper City attracted the attention of the group. This is the Big Dipper Secret Realm's previous champions. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes looked towards the black stone tablet. Oh! Ning Tian looked over curiously. However, his expression soon became a little strange. The more he looked at the black stone tablet, the more he felt that something was amiss. The 9th time. Yi Shuang, the 10th time. Dustless, the 11th time. Wen Qing, the 17th time. Mu Xianqing. When Ning Tian read out the familiar name on the black stone tablet, even Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro were surprised. Since the 9th time on the black stone tablet, the first seat of the Big Dipper Secret Realm had been occupied by the people of the Heavenly Palace. The cultivators who entered the secret realm with senior brother and the others are really pitiful. Ning Tian sympathized with those cultivators. It couldn't be helped. Who could be stronger than the 9 supremes of the Heavenly Palace at that time? At this moment, Su Yuyaro cast a playful look at him and said, "Hey, hubby, if you don't leave your name on it, wouldn't it be very embarrassing?" Ning Tian was speechless. The hell? That seemed to make sense. If he didn't leave his name on it, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? Although he really didn't care about his reputation since he couldn't eat it, he still had to do his best. It seems that I have to get serious. Ning Tian spread his hands. He really didn't want to get the heavenly Tao treasure after leaving his name. He just didn't want to embarrass the Heavenly Palace. Yes. That was it. But, I didn't expect there to be 8 people before senior sister. But, I can't see their names clearly. I can vaguely see their names, but they are in a blurry state. It should be that the black stone tablet doesn't want others to see the real names on it, Ning Tian murmured. In addition to Yi Shuang and the others' names, there were 8 more names on the black stone tablet. But, there was a ball of brilliance circulating on those names, as if deliberately not letting others see their real names. No, rather than saying it was deliberate, it should be said that it was deliberate. It was deliberately protecting the names. Hey! Do you see the first name on the stone tablet? At this moment, more and more cultivators gathered around the Big Dipper square. Their eyes fell on the black stone tablet, and they couldn't help but discuss it. TSK, the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace all left their names on the stone tablet. As expected of the previous heavenly god bodies, they are too strong, hey. Because of this, those cultivators back then were depressed. They are still somewhat unconvinced in their hearts. What can they do if they are unconvinced? Can't they still hold it in? Rather than discussing the 9 supremes of the heavenly palace, I am more curious about the first name. That name can actually be displayed. But this name is really strange. Daoist Zheng something? A chubby cultivator looked at the highest point of the black stone tablet and couldn't help but mutter. Sure, lower your voice. What if this existence is still alive? Be careful. Hearing those words, the cultivator next to him immediately pulled his sleeve and reminded him. Upon hearing these cultivators' words, Ning Tian finally noticed that there was another name at the top of the ink-black stone tablet. This name seemed to have been forcefully squeezed onto the tablet, unlike the other names that were protected by the light below. But, perhaps because of the passage of time, these big words were somewhat blurred. Only the 3 words, Daoist Zheng, could be seen. This is strange. Why is this name not protected? Ning Tian frowned. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Boom. Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. Everyone looked up. They saw a golden floating battleship slowly sailing out of the void. There was a huge long character on the bow of the battleship. It's the Long family from the Western Wilderness starfield. I heard, the Long family is the richest family in the Western Wilderness starfield. It is said that this battleship is made of golden spirit stones. Even, their toilets are made of golden spirit stones. I really want to take a bite to see if it's true. Around them, there were endless discussions. The Long family from the Western Wilderness starfield? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. He silently watched from the side with the 2 girls. Under the gaze of countless people in the Big Dipper square, the dragon-headed battleship slowly landed in the Big Dipper city. A young man slowly walked down from the battleship. Behind him was a middle-aged man. Aoer, you must fight for our Long family. You are the 10th generation genius of our Long family. This time, no matter what, you must take down the Big Dipper secret realm. The middle-aged man looked at Long Ao. Then, he looked at the black stone tablet in the middle of the Big Dipper square and said earnestly to Long Ao. Father, don't worry. Long Ao nodded. Aoer, you must succeed. The Long family must regain their face. Right at this moment, a slightly old black-haired old man walked out from the dragon-headed battleship. Grandfather. Long Ao quickly bowed. Yes, the Long family will rely on you this time. Wash away the shame. Our Long family can definitely do it. Another voice sounded. A golden-robed old man with a walking stick walked out. His pair of old eyes looked at the black stone tablet angrily. Great-grandfather, please slow down. Long Ao's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat. Slow down my ass. Ignore him. Aoer, this time, you must leave your name on the stone tablet. It's great-great-grandfather, cough cough. Yes, our Aoer can restore the Long family's name. Great-great-great-grandfather, why are you here as well? Long Ao was sweating profusely. For a time, there were already 6 people who walked out from the void ship, including Long Ao. What kind of strange send-off is this? Seeing this scene, Ning Tian frowned slightly. The 2 girls beside him also felt that it was strange. Wasn't it just a classic case of an elder sending a junior into the Big Dipper secret realm? Why did it look so strange? Just as Ning Tian was dumbfounded, another deep and old voice sounded from the dragon-headed battleship. It can't be. There's more. Ning Tian raised his brows and looked over. He saw, from the dragon-headed battleship, a bald old man slowly walked out. He was holding 3 wooden boxes in his arms. Great-great-great-grandfather, please slow down. Don't scatter the ashes of the ancestors. Seeing this scene, Long Ao was sweating profusely. He hurriedly walked over and supported the old man. Ashes. What the f***ck? This old man was holding 3 urns in his arms. Slow my ass. Brat AO, let this old man tell you, it's not easy for those bastards to not come today. You must leave a name for my Long family. This old man was also a hot-tempered guy. He glared at Long AO and didn't care about the urn in his arms at all as he scattered some ashes. Those bastards. At the side, Ning Tian was confused as she listened. In front of him. In front of the dragon-headed battleship, there were exactly 10 people, including the 3 urns. Sigh. At this moment, a sigh came from the side, and the surrounding cultivators began to discuss. The Long family of this western wasteland star region is truly miserable. Every generation of Long family patriarch is a genius of their generation, but unfortunately, after entering the Big Dipper secret realm, TSK, don't mention how miserable it is, who knows what they experienced in the Big Dipper secret realm. Every failed genius of the Long family ended up staying in the heavenly god realm. Hearing the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, Ning Tian seemed to understand what had happened. In an instant, his sympathetic gaze landed on the group of people from the Long family. It seemed that this trip was going to be wasted. This Long family was simply too miserable. Originally, every generation of patriarch was a genius. This should be a fortunate thing, but coincidentally, they met the previous generations of heavenly god body in the Big Dipper secret realm, and this time, it was even worse. Not only did he meet a heavenly god body, he even met a heavenly god body that was using cheats, this time. Without those bastards from the heavenly palace, you must clear the name of my Long family. F***ck, 9 times. Every time, I meet those dogs from the heavenly palace. F***ck, this old man is so angry. The hot-tempered old man who was hugging the 3 urns cursed loudly. Due to his agitated words, the white ashes in the urns scattered everywhere, causing the surrounding cultivators to tremble in fear. It's said that, this time, there are already people from the heavenly palace who have come. They are called the heavenly palace's ancestral masters. At this moment, a weak voice sounded. Long AO raised his head and said silently, "Old man Long family's urn, what?" Hearing this, the hot-tempered old man's expression immediately changed. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes. It was obvious that he was afraid of being beaten up by the people from the heavenly palace. "AO, where did you get the news?" The middle-aged man frowned. The few members of the Long family all had grave expressions. Having been dominated by the heavenly palace's heavenly god body, they naturally knew how terrifying it was. "Oh. Just now, when we were outside the Big Dipper domain, a despicable young man told me. He even gave me a portrait of the heavenly palace's ancestral master. As he spoke, he took out a portrait from his bosom. F***ck. The moment he saw the portrait, Ning Tian cursed in his heart. F***ck this. Are you sure this portrait wasn't drawn on his face?" Immediately. In a split second, Ning Tian took out the ice silkworm mask that he had not used for a long time and put it on his face. In a second, he turned into Ning Shui. F***ck, 8th senior brother tricked me, he cursed in his heart. The despicable young man that Long AO was talking about was definitely Yi Wuyo, because he didn't say anything. He was very familiar with this portrait. When he first came to the heavenly palace, Yi Wuyo had once asked him to draw a portrait. He even said that he would use his handsome portrait to sell to a rich woman in the divine realm and then split the money with him. So, he was waiting to use it to trick him. "Hey, didn't we just see the person in the portrait? I think we've seen it before." At this moment, the eyes of the surrounding cultivators all unconsciously turned towards Ning Tian's group. After all, Ning Tian's group was simply too dazzling. Not to mention the 2 beauties, there was also a beast-eared girl. Oh, that's not right, that decent person wouldn't notice. Naturally, he noticed Ning Tian who was beside him. "Hey, why did he become ugly? Could it be that we're seeing things? F***ck, why is this brat so smelly? How can he have such a beautiful woman accompanying him?" Amidst the discussions, there was a trace of anger and dissatisfaction. Heavenly Palace's ancestral master? Are the people from the Heavenly Palace here as well? At this moment, a deep voice rang out. Following that, hundreds of ancestor god realm cultivators appeared on the Big Dipper square. The bearded middle-aged man in the lead swept his gaze across them, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since the people from the Heavenly Palace have appeared, then our Big Dipper anti-Heavenly Palace organization can be activated again. Everyone, do you still remember our slogan? The Big Dipper secret realm can be lost, but the people from the Heavenly Palace must lose. Woo woo, we've finally waited for the people from the Heavenly Palace. We can't beat the big one, but we can at least bully the small one for a while, right? Woo woo. I want revenge. Last time in the Big Dipper secret realm, not only did that Yi Wuyo defeat me, he even humiliated me by flicking my little brother. Woo woo woo, this time I'm going to bounce back. You don't know, that Peihu from the Heavenly Palace. The last time this old man met him, I was still a fatty. King chased this old man for 3,000 miles just to tell this old man that it's not good to be fat. Great, now this old man is as skinny as a monkey. Woo woo, and Mu Shenqing. She's simply a she-devil. She fed me a great tonic pill, and I'm still full of energy even now. I'm dying of laughter. My nosebleed is endless. The surroundings were filled with wailing and howling. Upon seeing this scene, Ning Tian fell into silence. He turned his head to look at the cultivator beside him and asked, "Fellow Daoist, what's going on? It can't be, right? Is there anyone who hasn't heard of the Big Dipper anti-Heavenly Palace organization? Do you think that there are so many of us here to fight for the treasures in the Big Dipper secret realm? There's only one of them. Hee. We're here to watch the show and join the anti-Heavenly Palace organization while we're at it. Think about it. Who are the people from the Heavenly Palace? They're all heavenly god physiques. If you don't beat him up while he's weak now, why are you waiting for him to get up? Think about it. How great would it be to beat up someone from the Heavenly Palace?" Hearing Ning Tian's words, the fat cultivator couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing this, Ning Tian was actually speechless. The sense of immersion was very strong. He even wanted to beat himself up. At this time, he finally understood why his senior sister and the others didn't want him to expose his identity. What the hell? If his identity was exposed, not to mention obtaining the treasures, there would be people chasing after him wherever he went. These guys were very angry with the people from the Heavenly Palace, but they couldn't take revenge. Therefore, they could only target the Big Dipper secret realm. After all, the strength outside was too strong to beat, so they could only target the small ones. The great villain of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace's actions were the fault of the ancestral master. F***ck, Ning Tian was going crazy in his heart. GG great-grandfather, don't worry. It's just the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. Since he can come here, it means that his strength doesn't exceed the heavenly god realm. In that case, I still have a chance. Long Ao raised his head. A hint of confidence flashed across his eyes. Sigh. Are you stupid? That's what we thought back then. The grumpy old man from the Long family was so angry that he was trembling. The urn in his arms shook again. You're young and don't know how strong the Heavenly Palace is. You mistook yourself for a king. There was only one word difference between Long Ao and Long Aotian, but the difference was like heaven and earth. Ancestral master? At this moment, a probing voice with a trace of uncertainty sounded. Swish. In an instant. Hearing the two words ancestral master, everyone thought of the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. All of their gazes immediately turned towards that direction. They saw a white-haired old man slowly walking over. Behind him were two middle-aged men. One had a serious face, while the other had a pale face. It was obvious that he was weak. Hearing these two words, Ning Tian frowned. Who was calling him out in front of so many people? Wasn't this trying to harm him? He turned around. He saw three familiar faces. Di Tian, the old emperor, and old Shu, these three guys. Are they here to harm me? Feeling the malicious gazes around him, Ning Tian had already thought of a way to escape. Although he wasn't afraid of trouble, there was no need to cause so much trouble. If it really didn't work, he would just scam them all. Ancestral Master, why did you become ugly? Di Tian and the other two walked over, not noticing the gazes around them at all. Although Ning Tian was wearing the ice silkworm mask, Old Shu and Di Wuji both knew Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao. Moreover, the mascot was lying on the side. Looking at the Void God Emperor's enthusiastic appearance, Ning Tian really wanted to beat him up. Old Shu, why wasn't he so enthusiastic normally? Haha, Ancestral Master, we haven't seen each other for a few days. I really miss you. I guessed that you would be here, Ancestral Master. After all, wherever there are benefits, Ancestral Master will always be around. You are Tian. Ah. Old Shu walked over enthusiastically as he spoke to Ning Tian. However, before he could finish his sentence, as soon as the word heavenly came out of his mouth, he saw a sandbag-sized fist enlarging in his eyes. F***CK. When did the Ancestral Master change to such a way of welcoming people? A cry of surprise. Under everyone's gaze, the Void God Emperor turned into a meteor and flew out of the Big Dipper city. Fellow Daoist, may I ask, which force are you from? At this moment, the bearded middle-aged man from the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace organization looked over. His sharp eyes landed on Ning Tian's body, and a hint of suspicion flashed across his eyes. The more he looked at Ning Tian, the more suspicious he became. That guy just now who looked weak called this young man Ancestral Master. Moreover, there was also a heavenly something. It was very likely that he was the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. For a moment, all the surrounding cultivators, including Long Ao, looked at Ning Tian, waiting for his answer. Ahaha. It seems that everyone wants to get to know me. However, Ning Tian had already thought of a countermeasure. Naturally, he couldn't fight these guys head-on. There were several Heavenly God Realm cultivators here. He wasn't that stupid. If he could choose to fight head-on under such circumstances, then his brain must not be too good. I am Ning Shuai, the Ancestral Master of the Heaven Demolishing Gate. Recently, I've been holding a promotion. Demolish one and get one free. If we get along well, we can demolish one and get two free. Ning Tian looked at the surrounding cultivators with a smile and said. Hearing these words, the surroundings were silent. What was the name of this ugly guy? Ning Shuai. They suddenly felt that they had been insulted. And this Heaven Demolishing Gate, what the hell was that? They had never heard of it. Fellow Daoist Ning, what is this Heaven Demolishing Gate? The bearded middle-aged man asked with a frown. Haha. You guys don't understand, right? Heaven Demolishing Gate is a sect built in accordance with the times. It is a sect built to serve the vast number of cultivators. Ning Tian looked at the group of cultivators with a serious expression. Everyone, think about it. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Only by demolishing it can we build a better one. Although I feel that he is talking nonsense, I feel that what he said is very reasonable. I think so too. The surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of air. They were stunned by Ning Tian's words. Seeing this scene, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyao couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Another group of pitiful fellows who were fooled by Ning Tian. Demolishing Heaven Demolishing Gate, what do you mean by demolishing it? Long Ao narrowed his eyes and looked over. Oh, fellow Daoist, do you want me to give it a try? But there are no buildings nearby that can be demolished. If this Big Dipper city is demolished, I'm afraid it will anger the heavens, right? Ning Tian raised his brows slightly and pretended to be in a difficult position. Try it. Try it on this dragon head warship. Long Ao said indifferently. Oh. This is what fellow Daoist said. Ning Tian only wanted to get rid of this group of fellows as soon as possible and then study the Big Dipper secret realm. After hearing Long Ao's words, he glanced at the ceiling Flame Lion King and said indifferently, Sho Tian, demolish. Roar! Sho Tian, who hadn't demolished his home for a long time, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Ao Wu. The word sky demolishing appeared. What the hell is this? The surrounding cultivators were shocked. Looking at the word demolishing above his head, Long Ao's face changed slightly. Don't worry, the dragon head warship is sturdy. The grumpy old man holding the urn waved his hand. Before he could finish his words, the word sky demolishing fell. Boom. In an instant. When the word demolishing fell, accompanied by a loud boom, Long Ao and the others were already standing on a pile of ruins. Even the clothes on their bodies were shattered, but they were completely fine. With a scream, Long Ao and the others were instantly dumbfounded. What a strong destructive power. This person is definitely not the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. The Heavenly Palace's ancestral master wouldn't be so ugly, and how could he use such a wicked trick? The surrounding discussions continued. You shocked all the cultivators with your ugliness and wickedness. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Shocked by your ugliness and wickedness. Hearing this, the corner of Ning Qian's mouth couldn't help but twitch fiercely. Reward, Trap Master. You can set up all kinds of traps, just like a trapped beast. At this moment, in his mind, the system's voice rang. Trap Master? What the hell is this? Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Ning Qian frowned slightly. There was such a reward. Everyone, can you believe my identity as the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master now? In the future, if you have anything to demolish, you can come to me. I can help you demolish your ancestral tombs. I have been a professional home demolisher for 100 years, a professional team, worthy of your trust. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators felt that something was wrong. On the side, Long Ao looked at Ning Qian with shining eyes. That move just now was so strong. I want to learn it. So it's really the Heavenly Palace's fellow Daoist. I'm Kwang Sho, sorry for the disrespect. The bearded middle-aged man bowed slightly to Ning Qian and smiled apologetically. Haha. No problem, no problem. In the future, if fellow Daoist Kwang Sho wants to demolish your own home, just call me. I'm familiar with this matter. Ning Qian laughed. Then, a flash of light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Kwang Sho. That's right. I wonder if fellow Daoist Kwang Sho's Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace is still short of people. Oh. Hearing this, the corner of Kwang Sho's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Fellow Daoist Ning, you also want to make a move against the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master? Of course. You guys don't know, but I once met that dog-coin Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. He actually said that I'm not as handsome as him. Since then, I've been very unhappy with him. Now that I have a chance to beat him, I naturally want to join. Ning Qian said with a face full of hatred. Fut, hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro laughed in their hearts. Husband is indeed worthy of being husband. He's really getting more and more skilled at scolding himself. Hearing handsome Ning's words and looking at his ugly face, Kwang Sho fell into silence. It seems that the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master is not wrong. Forget it. Forget it. If there's one more person, there's one more combat power. Okay. Then, welcome fellow Daoist Ning to join. Kwang Sho chuckled. Hearing this, Ning Qian's mouth raised into a kind smile. That's great. Since you guys want to beat me, then I'll break into the enemy's inner circle first and see who dies first. Author's words, 7,000 words. I still owe 3,000 words. Sorry, I haven't moved for thousands of days. It's too tiring and weak. If you still have 3,000 words, I'll update 7,000 words in the next 3 days. I'll slowly make up for it. Also, how do you feel about this chapter? Tell me how you feel. I'm afraid that I didn't write it well. Chapter 591. However, at this moment, Kwang Sho did not realize the seriousness of the matter at all. He was naturally very happy to have Ning Shui join them. Although he did not know Ning Shui's true strength, he could see how powerful he was from the golden light in the sky. If he had used that move on the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master, wouldn't it have caused a lot of damage? Haha, on behalf of the Big Dipper Anti-Heavenly Palace, I welcome fellow Daoist Ning to join us. Thinking of this, Kwang Sho's lips curled into a smile. Haha. You're welcome, you're welcome. I believe that if we work together, the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Ning Qian laughed, looking like a cunning old fox. Beat the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master until he looks for his teeth all over the ground. Everyone, think about that scene. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master is in the future, when you meet him in the future, you can tell him that you were beaten by me. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were stunned for a moment. Wouldn't that scene be great? The eyes of the surrounding cultivators lit up as they suddenly came to a realization. That's right. That would be great. If they succeeded, they could brag about it for the rest of their lives. I think what fellow Daoist Ning said makes sense. Thinking about that scene, it's simply awesome, right? Ning Tian looked at the group of cultivators with a smile on his face. There was no need to mention how amiable his smile was. He was simply a very kind person. That's right. What the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master said makes sense. The group of cultivators nodded excitedly. Hee. If we catch the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master, I want revenge. I want to flick his brother. I want to catch him and run for 30,000 miles. I want him to become a white bone demon. Hee. I want him to eat my brother. A fat cultivator spoke with an excited expression. However, before he could finish speaking, the surrounding gazes all turned towards him in unison. Shocking. Fellow Daoist, something's wrong with you. What are you thinking about? What I'm saying is, let him eat my younger brother's smelly socks. My younger brother once met that slut, Yi Wuyo, in the Big Dipper secret realm. After that, he. Woo-woo, don't mention it. When I talk to him now, I feel like he ate shit. The fat cultivator wanted to cry but had no tears. The crowd sighed. Then when I catch the Heavenly Palace Patriarch, I'll strip him naked and freeze him in an ice cube to avenge the humiliation of my ancestor back then. A cultivator holding an urn of ashes indignantly expressed his thoughts. Then I will also, and me. Let's get rid of the Patriarch and wash away our shame. In the surroundings, the sounds of discussion were incessant. Everyone's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. At this moment, Ning Tian finally understood. Aside from the pinnacle forces, the cannon fodder, oh no. Most of the cultivators were here to avenge their previous humiliation. They had either come on their own or to bring the ashes of their ancestors with them. In short, he just wanted to cause trouble. No wonder Senior Sister and the others didn't want him to expose his identity. These fellows would be difficult to deal with in a short period of time. Most importantly, they would seriously drag him down, and it was very likely that others would snatch the opportunity away. Drag me down? The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly, but he had an idea in his heart. Not only did he have to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, he also had to play a bigger game, as expected of the Patriarch. I'm convinced. Di Tian, who knew Ning Tian's true identity, couldn't help but sigh. Not only could the Patriarch scold him without any scruples, he even King brought others to beat him up. Seeing this scene, Di Tian was very immersed in it. In his mind, he had already imagined himself joining the Big Dipper anti-heaven palace and stepping on the Patriarch. However, when he thought of Ning Tian's kind face, his body trembled. He quickly stroked his beard and muttered, cough, this is a sin, hehe, how interesting. Su Yuyaro giggled. Her pair of fox ears swayed, and her beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Obviously, she was planning to pull Luo Wuqing to watch a good show. Fellow Daoist Ning. What are you writing down? Kwang Sho walked over and saw that Ning Tian had unknowingly taken out a pen and paper from his arms. After writing something on it, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Oh, this. Ning Tian raised his head and smiled brightly. I'm writing down what punishment each of them wants. Punishment? Kwang Sho was stunned. Yes, how to deal with the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace. I'm afraid I've forgotten. Ning Tian revealed a harmless smile, and his hands didn't stop moving. I see. Fellow Daoist Ning is thoughtful. Hearing this, Kwang Sho couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect handsome Ning to be so concerned about this matter. It seemed that he also hated the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace very much. With this handsome Ning here, this trip may be successful. Seeing the atmosphere stirred up by Ning Tian, Kwang Sha narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, moreover, I can't say that this handsome Ning is ugly. The patriarch of the heavenly palace only said one sentence to him and he already hates him so much. I can't easily offend him. Haha, it's okay. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Hearing this, Ning Tian said with an honest face. That's right. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. So many people wanted to beat him. If he didn't remember them one by one, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he punished the wrong person? As for the violent beating, it was the patriarch of the heavenly palace. What did it have to do with the patriarch of the Tianmo cult? Everyone, let's shout the slogan again. Defeat the patriarch and wash away the shame. Ning Tian looked at the group of cultivators on the Big Dipper Square and shouted loudly, perfectly replacing the 8 true words. Defeat the patriarch and wash away the shame. The hundreds of cultivators of the Big Dipper Anti-Sky Palace organization followed suit and shouted. They could even see the scene of them beating the younger brother of the Heavenly Palace patriarch. It was simply exhilarating. Bullsh *T. How dare you? How dare you speak ill of our patriarch? At this moment, a loud shout was heard. 3 silhouettes appeared in the sky. One of them was a man and a woman. They were simply a match made in heaven. The man was holding a humanoid creature in his arms. Upon closer look, it was Old Shu who had been sent flying out of the Big Dipper city by Ning Tian. Interesting. You guys want to attack the patriarch? These 2 people were the Dragon Pool Monster King and Phoenix Feather Monster King who had come from the Monster God Realm to participate in the Big Dipper Mystic Realm. Upon closer look, there was a bump on the head of the Dragon Pool Monster King. Originally, he and Phoenix Feather Monster King were about to enter the Big Dipper city, but a human-shaped piece of trash fell from the sky, instantly stunning the Dragon Pool Monster King. Naturally, the Dragon Pool Monster King was extremely displeased to see a human throwing trash in broad daylight. He originally wanted to come in and argue with someone. However, as soon as he arrived at the Big Dipper Square, he heard that someone wanted to defeat the patriarch. As the patriarch's little fan, the Dragon Pool Monster King and Phoenix Feather Monster King naturally couldn't take it lying down. Patriarch. Oh, you know the patriarch of the Heavenly Palace? Mad Killer's gaze fell on the Dragon Pool Monster King and 9 Phoenix Monster King in the sky. A monster, the 3 of them looked at each other as if they would start a fight at any moment. Of course I know, the Dragon Pool Monster King snorted. However, before he could finish his words, Ning Tian, who was still holding a small notebook on the ground, moved and directly came to the 2 of them. He hooked their heads with a big hook. The 2 of them were stunned when their heads were hooked. Old Shu, who was clamped by the Dragon Pool Monster King, also fell heavily to the ground after a scream. Ha ha ha, fellow Daoist Mad Killer, they are talking about me. I'm the patriarch of the Heavenly Palace. Ning Tian laughed loudly. You are. Seeing the ugly man coming towards them, the Dragon Pool Monster King and Phoenix Feather Monster King immediately frowned. They wanted to circulate their monster chi and send this guy flying. However, Ning Tian smiled gently. It's me. Remember to give me a good review for the business last time. I demolished the land of the 3 major clans of the Dragon Clan. It really tired me out. Ning Tian looked at the 2 of them with a smile. Huh. The Dragon Pool Monster King and Phoenix Feather Monster King were stunned. The monster chi in their bodies seemed to have seen something terrifying at this moment. Looking at the ugly man in front of them with a kind smile on his face, they instantly understood something. This guy, it's the patriarch. Ah, yes, 5-star review. I'll definitely give you a good review next time. The Dragon Pool Monster King came back to his senses and saw Ning Tian constantly winking at him. He immediately reacted and said repeatedly. Hearing this, Mad Killer's tightly knitted brows relaxed. So, you are calling me the patriarch of the Heavenly Palace. Fellow Daoist Ning Shui, it's a misunderstanding. Mad Killer chuckled. Yes, after all, this patriarch is not that patriarch. Ning Tian let go of the 2 of them. His plan could not be messed up by the Dragon Pool Monster King. At the side, Phoenix Feather Monster King blushed when Ning Tian let go of her. Looking at Ning Tian beside her, a hint of admiration flashed across her beautiful eyes. Looking at the patriarch's expression, she, who had always been smart, quickly understood that this group of people in front of her was about to be cheated. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Ning's Heavenly Palace business to expand so widely. You even accepted the business of the monster clan. Mad Killer looked at Ning Tian. Of course. If fellow Daoist Mad Killer wants, after the Big Dipper secret realm ends, I will give you one for free. I guarantee that I will tear down your house clean. Ning Tian looked very generous. This, Mad Killer was speechless. If it was another business, he would definitely be very happy to be given one for free. However, this home demolition service, thank you for your kindness, fellow Daoist Ning, but there's no need. My house is fine. Mad Killer said with a black face. Then, he looked at the hundreds of cultivators around him and said slowly, everyone, it's getting late. The Big Dipper secret realm is about to open. Let's move first and discuss a plan to deal with the Heavenly Palace's patriarch. Oh! A plan to deal with the Heavenly Palace's patriarch? Hearing this, Ning Tian's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Count me in. Of course. Fellow Daoist Ning has already joined our organization. Of course, you can come with us. Mad Killer agreed readily. At a glance, he could tell that Ning Tian had a lot of wicked ideas. Wicked tricks would definitely have a miraculous effect on the Heavenly Palace's patriarch. All right. Ning Tian's eyes flashed. Then, he looked at Luo Wuqing and said to her, wife, you guys go find an inn with Demon King Jofeng first. I'll be back soon. Okay. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, the group of people looked at him with jealous eyes. Sigh, Mad Killer sighed. Fellow Daoist Ning, you're really envious of others for being able to marry such a beautiful wife. Haha. Fellow Daoist Mad Killer, if you were as handsome as me, you could do it too. Ning Tian laughed. There was silence. Looking at Ning Tian's ugly face and hearing his words, the corners of the surrounding cultivators' mouths twitched. Their hearts seemed to be bleeding. The damage wasn't high, but it was extremely insulting. Somewhere in Big Dipper City, when Ning Tian followed Mad Killer and the others here, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect these guys to have such a vast territory in Big Dipper City. Fellow Daoist Ning, this is the base of our Big Dipper Anti-Heavenly Palace organization. After so many years, it has finally reached such a scale. Mad Killer looked around with satisfaction and introduced to Ning Tian. These are... Ning Tian looked at the surrounding stone tablets engraved with words. Upon closer inspection, it recorded how these guys were bullied by the 9 Supremes of the Heavenly Palace. Seeing this, Ning Tian couldn't help but want to laugh. These guys were asking for a rebuff. It was already good enough that his senior brothers and sisters didn't kill them. They were simply toying with them. He didn't expect these guys to want revenge. Well, this time, let's completely disband the Big Dipper Anti-Heavenly Palace organization. Ning Tian touched his chin and murmured in his heart. He did this for Mad Killer's sake. As long as the Big Dipper Anti-Heavenly Palace organization was gone, they wouldn't have to look for trouble. He was thinking for others. It seemed that the patriarch was indeed a good person. Come, everyone, let's discuss. This time, we will definitely take down the Heavenly Palace's patriarch. Mad Killer looked at the group of cultivators, his eyes flashing. Yes. The group of cultivators' eyes flashed fiercely and they nodded heavily. This time, they definitely could. Hence, this group of cute Big Dipper Anti-Heavenly Palace cultivators loudly plotted all kinds of ways to deal with the Heavenly Palace's patriarch in front of Ning Tian. Hearing this, Ning Tian felt a little embarrassed. These guys, do they really think that they can deal with me with this method? Hearing that some people even wanted to sneak up on him after seeing him, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Was he that stupid? He finally understood. Why were these guys beaten up so badly by his senior brothers and senior sisters? That's the plan this time, Mad Killer frowned. It seemed that he was a little dissatisfied with the brainless, stupid plan that these people came up with. Fellow Taoists, I have a plan. How about listening to me in detail? At this moment, Ning Tian slowly got up with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Handsome Ning. The surrounding cultivators were stunned and looked over. There was a trace of doubt and distrust in their eyes. Seeing this scene, Ning Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. If these guys didn't trust him, how could he continue to deceive them? It seems that I have to use other means. Ning Tian muttered in his heart. Activated, Heart of Humanity. Use the light of faith. Don't forget. When the light of faith was activated before, it was because they had a trace of reverence for Ning Tian. With reverence, they more or less believed in Ning Tian's words. Why do I feel that fellow Daoist Ning is glowing? Strange, his ugliness seems to be pleasing to the eye. When the light of faith was activated, the surrounding cultivators suddenly changed. Oh! Fellow Daoist Ning has a plan? Mad Killer looked at Ning Tian and unconsciously believed in him. Yes. To be honest, I have another profession, and that is Trap Master. I'm proficient in all kinds of traps. As long as you help me set them up, with the intelligence of the Heavenly Palace's ancestor, he will definitely fall into my trap. Ning Tian showed a confident smile. Trap Master, using traps, is it really useful against the Heavenly Palace's ancestor? Mad Killer frowned. Don't worry. Ning Tian patted his chest and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. There was one more thing he didn't say. That was, it was useless against the Heavenly Palace's ancestor, but it was enough to deal with them. Since there was free labor here, why not use it? Let them help him dig a trap and use it to get rid of them. It was perfect. When the ancestor decided to turn the tables, he had already decided how to trick them. Then, fellow Daoist Ning, what are you going to do? Mad Killer looked over. He didn't know why. The more he looked at Ning Tian, the more convinced he was. Well, I have my own plan. When we enter the Big Dipper secret realm, you will naturally know. Don't worry, my trap is definitely useful. Ning Tian chuckled. Haha. With fellow Daoist Ning's participation, this time, our Big Dipper anti-Heavenly Palace organization will definitely win. Mad Killer's eyes flashed with a flash of light. The surrounding cultivators' eyes shone with golden light. Haha. Ning Tian also chuckled. Fellow Daoist Ning, why are you laughing? Mad Killer asked. It's nothing. Seeing you guys happy makes me happy too. Oh, I see. After Loud's conspiracy, Ning Tian hummed a tune and left this place. He was really looking forward to the trip to the Big Dipper secret realm. With Mad Killer and this group of people, the trip to the Big Dipper secret realm should be much smoother. Yi Shuang and the others probably didn't expect it either. They were just playing with these guys, but they didn't expect that their junior brother would directly join in and operate under the table. If they couldn't win, they would join in. The best way was to borrow the enemy's hand to kill the enemy, and next, they just needed to wait for night to fall. After finding the inn where the two girls were, Ning Tian pulled the two girls for a few hours of serious cultivation. And a few hours later, night, it had already quietly arrived. Creak. The door of the inn was pushed open, and the little lions guarding the door immediately became energetic. Phew, night has finally fallen. Ning Tian stretched his waist in satisfaction, and the two girls' complexions were also very good. The most important thing was that ninth senior sister really didn't lie to him. The two girls' figures were even more perfect than before. Cough, it's time for the Big Dipper secret realm to open. Husband, are you really planning to go with those guys? Luo Wuqing's pretty face still had a faint blush from cultivation. She looked at Ning Tian and frowned. Yes. Ning Tian nodded. He put on the ice silkworm mask with one hand and removed the soundproof array with the other. After all, the two girls were a little loud when they were cultivating. It wouldn't be good if they disturbed the neighbors. Free labor. It's a waste not to take it. Tilda, this is very in line with your habits, hubby. At the side, Su Yuyaro supported Luo Wuqing. After hearing Ning Tian's words, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Haha. Let's go. Let's head towards the entrance. Ning Tian chuckled and led the group towards the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone. At this moment, all the cultivators in the Big Dipper city were heading towards that direction. In front of the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone. Ancestral Master, you're finally here. Di Tian walked over with Old Shu and the old emperor. Beside him was the Dragon Pool Demon King and the Phoenix Feather Demon King. This time, the Dragon Pool Demon King finally understood that this guy who descended from the sky was a family. Yes. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Ha. Fellow Daoist Ning, we're here. At this moment, a coarse laugh rang out. Kwang Sho walked over with a large group of cultivators from the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace. They were all holding shovels in their hands. After all, they were digging traps. With tools, they would appear more professional. At this moment, more and more cultivators gathered around. There were geniuses from all the major regions who had come to the Big Dipper secret realm. However, there were too many people. Ning Tian couldn't see all of them. The sky had already darkened. The sky darkened. At this moment, the 7 spirit stars hanging high in the sky also emitted a strong light. Moreover, this light was getting stronger and brighter. Boom. Boom boom. It was also at this moment. The dark stone body of the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone emitted a series of rumbling sounds. It was as if the surrounding space was constantly trembling. After the 7 spirit stars in the sky shone on the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone, the reddish-gold ancient runes were all lit up. From the bottom, it spread all the way to the highest point of the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone, all the way to the sky. Boom. Rumble, the Big Dipper Heavenly Stone shone with golden light. The moment the ancient runes were lit up, it seemed to have turned into a beacon. The golden light pointed straight to the sky. Husband, look over there. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly and pointed to the sky. Hearing this, Ning Tian looked over. In the sky, the space began to fluctuate. A huge void door slowly opened, and inside the door was chaos. No one could see what was inside. The Big Dipper secret realm is open. Quick, let's go in. When they saw the void door open, the surrounding cultivators were extremely excited. With a move, they rushed towards the door. Let's go. Let's go too. Ning Tian looked at the few of them. Di Tian looked at Ning Tian, shook his head slightly, and said, Ancestral Master, we won't be going together. I brought the 2 of them here mainly to gain experience. Oh, all right. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Ancestral Master, come to my empty god palace again next time. My old ancestor misses you. Before Di Tian left with Di Wuji and Old Shu did not forget to be filial. Ancestral Master, we feel the same. Dragon Pool Demon King and Phoenix Feather Demon King also said to Ning Tian. They came to the Big Dipper secret realm not for the heavenly treasure, but to gain experience. If they followed the Ancestral Master, it would not be effective. When Di Tian, Dragon Pool Demon King, and the others entered the Big Dipper secret realm first, Ning Tian stretched and smiled at Frenzied Killer and the others. Are you all ready? We'll defeat the Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Palace on this trip. Chapter 592. Defeat the Patriarch and avenge our humiliation. The voices of Kwang Sho and the others attracted the attention of many cultivators. Those who knew the ins and outs of the matter couldn't help but shake their heads at Kwang Sho and the others. Sigh. These fools again. How many times has it been? Every time they shouted that they would defeat the Heavenly Palace, they would come back crying. Let's hope they get what they want this time. Many of the surrounding cultivators sighed and headed towards the huge void door in the sky. A bunch of fools. Off to the side. A cold snort sounded. Demonic chi soared into the sky. A white-haired young man from the demon clan glanced coldly at Ning Tian and the others, then turned and led the other demon experts into the void portal in the sky. Ning Tian frowned slightly as he watched the white-haired demon disappear into the Big Dipper secret realm. He glanced at Kwang Sho and the others and found that their expressions were somewhat ugly, but they didn't dare to say a word. Who is he? Ning Tian raised an eyebrow. By Morsheng from the Taiyuan demon realm of the Big Dipper constellation. He's the #1 genius of the demon clan in the Taiyuan demon realm. Kwang Sho said gravely. By Morsheng. Oh, #1 genius. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Kwang Sho and the others. Are you afraid of him? Hearing this, Kwang Sho and the others fell silent. After a while, they said, Bai Morsheng's methods are too cruel. We really don't want to be his opponent. We're not afraid. At most, we're just speaking from our hearts. Speaking from your hearts? Ning Tian nodded slightly. I understand. That's cowardice. Everyone, we can't be cowards. What cultivators fear the most is cowardice. Kwang Sha and the others. It's not cowardice. It was just a simple act of following one's heart. Don't accuse us of anything. Then why aren't you afraid of the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace? Could it be that the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace is not as scary as Bai Morsheng? Ning Tian's gaze fell on Kwang Sha and the others again. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly into an ugly smile. This, Ning Tian's question directly stunned Crazed Killer and the rest. Maybe, is it because the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace is not very famous? After all, the Celestial Palace's ancestral master only has the name of the Celestial Palace. He didn't do anything big. If it weren't for the Celestial Palace, he would just be an ordinary person. After Mad Killer analyzed the situation, he said in a serious tone. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Ordinary? Yeah. Nothing special. Mad Killer nodded and added, or rather, he doesn't deserve to have a name. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth twitched again. Fellow Daoist Ning, what happened to you? You don't say, the way you pull the corners of your mouth makes you look ugly. Mad Kill did not realize the seriousness of the problem at all as he danced crazily in the minefield. Pu. Hearing this, Su Yuyaro looked at Ning Tian's dark face and couldn't help but want to laugh. That pair of eyes full of ridicule fell on Ning Tian as if to say, hubby, you also have a day like this. Roar, 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 at the side. The flame-sealing Lion King also let out a low roar that sounded like laughter. What are you laughing at? Ning Tian rolled her eyes at it and gave it a kick in the butt. Roar, in an instant. Mad Killer was unhappy. Differential treatment. In the end, he didn't love her anymore. Master Lion was wrong. Just as Mad Killer said, they had heard and seen Bai Morsheng's cruel methods, but they had never seen the methods of the Celestial Palace's ancestral master. Naturally, they were a little afraid of the former because only after seeing and hearing about it would they know how terrifying it was. It seems that it's necessary to let them have the correct understanding. Ning Tian touched his chin and murmured in his heart. He must let Mad Killer and the others know that Bai Morsheng was not scary. They could definitely kill Bai Morsheng. He was only helping Mad Killer and the others to have the correct understanding, helping them to eliminate the fear in their hearts, so that they would not face the correct version of themselves. It was not that he wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. As expected of me, you're considerate of others. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Fellow Daoist Ning, why are you smiling? Seeing Ning Tian smiling, Mad Killer was a little puzzled. It's nothing, I'm just happy for you guys. Ning Tian casually waved his hand and looked at the sky. More and more cultivators had entered the Big Dipper secret realm. Happy for us? Hearing this, Mad Killer and the others were confused. It's about time. Let's go in. Ning Tian just chuckled and did not explain anything. He pulled the two women and led the flame-sealing Lion King towards the door in the sky. Seeing this, Mad Killer hurriedly led a group of people to follow. The group of people rushed into the Big Dipper secret realm with a huge momentum and disappeared from Big Dipper City with a flash of white light. In front of him, along with the dazzling white light dissipating, the group of people had already appeared in the Big Dipper secret realm. The entire Big Dipper secret realm was a desert, and there was a sandstorm that blocked everyone's vision. When the group of people entered, the pressure of the heavenly Tao also descended. It was as if an invisible gravity was pressing down on everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. What a strong pressure. No matter how many times I enter the Big Dipper secret realm, this heavenly Tao pressure still makes it difficult for me to breathe. Mad Killer frowned as a hint of seriousness flashed through his eyes. He looked at Ning Tian. Fellow Daoist Ning, this is your first time in the Big Dipper secret realm. You must be careful. Don't try to circulate your spirit energy to resist the heavenly Tao pressure. Otherwise, you will only suffer more pressure. Yes, yes. Ning Tian nodded while quietly circulating his spirit energy to investigate his surroundings. Heavenly Tao pressure? What was that? It sounded so powerful. This Big Dipper secret realm is indeed huge. I just don't know where the Big Dipper pagoda is. It seems that I need to use the Heaven and Earth locator to locate it. Ning Tian touched his chin and muttered. According to Mad Killer, the Big Dipper secret realm was a desert, and there were many opportunities hidden in this desert. However, the Heavenly Tao treasure was sealed in the Big Dipper pagoda in the Big Dipper secret realm. However, every time the Big Dipper secret realm opened, the Big Dipper pagoda would change its location, making it difficult for people to grasp. Most cultivators' goal was the Heavenly Tao treasure in the Big Dipper pagoda, while a small number of cultivators who knew their limits would target the large and small ordinary opportunities in the Big Dipper secret realm. Of course, there were also some cultivators who had ulterior motives. For example, Mad Killer was a group of people. Their goal was very simple. They didn't care about the Heavenly Tao treasure or the large and small opportunities in the Big Dipper secret realm. All they wanted was revenge. They wanted to kill the younger brother of the Heavenly Palace's founder and prevent him from obtaining the opportunity. According to Mad Killer's train of thought, if the Heavenly Palace couldn't obtain it, it would be equivalent to them getting it. It was a sure win. This made Ning Tian wonder if there was something wrong with their heads. System, use the Heaven and Earth locator to search for the Big Dipper pagoda. Ning Tian muttered in his heart. Searching for the Big Dipper secret realm. Target, Big Dipper pagoda. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Soon. There was a result. Target, Big Dipper pagoda, found. As the voice sounded, a red light appeared in Ning Tian's eyes, and the location of this red light was where the Big Dipper pagoda was located. I finally found it. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Fellow Daoist Ning, where are we going to dig the trap? We can't wait to kill that Heavenly Palace's founder. Mad Killer held the shovel with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Around them, a group of cultivators could no longer endure their iron shovels. Damn it. They must kill the Heavenly Palace's founder. Looking at the burly man with a full beard in front of him, the corners of Ning Tian's mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly felt that this guy was quite interesting. Fellow Daoist Ning, can you not look at me like that? It's a little disgusting. Feeling the lecherous smile on Ning Tian's face, Mad Killer frowned and suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't expect this handsome Ning to have such a hobby with two beautiful wives. Ning Tian, Mad Killer was interesting, but he always liked to dance in minefields. The trap naturally can't be set here. Let's go. Ning Tian said to a group of extremely excited cultivators with shovels in their hands. Mad Killer and the others were stunned. The Heavenly Palace's founder's goal must be the Heavenly Tao treasure, so he set the trap outside the Big Dipper pagoda. With the nature of the Heavenly Palace's founder, who believes that everything is fated, he will definitely come over, so the trap will definitely fall. On the side, Su Yuyaro giggled and looked at Ning Tian with teasing eyes. Don't you think so? Cough. Yes, after all, the Heavenly Palace's founder is insatiably greedy. I am sure of this. Ning Tian coughed and nodded. Oh, I see. Mad Killer and the others were enlightened. But, Miss Su, why do you know so much about the Heavenly Palace's founder? Mad Killer frowned as if he thought of something. Well, actually, I used to be the Heavenly Palace's founder's woman, but I saw that Ning Shui is so handsome, so, sigh, women. Su Yuyaro giggled, her 9 foxtails swayed, adding a lot of charm. Ning Tian was stunned. Mad Killer and the others were also stunned. Why did it feel like there was a lot of information in this sentence? And, did women nowadays all like ugly men? Looking at Ning Shuai's ugly face, Mad Killer and the others were stunned. They even suspected that ugly to the extreme was the true handsome. Damn. Then there was a cry of surprise. Pairs of eyes fell on Ning Tian. Awesome. Fellow Daoist Ning, you are really awesome. You actually cheated on the Heavenly Palace's founder. Awesome, awesome. Hiss, TSK TSK. You are simply a role model for our generation. Admirable, admirable. I really prostrate myself in admiration. Ha ha ha, The Heavenly Palace's founder was actually cheated on. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Exclamations. They kept coming out from the mouths of Mad Killer's group of cultivators. They gave a thumbs up and looked at Ning Tian with admiration. They didn't doubt the authenticity of Su Yueyao's words at all. After all, Su Yuyaro was a fox demon. It was said that fox demons liked energetic men, so there was no doubt about it. Su Yuyaro was indeed a fox demon, and the man she liked was indeed energetic. But she only liked one person. Hearing the words of admiration around him, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Looking at Su Yuyaro, who kept winking at him, he couldn't help but nod helplessly. Yes. I cheated on the Heavenly Palace's founder. God damn, I cheated on the Heavenly Palace's founder. I cheated on myself. You shocked Mad Killer and the others. Reward, a green invisible primordial hat. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. System, I at #1%, come out, I promise I won't beat you to death. Hearing this, Ning Tian gritted his teeth. Host, don't worry, this hat has a miraculous effect. What miraculous effect? Ning Tian still had a glimmer of hope. The system said seriously, it can make others forgive you. F***ck you big asterisk 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 asterisk, you system asterisk 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 asterisk. Hearing the system's words, Ning Tian became a temporary telegraph operator. Although he was cursing. But Ning Tian's body was still very honest and silently put away this thing. Hee. At the side, Su Yuyaro was very happy with this. She looked at Luo Wuqing and shook her head helplessly. This little wife. It seems that a few hours of education is far from enough. Ning Tian gritted his teeth. When the Big Dipper secret realm was over, he must drag his little wife for a month of education. Otherwise, his skin wouldn't work. Since we have decided on a plan, then there's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and leave. Okay. But, where is the Big Dipper Tower? Mad Killer asked a crucial question. This is simple. Ning Tian chuckled and patted the ceiling flame Lion King at the side. I know this mascot of the Heavenly Gate. It has a function, it can sense the nearby buildings and do the demolition. Oh, there's such a thing. Mad Killer raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the ceiling flame Lion King. Roaring grass? Hearing this, the ceiling flame Lion King was stunned for a moment and blinked in confusion. Why didn't Master Lion King know that Master Lion King had such an ability? If he did, then wouldn't there be no houses left within a few miles? However, Ning Tian's voice quickly entered its mind. Sho Tian, do as I say. Roar. The ceiling flame Lion King roared. Unwilling. Ning Tian frowned and sent a voice transmission. Roar. After a series of friendly exchanges, the ceiling flame Lion King finally agreed. In the end, Master Lion was reduced to being a tool lion. Everyone, follow Sho Tian. Seeing that the ceiling flame Lion King obediently cooperated, Ning Tian put away the Scarlet Heaven sword in his hand, which had been upgraded to be more convenient for cutting meat. Sure enough, a friendly exchange could solve everything. Immediately after, under the lead of the ceiling flame Lion King and Ning Tian's secret operation, the group headed towards the Big Dipper Tower. 10 minutes later, after making their way through the desert, Ning Tian's group finally saw a black tower rising into the sky. They also saw a good number of cultivators. However, when the cultivators saw Ning Tian's group, which numbered in the hundreds, they became incomparably fearful. Thus, they chose to circle around them. We're finally near the tower. Looking at the Big Dipper Tower not far away, Mad Kill's group could no longer hold back the shovel in their hands. The Big Dipper Tower hasn't opened yet? Seeing that the Big Dipper Tower was in a closed state, Ning Tian frowned. Of course. The Big Dipper Tower has a time limit. Mad Kill nodded and explained, it's precisely because the location of the Big Dipper Tower is unknown and the teleportation in the Big Dipper secret realm is unknown that there's a time limit. Otherwise, if a lucky person is teleported to the Big Dipper Tower by accident, wouldn't he be able to enter the Big Dipper Tower first? Hearing this, Ning Tian frowned slightly. In that case, then he could only bury a few more traps. After all, there was a lot of free labor. That's fine. Let's bury the traps first. The Heaven Palace Ancestral Master will definitely come. Ning Tian looked at Mad Kill and the others with a smile. Okay. But, how do we bury it? Mad Kill stuck the shovel in his hand into the ground and looked at Ning Tian and asked. Let me think about it. Ning Tian said and then directly activated the Trap Master skill. Trap Master has been activated. The host will transform into a Trap Master and elegantly trap everyone to death. In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Soon, a bunch of traps appeared in Ning Tian's mind. TSK, system, these traps are a little immoral. Ning Tian, who had transformed into a Trap Master, checked all the traps and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. Immoral. I like it. Okay, I'll choose a few of your traps. After Ning Tian chose a few traps, the method to bury and activate the traps fell into his mind. Come. Let's do it. I guarantee that you will be satisfied with these arrays. The corner of Ning Tian's mouth slightly raised, and then he commanded the group of people to dig with shovels. Digging traps, trapping the Ancestral Master. Soon. Near the Big Dipper Tower, a large pit appeared one after another. Seeing the strange actions of this group of people, many cultivators passing by were attracted, but after they asked, they were fooled by the smiling Ning Tian. One by one, they mistakenly thought that there was a buried opportunity near the Big Dipper Tower and immediately joined the digging operation. An hour later, near the Big Dipper Tower, there was a large area of potholes. It seems that my husband is serious. Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes fell on the large pit, and her brows slightly furrowed. Hehe, I wonder which unlucky guy is going to fall for it. Su Yuyaro covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of expectation, and there was a guy lying comfortably on her white and tender thigh. Phew, fellow Daoist Ning, we have dug the pit. Holding the shovel, Kwang Sho walked over and said to Ning Tian, who was resting his head on Su Yueao's thigh. Oh, so fast. Ning Tian moved the 9 foxtails away from his face, then got up and stretched, and looked over. Good fellow. So many pits. How much do these guys want to trap me to death? Hehe. There are a lot of pits, it shouldn't be a problem, right? It's better to trick people when there are more pits. Kwang Sho laughed very happily. He was already imagining that the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master would fall into that pit. Ha ha ha. How can it be a problem? After all, there are a lot of people. Ning Tian patted Kwang Sho's shoulder and said with a smile. People, a lot of people? Kwang Sho was stunned for a moment. Ha ha. It's nothing. Ning Tian smiled and shook his head, then looked at the big pit. Next, it was his turn to set the trap. Kwang Sho's group was responsible for the physical work, and he just needed to move his hands. Trap Master has been activated. The host has begun to set the trap. Accompanied by the system's voice. Ning Tian waved his hand, and then countless spiritual energy appeared in his hand, and then instantly filled those big pits. One by one, the system's voice sounded in his mind. You have successfully set a trap. You have successfully set a trap. After a while, all the traps were set. Even the craters were filled up. Everything. As if nothing had happened. It's over. Kwang Sho was stunned. Of course it's over, the trap is deep, it's normal that you can't understand it. Ning Tian smiled and silently put away his spiritual energy. Next, he just needed to watch a good show. So that's how it is. But, where is the trap? There's no trace at all, what if we step on it? That seems to be true. Around, many cultivators were stunned in place, not daring to move. Ha ha. It's just a small detail, don't worry so much, now we just need to wait for the Big Dipper Tower to open, and the Heavenly Palace Patriarch will take the bait. Ning Tian chuckled and then lay down on Luo Wuqing's lap. The two women took turns. This way, their legs wouldn't go numb. All right. Kwang Sho and the others nodded slightly. A few hours later, there seemed to be a rumbling sound from the Big Dipper Tower. Immediately after, on the pitch-black tower, the ancient seals dissipated, and then the thick tower door slowly opened, and at the same time, the surrounding aura became more and more powerful. Obviously, with the opening of the Big Dipper Tower, more and more cultivators were approaching. It's finally open, Ning Tian rested his head on the white and tender thighs and glanced at the Big Dipper Tower, but he wasn't in a hurry to enter, because these traps still needed him to activate. He had to use the surrounding traps to block a large group of people first. Everyone, get ready, the Heavenly Palace Patriarch should be coming. Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly. Okay. Kwang Shou and the others nodded heavily, looking around nervously. Hurry and look. The Big Dipper Tower is open. Hurry, 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 hurry and enter. The Heavenly Tao treasure is right in front of us. Around them, more and more cultivators gathered, and some of them couldn't help but rush towards the Big Dipper Tower. Boom. They're here. Seeing this, Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly, and then he snapped his fingers gently. Lure the trap, activate. Boom. In an instant, a huge wave of spirit energy rushed towards the large group of cultivators. What? Hurry and circulate your spirit energy. Sensing the pressure of the spirit energy, the large group of cultivators' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly circulated their spirit energy. The moment they circulated their spirit energy, Ning Tian's lips curled up slightly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. They've been tricked. The trigger condition of his trap was not to step on it, after all, it could fly. The trigger condition was to circulate their spirit energy. As these guys were wary of the Heavenly Tao's pressure, they did not deliberately circulate their spirit energy, and Ning Tian's trap was to lure them to use their spirit energy. When they used their spirit energy, everything would fall into Ning Tian's trap. It seems that nothing happened. Many cultivators were stunned. The pressure of spirit energy just now seemed to have nothing to do with it. Ah, damn. What the hell is this? Suddenly, there was an exclamation. The soil under the group of cultivators' feet collapsed, and then, their faces turned red, as if they were holding something in. Damn. Why do I have this feeling? I haven't had this feeling for a long time. Damn. I want to go to the toilet. Screams could be heard one after another. In fact, there was also a stench. Success, the first trap, I'll return it to you. Ning Tian's eyes lit up. Many cultivators would choose to abstain from eating, which would cause something to be deposited in the body, and this array was to return all the deposited things after the cultivators in the trap circulated their spirit energy. This move, it was so harmful. Author's words, I beg for money. Chapter 593. F***ck. What the hell is this? That's impossible. With my ancestor God realm cultivation, I can't resist my body's instinct. I can't take it anymore. It's really unbearable. The screams continued to ring out. The group of cultivators trapped in the trap flushed red, but there was nothing they could do. But that was when a strange feeling surfaced. They even felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies was frozen at this moment. I can't take it anymore. I can't hold on any longer. Oh. Awesome. F***ck help. It stinks. I don't want to be the first cultivator to die from the stench. Screams. They kept ringing out. These cultivators trapped in the trap wanted to resist the feeling in their bodies and escape, but the feeling in their bodies suppressed their spiritual energy, so they couldn't escape at all. They were forced to choose their body's instinct. Not far away, seeing this scene, Kwang Shou and the others were stunned. The corners of their mouths twitched. They looked at Ning Tian, who was smiling at the side, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. F***ck. How damaging. Fellow Daoist Ning, this move of yours is simply amazing. If the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master fell for it, it would be a scene of social death. It's simply killing people's hearts. Kwang Shou looked at Ning Tian excitedly. Around them, a group of cultivators also looked at Ning Tian excitedly. Yes. If the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master fell for this move, it would be a pleasure. Fellow Daoist Ning, you've taken all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. No. Ning Tian shook his head and calmly circulated the spiritual energy around him and the two women to form an air isolation shield. Then, he said softly, I'm not damaging them. I'm helping them. After all, cultivators are also human. It's normal for humans to have 3 urges. I'm just helping them to force out their urges. Kwang Shou was stunned. He actually felt that Ning Tian's words made sense. But, fellow Daoist Ning, there are demons and demons here. They aren't humans. Among the group of people who were madly killing, a cultivator cast a wise look at him. Ning Tian, fellow Daoist, you are quite good at arguing. Hehe, many thanks for fellow Daoist Ning's praise. I used to carry spirit ores. The cultivator scratched his head. Ning Tian was speechless, and then he paid no further attention to them. He took a deep breath, and then his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked ahead. Kwang Sho and the others also looked over, but they were more looking forward to the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master falling into Daoist Ning's trap. It was the array formation in front of them. The faces of the group of cultivators were pale. Their bodies were empty and powerless as they fell to the ground. Their eyes were filled with despair. Even though they did not suffer any injuries, they felt that they were doomed for the rest of their lives. F***CK, the Big Dipper secret realm, why did it become like this? A middle-aged cultivator had a pained expression on his face. Was it the loss of morality or the distortion of society that caused him to experience such a thing? I hope, junior brother and the others are fine. The middle-aged man raised his pale face and looked not far away, but the moment he looked over, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. He was dumbfounded and stopped thinking. Because, in front of him, sounds of stupefied words kept coming out from the mouths of the group of cultivators. Their eyes were unfocused, and saliva flowed out from their mouths. Strange words kept coming out of their mouths. The second trap is also in effect. The second trap is activated by the stench. Seeing this scene, the corner of Ning Tian's mouth rose slightly. The second wicked perfect trap was the intelligence reduction array. Once the return to you poop array was activated, the mind-lowering array activated by the stench would follow closely behind. As a trap grandmaster, his traps naturally had to be interlocked. And this trap was effective for 1 day. That meant, these poor cultivators had to temporarily stay in RR for an entire day. Fellow Daoist Ning, this trap of yours is damaging enough, right? Kwang Sho looked over. No. This is called lowering their thinking ability to help reduce the load on their brain. Ning Tian said with a straight face. Kwang Sho, the cultivators of the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace organization, at this moment, looking at Ning Tian, who was speaking seriously, they couldn't think of any other words other than awesome. Hee. As expected of you, hubby Tilda Su Yuyaro giggled. Hee. Next, there's a very interesting trap. Get ready to enjoy it. Ning Tian chuckled and lay on Luo Wuqing's white and tender legs again. At the same time, he adjusted himself to a very comfortable angle, causing his first wife to roll her eyes. When the intelligence reduction sound reaches a certain level, another trap should descend on them. Ning Tian looked at the last group of cultivators trapped together, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Hearing this, Kwang Sho and the others looked over. The group of cultivators was still trembling with vigilance. But, are these people fools? Why don't they leave? Kwang Sho found a point. They're not fools. But they can't leave. The corners of Ning Tian's mouth rose slightly. The moment these cultivators stepped into the vicinity of the Big Dipper pagoda, they stepped into a gravity trap. The purpose was naturally to prevent them from escaping. Everything was under the control of the patriarch. The intelligence reduction sound continued to spread in all directions. Boom. At that moment, in the last array where hundreds of cultivators were trapped, a roar sounded, followed by a burst of immortal music. Immortal music? What's going on? It seems, the trap we fell into isn't that terrible. Hearing the immortal music, the hundreds of cultivators were stunned, but soon they relaxed. This didn't seem to be as wicked as the previous 2 traps. It was just immortal music. Needless to say, this immortal music was quite pleasant. Fellow Daoist Ning, your trap seems to have failed. Seeing this scene, Kwang Sho frowned and asked. Failed? Ning Tian chuckled and shook his head slightly. It doesn't exist. This trap is called Dance Array. How about a dance array? Kwang Sho and the others were stunned and a little confused. What's that? Accompanied by the heavenly music, one will dance until all of one's spiritual energy is exhausted, Ning Qian explained. Awesome. Awesome. The corner of Kwang Shou's mouth twitched. This trap array is terrible enough. No. Ning Qian shook his head and said seriously, this move is to help them exercise their bodies. Look at how happy they are dancing. Young people nowadays should exercise their bodies properly. These 3 moves were all for your own good. They helped you relieve the pressure on your body, help you free your brain, and help you exercise your body. The patriarch did all this for your own good. As expected of the patriarch. This move was called the 3 good traps. Hearing this, Kwang Shou and the others were speechless. They actually had deep admiration for handsome Ning in front of them. Damn. This heaven-demolishing gate patriarch is so awesome. I want to learn. I also want to do the best for others. Around them, a group of cultivators from the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace organization widened their eyes, full of admiration. Detected faith energy, light of faith +1. Detected faith energy, light of faith +2. Detected faith energy, light of faith +1. Current, light of faith, 5300100000. At this moment, in Ning Qian's mind, the system's voice sounded. He collected all the faith energy of the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace group. Oh! Light of faith energy! Hearing this, the corners of Ning Qian's mouth curled up slightly. This was interesting. Look, that male cultivator's dancing is so enchanting. He's so flirtatious. But I have to say, the other male cultivator has some skills. That butt movement, TSK, it's simply perfect. Huh? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just telling the truth. But I want to see the patriarch of the Heavenly Palace fall for this move more. I want to see the patriarch of the Heavenly Palace striptease. Me too. Me too. But these people are really pitiful. The group of people looked at the group of cultivators dancing wildly and touched their chins as they complained. But soon, there was a slight change in the eyes of this group of old perverts. Look, that saintess figure is so good. Hee hee. Actually, I prefer that mermaid princess. TSK. Is that cat demon maid not good enough? When she dances, she's shaking. Damn, where is it? I want to see it too. A serious voice sounded from the side. Don't forget, in this dance array, there were not only male cultivators, but also many female cultivators. These female cultivators, whether it was their figures or their dancing, were a pleasure. Huh. Hearing the words of the group of people, Ning Qian frowned and was about to raise his head. However, suddenly, his vision turned black. Then, there was a soft and faint milky fragrance. Just now, you wanted to look up, right? Why? Do you want to see others dance? Luo Wuqing's cold voice sounded in Ning Qian's ears. She directly used the strengthened Luo clan punishment on Ning Qian. Ning Qian was suppressed by that softness and was speechless. However, he really wanted to say something. Coach, this woman is hitting people with a ball. Hee hee. Wuqing, he definitely wants to see it, so don't let him off. When you're done with the punishment, I'll join in the punishment too. At the side, Su Yuyaro wanted to join in the fun. Woo, Ning Qian was speechless. He wanted to refute, but when he thought of the double happiness, he decisively gave up. Hence, Crazy Killer and the others watched the group of beautiful cultivators dance with relish, while Ning Qian pitifully enjoyed the strengthened version of the Luo clan punishment. Damn it! What the hell is going on? In the trap array, the saintess of a certain sacred ground gritted her teeth as sweat flowed from her forehead. She twisted her waist uncontrollably. During this process, the spirit energy in her body was also rapidly dissipating. Around her, many cultivators had already exhausted their spirit energy and fell to the ground with a dazed look. Aya! This is fun. Crazy Killer stretched and looked at Ning Qian. Huh? Daoist Ning, what's wrong with you? Are you having a nosebleed? Daoist Ning, your body isn't too good. It's a little weak. Ning Qian rolled his eyes at him and cursed in his heart. Damn it. His wife's figure was getting better and better. He couldn't take it anymore. Daoist Ning, we've seen the power of your trap. We can't wait to see the expression of the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master after being hit. Haha. It must be very cool. Crazy Killer laughed. Yes. I didn't expect Daoist Ning's trap to be so effective. It's really an eye-opener. TSK. It's really shocking. The group of cultivators from the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace also looked over in surprise. They were really surprised by the dismantling of the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master's trap. It's a pity that the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master isn't here yet. Crazy Killer sighed. You've shocked Crazy Killer. You've shocked the group of cultivators from the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace. Reward, illusion card. Effect, confuses the mind and causes hallucinations. Effective time, half an hour. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in his mind. Illusion card? Ning Tian raised his eyebrows. What is going on here? At this moment, in the sky, a voice with a hint of doubt sounded. A few figures emerged from a thick demonic fog. The leader was a white-haired young man from the demon clan. He was the #1 genius of the Taiyuan demon realm, Bai Mosheng. When Bai Mosheng appeared in the sky and saw the scene below, he frowned. The scene below was too horrible to look at. It was like hell on earth. Forget it. Let's enter the Big Dipper Pagoda first. The other guys from the demon clan haven't arrived yet. This is my chance. If I get the Heavenly Dao treasure first, the Demon Emperor will definitely value me. Bai Mosheng murmured and quickly made up his mind. However, before he could lead the experts around him into the Big Dipper Pagoda, he heard a loud shout. Damn it! I saw the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. Someone from the Heavenly Palace? Bai Mosheng was taken aback. A hint of fear flashed across his eyes. If someone from the Heavenly Palace appeared here, he would have to be more careful. However, when Bai Mosheng looked around with a dumbfounded expression, he did not see the so-called Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. Instead, he saw an extremely ugly man pointing at him and speaking with an agitated expression. It's him, the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. Bai Mosheng slowly typed out a question mark. At this moment, the moment Mad Killer and the others looked over, Ning Tian directly used the illusory card that he had just obtained. Use the illusory card to give Mad Killer and the others the illusion that Bai Mosheng is the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. Use successful. In an instant, the illusory card took effect. Mad Killer and the others looked over. In an instant, Bai Mosheng's appearance turned into the handsome Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. Damn it! It's really the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. He's here. This Ancestral Master is really a dog. He didn't fall for it. I don't care anymore. Brothers, kill him. Kill the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master and avenge our previous humiliation. Charge with me. Mad Killer roared, picked up the shovel, and charged toward Bai Mosheng. Go. Kill the Heavenly Palace's Ancestral Master. Hit his brother. In an instant, the group of people charged at Bai Mosheng with great momentum. In the sky, Bai Mosheng was stunned on the spot. What the hell? Are these idiots crazy? He muttered to himself. Lord Bai Mosheng, should we run? This group of human cultivators seems to be coming for us. Beside Bai Mosheng, a few demon experts were a little scared and could not help but ask. Run? Why should we run? I'm the Taiyuan Demon Domain's genius, Bai Mosheng, not that Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Palace. They want to fight the Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Palace, not me. Clang. Before Bai Mosheng could finish his words, Mad Killer, who was charging at the front, had already smacked the shovel in his hand on Bai Mosheng's head. At that moment, Bai Mosheng was completely dumbfounded. Damn it. Mad Killer, you're so brave. I want to join in too. Seeing this, the group of cultivators from the Big Dipper Anti-Heavenly Palace organization instantly widened their eyes filled with excitement. They felt like they had gotten their revenge, and instantly, they smashed the shovels in their hands fiercely. Clang, 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 clang. I'm warning you, don't be too presumptuous. Clang, shut up. I'll kill you with a shovel today. I won't, clang. Oh, you still don't believe me? You're the Ancestral Master of the Heavenly Palace. I'm a demon, clang. Demon your ass. Take a beating for me. Clang. Hence, Bai Morsheng kept trying to emphasize his identity and even wanted to resist, but without exception, he was smashed by the shovels in the hands of Mad Killer and the rest. TSK, TSK. How tragic. Look, haven't you overcome the fear in your hearts? Ning Tian watched with relish as their ancestral master of the Heavenly Palace was beaten up by Mad Killer and the rest. This Bai Morsheng was indeed a genius, having reached the 4-star celestial god realm at such a young age. However, forget that there were also celestial gods in Mad Killer's group. They might not be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. However, what was the point of fighting 300 against 1? Damn, this feels so good. Mad Killer wiped his sweat. I didn't expect the ancestral master of the Heavenly Palace to be so weak. Phut, hearing that, Bai Morsheng, who was lying on the ground and getting beaten up, spat out another mouthful of blood. I already said that I'm not the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. Furthermore, UF** King want 300 against 1? Fight me one-on-one if you dare. Damn. Daoist Ning, do you want to have a go? It feels really good. Mad Killer held the shovel in his hands and looked at Ning Tian. Haha, you guys go ahead. Ning Tian shook his head. It was almost time. He had already stopped the first batch of people who wanted to enter the Big Dipper Pagoda. He had also made use of this time to study the Big Dipper Pagoda thoroughly and was ready to enter. I see. That's a pity. Upon hearing Ning Tian's words, Mad Killer shrugged and then looked at the group of cultivators. Brothers, let's continue fighting. However, don't kill or injure him severely. We can't afford to offend the Heavenly Palace. Let's beat him up first. Hurry. He's fainted. I'll take off his pants. He's so small. Cut the crap. Hurry, hit him. There was a series of screams. Ning Tian clicked his tongue and sighed. It was too tragic. It was really too tragic. Half an hour later. Phew, this is so damn satisfying. Mad Killer revealed a gratified smile. Haha, that's right. The surrounding cultivators also nodded. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. They were very excited. They had finally done it. They had defeated the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace and washed away their previous shame. In the battle between the Big Dipper Secret Realm and the Heavenly Palace, they had finally achieved the first victory. What the F***ck? However, at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. How did the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace become Bai Morsheng? Huh? The group of people looked over and were instantly dumbfounded. What the F***ck? It's really Bai Morsheng. That's not right. How did he become Bai Morsheng? He was clearly the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace before. This is not right. This is completely wrong. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Mad Killer and the others were a little confused. I've already said that I'm not the Patriarch of the Heavenly Palace, F***ck. Bai Morsheng was beaten until his head was swollen. After barely uttering those words, he directly fainted. The last word was his last bit of stubbornness. Haha. Congratulations, everyone. Right at this moment, a chuckle sounded. Mad Killer and the others turned around and saw Ning Shui looking at them. Huh? Fellow Daoist Ning, what do you mean? Mad Killer frowned. Ning Tian spread his hands and said, that's right. You've defeated the fear in your hearts. Look, you've successfully defeated Bai Morsheng. Mad Killer and the others. Before Mad Killer could finish his words, he was interrupted by Ning Tian. But, what we're going to fight is the heavenly. Fellow Daoist Mad Killer, wait for me for a moment. I'll take off my mask. It's a little cold to wear it. Ning Tian said, then took off the ice silkworm mask on his face in front of Mad Killer and the others. Okay, then I'll wait for fellow Daoist Ning. Before Mad Killer could finish his words, he was stunned when he saw Ning Tian's action. F***ck. It's the hottie. It's the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. Ning Shui is the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master. At that moment, everyone's hearts seemed to have been struck by lightning. They were instantly dumbfounded and directly petrified on the spot. F***ck? It turned out that the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master was actually by their side. Fellow Daoist Ning, you actually deceived my feelings. Mad Killer cried. Mad Killer cried. Maybe, it's your wishful thinking. Ning Tian spread his hands. Scumbag. Su Yuyaro muttered. Scumbag. Luo Wuqing followed. Ning Tian, damn it, even if it's fellow Daoist Ning, we have to catch him today. Mad Killer cursed and was about to move, but found that his body couldn't move. The group of cultivators around him was the same. What's going on? Mad Killer frowned. Oh. It's not a big problem. You guys stepped on the trap you dug. It's a gravity trap. Ning Tian said with a smile. Mad Killer and the others, everyone, I am also a good person. Along the way, I know how painful it is for all of you. Therefore, I have decided to be a good person to the end and fulfill your wishes. As Ning Tian spoke, she took out the small notebook from before. Hearing this, Mad Killer and the others suddenly widened their eyes. Fellow Daoist Ning, you're really a good person. I just need to flick it. Me too. Me too. The group of cultivators was a little excited. They didn't expect the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master to be so good that he was willing to pay the price to fulfill their wishes. Don't worry. One by one. I remember your wishes. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Ning Tian's mouth raised a smile. Huh. Gentle, gentle. Huh. No, you're fulfilling our wishes? Mad Killer and the others were stunned. Yes, I'll fulfill your wishes. Ning Tian chuckled. F***ck. At this moment, Mad Killer seemed to understand why Ning Tian had to remember the small notebook. It turned out that it wasn't Ning Tian who paid the price, but it was them who paid the price. F***ck next. Screams of pain and joy could be heard. A few minutes later, Ning Tian clapped his hands. All right, your wishes have been fulfilled. There's no mistake. Ning Tian looked at the group of people and said with a smile, all right, it's perfectly settled. Wife, let's enter the tower. Right. Before entering the tower, Ning Tian seemed to have thought of something and looked at the group of people again. Although I'm the Heavenly Palace's ancestral master, but I can also be the Heaven Gate's ancestral master. If you have any business, you can come to me and buy one for you. Finished. The three of them and a small lion entered the Big Dipper Tower. Heavenly Palace's ancestral master, the corner of Mad Killer's mouth twitched. But at this moment, a jade bottle was thrown out from the Big Dipper Tower. Mad Killer looked over. There were hundreds of pills in the jade bottle. This is healing pills. Mad Killer was stunned. Looking at the Big Dipper Tower, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. The corner of his mouth raised into a helpless smile. I really can't do anything about this guy. He seems to be different from the others in the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 594. Are you all okay? Kwang Sha stood up from the ground, looked at the group of cultivators from the Big Dipper Anti-Heaven Palace organization, and asked with a frown. No, it's okay, I'm still here. Me too. A burst of resentful voices sounded, and the group of cultivators struggled to get up from the ground. Except for not doing anything bad to a few female cultivators, fellow Daoist Ning is simply evil to the extreme. Kwang Sha looked at the miserable appearance of this group of people and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Come. Everyone, please take these healing pills. Kwang Sha opened the jade bottle in his hand, and a strong medicinal fragrance spread out from it. Fellow Daoist Kwang Sha, this is? The group of cultivators' eyes fell on the jade bottle in Kwang Sha's hand. They could clearly feel the medicinal power of the pill in his hand. This thing was definitely a good medicine. Fellow Daoist Ning gave me a healing pill. Kwang Sha said indifferently. He gave it to us. It's not poisonous, right? Hearing this, the group of cultivators' faces changed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. It shouldn't be a big problem. Looking at the quality of this pill, it's a high-quality pill, and fellow Daoist Ning shouldn't have any bad intentions, right? Kwang Sha frowned. This pill didn't seem to have any problems. Okay. Then, let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. The group of cultivators mustered up their courage. If they had a healing pill now, they should be able to fully recover. Seeing this, Kwang Sho distributed all the pills to the surrounding cultivators. On the count of 3, everyone eat together. Kwang Sho looked at the group of cultivators. Everyone nodded heavily. 3, 2, 1. Swallow. Everyone raised their heads and swallowed the healing pill given by fellow Daoist Ning. The moment the pill entered their bodies, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged wildly. Feeling this scene, everyone's face changed. Are we going to die just because we want to try? No, when the pill enters the body, it stimulates the spiritual energy. It's the beginning of the healing. Suddenly, everyone's face changed. They saw a healing brilliance flowed out from their bodies and enveloped them. Their injuries were also quietly healed at this moment, as if they were completely fine. I knew that fellow Daoist Ning wouldn't have any bad intentions. He's finally a human being. Mad Killer let out a long sigh of relief. Yes. His injuries have all healed. In fact, there's still an enormous amount of energy remaining. The pill is a good pill, but why are we all running at the same time? At this moment, a cultivator silently asked. Mad Kill, all the cultivators, that's right. When they finished swallowing the healing pills, their injuries were completely healed. However, there was a large amount of energy left in their bodies. This huge amount of energy forced them to run. They were completely out of control and couldn't stop at all. F***CK. Fellow Daoist crazed killer, how much longer do we have to run for? Maybe, we have to wait for the effects of the pill to subside. But the effect of this drug is really F***king strong. Fellow Daoist Ning is cheating us. Under the setting sun, 300 people were sweating their youth in the Big Dipper secret realm. Inside the Big Dipper pagoda. Husband, what did you throw out just now? Luo Wuqing glanced at Ning Tian and asked. Oh. The enhanced version of the healing pill, but it's still an experimental version. There should be a little side effect, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It's just a little. Ning Tian chuckled. What kind of bad intentions could the ancestral master have? He was just treating them as lab rats while helping them heal I just don't know if it's a little or 100 million, right, Shortian? Su Yuyaro looked at Ning Tian playfully. Roar. Seal Flame Lion King roared in agreement. Based on Master Lion King's understanding of the ancestral master, if the ancestral master mentioned a little, it would definitely be 100 million. However, before he could finish speaking, he heard Ning Tian's words. But fortunately, we have Kwang Sho and the others. Otherwise, we would have experimented on Sho Tian, right? Sho Tian. Ning Tian looked at the Lion King with a smile. The Lion King was so scared that it nodded repeatedly. Roar. The ancestral master's little was just a little. Master Lion promised. Su Yuyaro said, Sho Tian, if you are being held hostage, blink your eyes. The Lion King blinked frantically. Okay, follow me into the Big Dipper Tower. Ning Tian looked at the Big Dipper Tower. When he asked Kwang Sho and the others to dig the trap, he observed the Big Dipper Tower. Although he seemed to be resting on the legs of the two women, his divine consciousness had secretly peeped at the Big Dipper Tower. The Big Dipper Tower wasn't high. It only had 6 floors. According to what Madman and the others had said, every level of the Big Dipper Pagoda possessed the Heavenly Tao's might, and the Heavenly Tao's might would grow stronger with each level. If one wanted to enter the next level, one had to defeat the guardian of that level. I have a plan, but we need to act quickly. Ning Tian stroked his chin as a smile appeared on his face. What plan? Hearing his words, the two women couldn't help but be stunned. Although they didn't know what the plan was, they knew that someone was going to suffer. You'll know soon. Ning Tian smiled mysteriously. Then, he looked at the two women and said, Honey, don't use any spiritual qi later. I will let my spiritual qi envelop you. Then, we can ignore the Heavenly Tao's pressure. Since they wanted to be fast, they had to move quickly. The existence of the Heavenly Tao pressure would seriously affect their speed. But fortunately, Ning Tian had his own way to solve it. Okay. Luo Wuqing frowned slightly, but when she saw Ning Tian's serious expression, she nodded slightly. Hubby, what are you doing? Su Yuyaro asked while withdrawing from the fox demon form. The demon's aura could still attract the attention of the heavenly Tao pressure. You'll know soon. Ning Tian smiled and quietly approached the two women. He squatted down and carried the two women on his shoulder. Spiritual energy immediately enveloped the two women. Are you ready? We're going to set off. Roar! The ceiling flame Lion King was confused. Then what about me? I almost forgot about you. You can't blame me for this. Your presence is too weak. Ning Tian glanced at the ceiling flame Lion King and said indifferently. You just need to hug my leg. Roar! The ceiling flame Lion King roared and hugged his leg silently. Then we'll set off. Ning Tian smiled and carried the two women with a pendant. He directly rushed to the first floor of the Big Dipper Tower. His speed was astonishing. Don't ask why he was so fast. If you asked why, it was because he practiced in the past. In the deepest part of the first floor of the Big Dipper Tower, three figures looked ahead with a trace of seriousness in their eyes. The guardian of the first floor is about to come out. I wonder what realm the guardian of the first floor will be. Ning Tian looked ahead and a faint light flashed in his eyes. The two women behind him also circulated their spiritual energy and got ready. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar. The wall of the first floor kept fluctuating. A huge object stepped out of the void and appeared in front of the three. This is... Ning Tian frowned. I'm a little bit stuck. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 595. Before them. It was a monster with 3 heads and a human body. It was dozens of meters tall and was covered in pitch-black flames. The red eyes on its 3 heads were fixed on Ning Tian's group, and a powerful aura flowed out of it. 3-faced true demon. A demon expert. I didn't expect the first floor to be guarding a demon that's long gone. Ning Tian's eyes fell on the 3-headed monster, and a faint light flashed through his eyes. It wasn't the true body of the 3-faced true demon, but merely a projection projected by the Big Dipper Pagoda. 8-star ancestor god realm. It seems he can't stop us. Ning Tian circulated his spiritual energy and said to the two women and the Lion King, Honey, let's end this quickly. But, leave the final blow to me. Okay. Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro nodded slightly. The Lion King beside them also transformed to dozens of meters in size. Roar. The 3-faced true demon didn't seem to have much intelligence. Its scarlet eyes were filled with endless killing intent. It roared. He stomped his foot on the ground and appeared in front of Ning Tian in an instant. Then, he threw a punch at Ning Tian, which was filled with boundless demonic qi. His fist tore through the air and came at Ning Tian. Not bad. But you're just a little bit slower than me. Ning Tian chuckled. He didn't panic at all. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3-faced true demon's fist landed on Ning Tian's body, but the strange thing was that the fist passed right through Ning Tian's body. Roar! The 3-faced true demon roared. It was an afterimage. Big guy, behind you. Ning Tian's teasing voice sounded. The 3-faced true demon turned around, but at that moment, its 3 pairs of eyes saw a wisp of blue energy that froze the surrounding air. Cold god art, freeze. Ning Tian whispered. At that moment, the law of ice erupted from his hand. The energy that was so low that it was freezing poured out. Boom. Crack. Crack. In the blink of an eye, the 3-faced true demon's body began to emit an icy aura as its body began to be restricted. Honey, let's go. Kill him while he's down. Ning Tian yelled as he drew his scarlet heaven sword and slashed at the 3-faced true demon. Yes. The two women nodded and attacked the 3-faced true demon with all kinds of moves. The pitiful 3-faced true devil's strength was only at the 8th star of the universe enlightened ancestral god realm. Even if it was a one-on-one battle, it wouldn't be a match for the 3 of them, let alone being ganged up on by 3 monstrous geniuses. It was utterly unable to resist them at all. Boom. A heavenly flame fell from Luo Wuqing's jade-like hand. Roar. The 3-faced true devil let out a blood-curdling shriek. Its demonic flames wanted to resist the heavenly flames, but how could ordinary flames fight against heavenly flames? Soon, the three-faced true devil's gigantic body was engulfed by the heavenly fire, and it let out a series of miserable shrieks. "Wife, be gentle. Don't burn him to death." Seeing this scene, Ning Tian hurriedly reminded him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Luo Wuqing said indifferently. "It's about time." Looking at the three-faced true devil that was on its last breath, a black light flashed in Ning Tian's eyes. He looked at the struggling three-faced true devil and raised his hand slightly. A black light flickered in his hand. It was death. Death, deprive. Ning Tian's indifferent words fell. The red light in the three-faced true devil's eyes dissipated in an instant, and its struggling body fell into the heavenly fire. "Husband, what are you doing?" Seeing this, Su Yuyaro cast a puzzled look at him. Since they were going to kill him, why didn't they just take the three-faced true devil's life? Why did they have to do something so unnecessary? "Little wife, don't forget the characteristic of my law of death." Ning Tian grinned. Characteristic? Su Yuyaro was stunned. She also mastered the law of death, but she hadn't realized this characteristic yet. It's resurrection. At the side, Luo Wuqing said indifferently. "Yes. It's resurrection." Ning Tian chuckled. His gaze fell on the three-faced true devil's body. "As long as it's a creature under the will of the heavenly Tao and under my law of death, I can resurrect it. According to Senior Sister, if the guardian of the Big Dipper Tower dies, it will be resurrected half an hour later with the help of the tower's power. And the resurrected guardian will be even more powerful. I can't wait half an hour, but what if it's resurrected in seconds? If I kill it a few hundred times, how much stronger will it become? Don't forget that there's still a group of people who haven't come to the Big Dipper Tower yet." His voice faded. Ning Tian showed a kind smile. Hearing this, the two women were stunned for a moment. When they understood, their beautiful eyes flashed. If that was the case, it was equivalent to increasing the difficulty by countless times. Even if the later challengers had the strength to defeat the Guardian, they would have to waste a lot of time. With this time, they would be able to reach the 6th floor. By the time they reached the 6th floor, the heavenly Tao treasure would have already fallen into their hand. This move. It was simply amazing. Haha. Ning Tian chuckled. The life force slowly appeared in his hand. What kind of evil intentions did the ancestral master have? He was just using the bug in the law of death to help these cultivators increase the difficulty of the trial. After all, only by increasing the difficulty of the trial would they have a chance to become stronger. Boom. The life force in his hand erupted. The three-faced true demon, which had lost its life force, appeared once again. Its blood-red eyes flickered as it looked at them again. Roar. It roared. It had no idea that it had just disappeared. It also didn't know that it was the three people in front of it that made it disappear. It directly charged toward Ning Tian's group. It's indeed stronger. It should be fine after a few hundred more times. Wife, let's end this quickly. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes. After sensing the three-faced true demon's strength, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The three-faced true demon's strength had indeed increased. It seemed that his little bug was still effective. Okay. The two women nodded slightly. At the side, the flame-sealing Lion King couldn't hold back anymore. It bit down. What followed next was a series of inhumane screams. Die. Roar. Live. Roar. Sinai. Roar. Live. Die. After a few hundred rounds. Roar. Boom. Ning Tian's group used a few hundred rounds to kill the three-faced true demon. From the initial insta-kill to the current few hundred rounds, it was enough to show that the three-faced true demon was getting stronger. In fact, as the three-faced true demon's strength increased, its body also grew from a few meters to 100 meters. Hee hee. Now that we're strong enough, let's wait for it to revive the Big Dipper Tower. Let's go to the second level. Ning Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and led the two women and Lucky Charm to the second level. He would repeat the same trick on every subsequent level. During the half an hour of revival, he didn't have to worry about anyone entering because those who didn't defeat the Guardian wouldn't be qualified to enter the next level. On every subsequent level, as the heavenly Tao's aura grew stronger, The Guardian's strength also changed continuously. It was because of Ning Tian's actions that the group of cultivators who entered the tower were dumbfounded. On the first level of the Big Dipper Tower, a group of cultivators entered the Big Dipper Tower. Judging from their attire, they seemed to belong to the same sect. Senior brother, what happened outside the Big Dipper Tower? Many cultivators are lying on the ground with a look of despair. There are also a few hundred people running wildly under the setting sun. Among the group of cultivators, a petite junior sister looked at her senior brother and asked curiously. Around them, the group of disciples also looked at them in confusion. Among them, only their senior brother had been to the Big Dipper secret realm before. What was happening outside left them at a loss as to what to do. Some cultivators were dancing, some were pretending to be idiots, some were lying on the ground, and some were wailing like ghosts while running wildly under the setting sun. It was simply too strange. The senior brother frowned. He didn't know what to say. What was going on? He didn't know at all. When he first came to the Big Dipper secret realm, the situation wasn't like this at all. Why did he feel that the Big Dipper secret realm was different? However, when he saw the curious look on his junior brothers' and sisters' faces, he could only let out a dry cough. Well, this should be the Big Dipper Tower's method to stop them. They're too weak. That's why they fell for it. Hey, is that so? If that's the case, doesn't that mean we're very strong? The junior sister blinked her eyes. Yes, we're very strong. The senior brother nodded calmly. Then, he continued, all right, let's head to the Big Dipper Tower. I'm familiar with the monster on the first level. It's a three-faced true demon. With our strength, we should be able to defeat it. Oh yeah. The disciples cheered. The senior brother shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He was following his master's instructions to bring his junior brothers and sisters who had never left the ivory tower to experience the cruelty of the outside world. The Big Dipper Tower was a very good choice. With my strength, I should be able to bring them up to the third level. That should work, the senior brother muttered to himself. The large group of cultivators arrived at the deepest part of the first level of the Big Dipper Tower. Junior brothers and sisters, this is the guardian of the first level of the Big Dipper Tower, the three-faced true demon. The senior brother looked at his junior brothers and sisters and said slowly, Senior brother, is the three-faced true demon very strong? One of the junior sisters asked softly. Haha. It's not strong. It's only a few meters tall. Its strength is only at the 8 stars of the ancestral god realm. The senior brother chuckled and did not seem to mind at all. What a joke. He was a 1-star heavenly god after all. Would he be afraid of a mere 3-faced true demon? Boom. At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air. Roar, then, with a roar, the 3-faced true devil that Ning Tian had killed hundreds of times appeared behind the eldest senior brother. Oh, it's here. The senior brother's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not seem to be afraid at all. Da. 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 However, when the junior brothers and sisters saw the 3-faced true demon, their expressions changed drastically. A hint of fear flashed in their eyes. Even the corners of their mouths were trembling from fear. Why are you so afraid? Isn't it just a few meters tall? You call that huge? It's just a 3-faced true demon. Watch me kill it with a single move. The senior brother smiled disdainfully and slowly turned around. Before their eyes, it was pitch black. Where's the 3-faced true demon? The senior brother frowned. Look up, look up. Behind him, the junior brothers and sisters whispered. Look up. The senior brother frowned and looked up. The moment he looked up, his expression changed from disdain to ghastly pale. Holy shit. What the hell is this? Why is the 3-faced true demon so huge? The senior brother was dumbfounded when he saw the 3-faced true demon that was hundreds of meters tall. This, wasn't it just a few meters? Why did it suddenly grow to hundreds of meters? Come on, senior brother. Go. Behind him, the junior brothers and sisters cheered him on. Hey, the senior brother's lips curled into a forced smile. Then, he ran away. What the hell? Hurry up and run. He originally wanted to bring the junior brothers and sisters here to experience the dangers of the outside world. Great, he got to experience it again. Damn. Why is the Big Dipper Tower different? His cries echoed throughout the entire first floor of the Big Dipper Tower. Soon, more and more cultivators entered the Big Dipper Tower. When they saw the guardians on each floor, they fell into deep silence. According to the memories of the cultivators outside the Big Dipper Tower, at that time, they heard a desperate cry that echoed throughout the entire Big Dipper Tower. On the 5th floor of the Big Dipper Tower, Ning Tian and the others came to this floor early after helping the guardians on the other floors to increase their strength. There were no guardians on this floor. There was only a huge stone door that was close to 100 meters in size. On the stone door, there were all kinds of strange and ancient patterns on it. These veined patterns, if I were to connect them together, what would they look like? Ning Tian looked at the huge stone door and couldn't help but rub his chin. After an idea came to his mind, he moved and walked in front of the stone door. Husband, be careful. Seeing this, Luo Wuqing reminded him. Okay, it's fine. Ning Tian nodded slightly. Then, he raised his hand and condensed spiritual energy in his hand before it landed on the stone door. Boom. In an instant, the entire stone door shook violently. Then, a dazzling light erupted from the stone door. Ning Tian's spiritual energy lit up all the runes on the stone door. The runes lit up. This is a formation. Seeing this, Su Yuyaro frowned. Her beautiful eyes fell on the stone door. After the patterns were lit up by spiritual energy, they became even more conspicuous. At a glance, it was obvious that this was a formation. It is indeed a formation. Ning Tian took a few steps back and looked at the stone door. Let me see what kind of formation it is. Activate the formation eye. When the eye of the array formation was activated, a golden light flashed in Ning Tian's left eye. He looked at the stone door and soon, the array formation on the stone door appeared in his eyes. Are they trying to break the array formation with an array formation? He muttered to himself. If he wanted to break the formation on the stone door, he would need another formation. One was a defensive formation, and the other was an offensive formation. If this is a defensive formation, where is the offensive formation? Ning Tian's gaze fell on the stone door. There was no doubt that the formation on the stone door was a defensive formation. The only way to break this formation was to break the formation. As long as the stone door was opened, they could enter the 6th floor. Then, they could obtain the heavenly treasure. They were only one door away from the heavenly treasure. Wait, Ning Tian's gaze fell on the stone door. As if he thought of something, his eyes flashed. What I saw through the divination technique before, could it be an offensive formation? With this thought in mind, Ning Tian observed the formation. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was possible. Honey, protect me. I might be able to break this formation. Ning Tian immediately sat down cross-legged in front of the stone door. Stars flickered in his hands. He was going to use the divine secret art to deduce the array formation that he had memorized in his heart. He only remembered the general appearance of the array formation. What he needed to do now was to deduce all the details. Okay. Hearing this, the two women nodded heavily. Huff. Fortunately, I just strengthened the strength of those guardians. Otherwise, I might not have the time. Ning Tian's eyes flashed with a bright light. If he was right, then he would do it step by step. The stars in his hand flickered as he began to deduce. The two women quietly circulated their spirit energy and brought the sealing flame Lion King to guard by his side. As time passed, the stars in Ning Tian's hand gradually became brighter. One could vaguely see the embryonic form of an array formation appear in his hand. More than an hour later, the traces of the array formation in Ning Tian's hand became more and more obvious. And the more he deduced, the more he was sure that the formation he had deduced using the divination technique was the offensive formation needed by the stone door. Another half an hour. I'll be able to complete this deduction formation, Ning Tian muttered in his heart. He just didn't know if this half an hour would be peaceful. After all, more and more cultivators were heading towards the 5th floor. Boom. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the entrance of the 5th floor. Damn it! What kind of broken thing is this? How did the guardian of the Big Dipper Tower become so strong? A cursing voice rang out. A burly man ran out from the entrance. He was in a sorry state, and it was obvious that he had gone through a great battle. Tian Kuang, it seems that your strength is not as strong as you said. A young girl's cold snort sounded from the side. Humph. Nonsense. Do you think you can see through my strength? Lu Yu. The burly man named Tian Kuang sneered. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and find the entrance to the 6th floor. Otherwise, those demons will catch up. The girl named Lu Yu snorted and hurriedly said to Tian Kuang. Those demons are really annoying. Tian Kuang nodded and frowned. We should be the first cultivators to step into the 5th floor, right? It seems that everyone's speed is quite fast. At this moment, a cold laugh sounded from the side. A young man with a folding fan in his hand walked out. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. It was Long Ao, who had entrusted the will of 9 generations of people. The Long family of the Western Wilderness Starfield. Seeing Long Ao, Tian Kuang and Lu Yu frowned. I didn't expect that the Tian family of the Eastern Prison Starfield and the Lu family of the Southern Cold Starfield would join forces. This is something I didn't expect. Long Ao waved his folding fan and chuckled. Humph. Hearing this, the two of them coldly snorted. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying demonic chi attacked. The three of them quickly flashed and dodged the demonic chi attack. I didn't expect that you guys could still dodge my attack after going through such a great battle. Although not all forces came to the Big Dipper secret realm, I didn't expect there to be a few with decent strength. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. In the terrifying demonic chi, a black-clothed young man with red eyes appeared in front of the three of them. Demons. Long Ao frowned. The demons have always been despicable. Today, I see that it's true. Lu Yu sneered. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. Despicable? This isn't despicable. It's just taking care of some opponents appropriately. The blood-eyed demon god spread out his hands and said lightly. Humph. Demon god, I advise you to calm down. Everyone was injured on the 4th floor. The heavenly Tao's pressure on the 5th floor is even stronger. If you use the demonic chi recklessly, the heavenly Tao's pressure will double. Let's see how you'll get the heavenly Tao's treasure. Tian Kuang snorted and looked at the blood-eyed demon god. The guardian on the 4th floor was extremely strong. They had also paid a hefty price to come to the 5th floor. There should only be 4 of us in the entire 5th floor. Long Ao frowned slightly. You guys. Can you be quiet? You're disturbing my husband. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded. There's someone else. Hearing this voice, Long Ao and the others' faces changed slightly. Then, they looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a huge stone door shining with golden light. There were a few figures in front of the stone door. What? They actually came so quickly? Seeing Ning Tian and the other two, the 4 of them had a slight change in expression and fear flashed in their eyes. The thing that entered the 6th floor. It's actually an array. This guy is trying to crack the array. The blood-eyed demon god's gaze fell on Ning Tian. He looked at the shimmering lines on the stone door and then looked at Ning Tian. He immediately understood what Ning Tian was trying to do. Crack the array? If we crack the array, we can enter the 6th floor. Hearing the blood-eyed demon god's words, the surrounding people's faces changed. Then, their eyes flashed and they all had their own plans. If Ning Tian was cracking the entrance to the 6th floor, wouldn't they be able to take the opportunity to enter? I told you to be quiet. Didn't you hear me? Luo Wuqing looked at the 4 of them indifferently. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. You. Who do you think you are? Lu Yu snorted coldly. Her pair of eyes fell on Luo Wuqing. Her eyes narrowed and her pair of silver teeth clenched. There was a trace of envy in her eyes. The 2 women in front of her, regardless of appearance, temperament, or even the simplest and most violent figure, were many times better than her. These 2 people are so familiar. Long Ao frowned. Looking at Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro, he felt that he had seen them before. After all, his attention was on Ning Tian before. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing's beautiful eyes flashed with coldness. She directly slammed her palm towards Lu Yu. Boom! The palm carried endless heavenly fire. Heavenly God realm? Lu Yu also struck out with her palm. However, after this palm strike, she quickly realized that something was wrong. The power of this palm strike was actually far above hers. Suddenly, she took a few steps back. Why didn't you suffer any injuries? Obviously, the strength of the fourth floor's guardian is far from being easy to deal with. Lu Yu gritted her silver teeth and looked at Luo Wuqing with an unwilling face. If it wasn't for the strength of the fourth floor's guardian that caused her to suffer some injuries, she was confident that she wouldn't be afraid of this woman in front of her. Seeing this scene, the three people beside her all frowned. The guardian of the fourth floor was indeed difficult to deal with. They were more or less injured, and the fifth floor had the existence of the heavenly Tao's pressure, so it was difficult to exert their full strength. Haha! Everyone, let's not argue first. If it causes the heavenly Tao's pressure, then the gains will not make up for the losses. At this moment, the blood-eyed demonic god pretended to be a good person. Well, why don't we wait for this fellow Daoist to open the entrance to the sixth floor? When the time comes, when we go to the sixth floor, we can take it slow. Now, the only one who could open the stone door was Ning Tian. If they disturbed him and caused him to fail, then no one would open the stone door and they wouldn't be able to enter the sixth floor. That was simply not worth the loss. I think what the demonic god said makes sense. Long Ao also said slowly. Humph. Seeing this, Tian Kuang and Lu Yu could only choose to give up. However, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro frowned slightly. Their husband did not open the stone door for them to enter together. Just as the two of them were about to take action to deal with the four of them, Ning Tian's voice entered their minds. Wife, don't worry about them. I have my own way to deal with them. Hearing this, Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro could only give up and quietly guard Ning Tian's side. Long Ao and the other three did not cause trouble. They all knew that if they wanted to enter the sixth floor, they had to rely on Ning Tian. If they were to cause trouble at this time, wouldn't they be going against themselves? Thus, they chose to cultivate on the spot and take the opportunity to recover from their injuries. All of a sudden, the originally hostile fifth floor suddenly became peaceful. On the stone door, the light of the formation dissipated bit by bit. It could be seen that the defensive formation was being broken bit by bit under the activation of Ning Tian's formation. It's about to open. Seeing this scene, the blood-eyed demon god narrowed his eyes slightly and the demonic aura in his body quietly flowed out. Around. The gazes of the three people who were sitting cross-legged also turned serious. Everyone's gaze landed on the stone door. Once the stone door opened, they would shoot out at the fastest speed possible. Whoever reached the sixth floor first, the heavenly treasure would most likely belong to them. Catcher. Boom. The formation on the stone door shattered bit by bit. Catcher, catcher. A sound came from the heavy stone door and a bit of light came out from the stone door. It's coming. The blood-eyed demon god's eyes lit up. The three people around him were like arrows on a bow. As long as the light expanded, they would instantly shoot out. Boom. When there was a gap in the stone door that allowed one person to enter, the four of them instantly shot out. Everyone, why are you in such a hurry? At this moment, a chuckle sounded. They saw. A figure appeared in front of the stone door and blocked the four of them in front of the door. Get out of the way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The demonic aura in the blood-eyed demon god's body surged as the three people beside him looked coldly at Ning Tian. You can step aside. However, I wonder if any of you have experienced what it feels like to be pressured by the heavenly Tao? Ning Tian smiled as he looked at the four of them. At this moment, the two women and the fire-sealing Lion King were already leaning against him. What do you mean? The four of them were stunned as they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. It's literally what it means. Ning Tian chuckled. At this moment, Luo Wuqing raised her jade-like hand and directly used all the spiritual energy in her body. Boom. It seemed to have detected the existence of spiritual energy. Suddenly, a huge gravitational force pressed down on the 5th floor. Immediately, the 4 of them found it difficult to breathe. The gravitational force pressed down on them, making it difficult for them to move. Heavenly Tao's pressure. Are you crazy? Attracting the Heavenly Tao's pressure, aren't you also having difficulty moving? Long Ao's expression was ugly as he looked at Ning Tian in confusion. Damn it. Are you stupid? With the Heavenly Tao's pressure, it's like stopping every 2 steps. If you want to enter the 6th floor, it's simply a waste of time, blood-eyed demonic god scolded. Looking at the entrance to the 6th floor, it was right in front of them, but it was so far away. Oh! Stopping every 2 steps. Looking at the 4 of them unable to move an inch forward and bearing the Heavenly Tao's pressure, Ning Tian could not help but smile. He raised his hand and pressed down on the 4 of them. Boom! He immediately activated the gravity trap that he had set up earlier. Suddenly, it was as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Blood-eyed demonic god and the other 3's expressions turned even uglier as their bodies were completely immobilized. Now, it should be stopping every step, no need to thank me. Ning Tian said with a smile. Yuan percent. Seeing this, blood-eyed demonic god and the other 3 immediately scolded. Kid, you attracted the Heavenly Tao's pressure. Even if you trap us, it's just a waste of your time. Let's see who can withstand the Heavenly Tao's pressure and enter the stone door first. Tian Kuang snorted coldly. Heavenly Tao's pressure? What's that? Ning Tian shrugged, then generously held the 2 girls' hands. After the flame-sealing Lion King shrunk, he hugged his thighs and strode towards the 6th floor in front of the 4 of them. That relaxed look showed that he was not restricted by the Heavenly Tao's pressure at all. What? Blood-eyed demonic god and the other 3 were dumbfounded, but they could only clench their teeth and stare at Ning Tian and the rest as they walked towards the stone door. You have shocked blood-eyed demonic god and the other 3. Reward, mutation. Mutation? Ning Tian was stunned for a moment as a tinge of doubt flashed across his eyes. However, now was not the time to check. He could only keep the so-called reward and walk towards the stone door with the 2 girls. That was why he did not let the 2 girls attack the 4 of them. There might be risks in attacking. But, there was no risk at all. Since there was no risk in getting rid of the 4 of them, why should he take the risk? You're the heaven-demolishing patriarch. When the flame-sealing Lion King changed its body, Long Ao seemed to have thought of something. No. I am the Heavenly Palace's patriarch. Ning Tian smiled at Long Ao. At this moment, the group stepped into the 6th floor. God, Heavenly Palace's patriarch? Long Ao was stunned. Boom. At this moment, under the unwilling gazes of the 4, the stone door once again slammed shut. No. Long Ao growled. He had not even fought with the Heavenly Palace's patriarch and was already in a state of complete defeat. The 6th floor. It was a pitch-black place. When Ning Tian and the rest stepped in, there were specks of starlight in the darkness. Is this the 6th floor? The last floor of the Big Dipper Pagoda. Ning Tian and the rest looked around, only to see that above their heads, 7 bright stars were lit up. The Big Dipper 7 stars illuminated the top of the 6th floor, unusually bright. Husband, look. Luo Wuqing pointed in front. He saw, in the middle of the 6th floor of the Big Dipper Pagoda, a black hexagonal object was suspended in the air. That is, Ning Tian walked over to take a look and felt a wave of spatial energy from it. He could not help but be overjoyed. This is the Heavenly Tao treasure, the law of space. Law of space. Is this the law of heaven that senior sister and the others want my husband to master? Luo Wuqing and Su Yuyaro looked over, and the flame-sealing Lion King also looked at the black object curiously. What it contained was the power of the law of space. Yes. Although I don't know what senior sister and the others are going to do, this law of space is a good thing. Ning Tian nodded slightly and walked over. Let me first grasp the comprehension of the law of space, then let's see what else is on the 6th floor. Ning Tian slowly walked over. The black object was right in front of him. Is this the law of space? Ning Tian muttered, and was about to raise his hand. But at this time, In his mind, the system's voice sounded. Mutated use. The host has mastered the law of space. Hearing this, Ning Tian could not help but frown, and slowly typed out a question mark. Just like that, it's over. Mutation begins. At this moment. In his mind, the system's voice sounded again. The black object in front of him shook violently, and then the void began to change. A boundless suction force instantly erupted from the black object, and the surrounding space began to undergo a powerful change. In an instant, that powerful suction force erupted, and the space began to rotate. It was as if the ticking of a clock could be heard. What the F***CK? What is this thing? Ning Tian cried out in alarm, and his body was sucked in uncontrollably. Husband. The two women's faces changed. They turned their heads abruptly, but there was no trace of Ning Tian. In the entire sixth floor, other than the two women and the flame-sealing Lion King, there was no trace of Ning Tian. Mutation. End. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.